It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday stream with everyone's favorite harmonica enthusiast, Adam Friendon.
A-Team reigns.
Boo. Look at this. Look at this. No longer is he everyone's favorite harmonica enthusiast. He's everyone's favorite self-aggrandizing.
Supreme. Oh, we finally found it. We finally found the thing that's fun to say.
Oh, you got the
Look at that.
Okay.
Look at
this A-Team reigns stuttering cream.
S class is ass class. Anyway, look, I got a little clip here from the Young Turks. Anna Kasparian obviously is doing very important work now at the Young Turks. And since she's basically flirting with enlightened centrism here, I feel like we have to compliment her when we have the opportunity. So
right.
I brought up a little short clip.
I haven't seen this video. What is this?
Sitch hasn't seen this. This is very important work that she's doing on the Israel-Palestine thing. So it's a bit serious, but we'll start the show off.
I feel like you're preparing me for the fact that it's actually not serious.
What?
Okay.
Sitch, why do you got to ruin everything? This is very serious.
You're like the most obvious person in the world. You're like, this is very serious.
This is very serious.
Yeah, okay.
Sitch,
Okay.
don't mess this up. Ready?
Bragging about the pause. Internally, privately, they were concerned that the pause was actually going to reveal just how brutal the IDF's military actions and aerial bombardments in Gaza have been. Now back to the Washington Post. The White House also insists that it has influenced Israel's military tactics, pointing out that more than 100 aid trucks a day are arriving on average in the Gaza Strip. Remember that prior to the war, 500 aid trucks would enter the Gaza Strip every day. So going from 500 to 100, especially with a brutal war taking place, where people are going to need a lot more humanitarian aid, not really something to write home about, if you ask me. The piece also says that Biden has taken.
This isn't funny, Adam. What are you doing? What are you doing, Adam?
What are you talking about?
You said it was going to be funny.
I told you it was serious reporting, man.
Okay. Okay.
How dare you doubt me?
Okay.
Taken a strong stance.
What are you doing?
Taken a strong stance against Israeli settlers. So Biden has, okay, I gotta say, this quote from this one unnamed official, I don't know if they intentionally worded it this way. I don't know why they worded it this way. I'm sorry, I get it, I'm a child. This is not a laughing matter, but come on. Biden has banged Bibi really hard on settler violence and civilian casualties in private, one official said. Now, what does that mean? How hard did Biden bang Netanyahu on settler violence? Well, Biden said that the United States is prepared to issue visa bans against Israeli settler extremists who have attacked Palestinian civilians in the West Bank. So that's the threat being issued.
That was it? That's what you wanted to show me?
Oh my God. Look, I agree, I'm a child too. She does such a good job of keeping a straight face.
Who said that? Why did they say that? That's such a weird thing to say.
What official said this? Who said this?
Biden banged Bibi? Jesus.
Well, Biden's been banging Bibi for a long time now.
Oh my God.
All right.
All right. I mean, listen, you know, Biden's got to listen. Sometimes some people in different cultures, they only understand, dominance hierarchies, okay? Right. And you have to establish your dominance however you can.
Yeah, who is the top in this situation? Is it Biden or is it Bibi?
It's Biden. I mean, he said Biden banged, right? He's the banger, not the bangee.
Oh, I guess so.
Right.
I guess so.
I mean, I'm impressed. Biden's age, I didn't think he'd be up for the task.
Oh, of course. Every time he talks, he sounds like The Walking Dead now.
Yeah, yeah. I like how from the Washington Post.
Go ahead.
What were you gonna say?
Well, how's he gonna campaign?
Yeah.
As soon as he starts campaigning, it's over.
Well, that's why people are freaking out.
It's over. You hear him do these press conferences, and you hear it in his voice. He sounds like, you know, your great grandfather called from the grave.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
it's weird. In the Washington Post article that this quote, I believe, derives from, it says U.S. officials said Biden has taken a more confrontational approach to Israel in public and in private. Biden has banged Bibi really hard.
In public and in private, huh? Ooh, confrontational behind closed doors.
That's definitely a much more confrontational approach.
It's like, listen, you got to pull out of those of that West Bank, okay?
Yeah, it's funny. Like,
I want you to be the pull-out king.
Jesus Christ, it's pretty bad. Like on Twitter, someone some journalist tweeted out this line, and it has like a lot of views, and no one's laughing about how ridiculous this line.
No, because look,
how is this possible?
It's serious. No, Anna did a good job of keeping it together, but if you catch, there's like she can see it coming. There's like a tiny little giggle in the beginning of it.
Yeah, because they put up the quote for like a quarter of a second, and then she starts laughing because it's such a ridiculous thing to say. Who said this? What were they what were they trying to say? What do you think they were trying to say? Right?
Look at this. Look at this.
This is not a laughing matter, but come on.
Oh no, that's not.
Yeah, see, there you go.
That's why. Look, Anna pushed for this in the production meeting. Anna's like, she's thinking, why did I do this? Why did I do this to myself? Why did I look? I was laughing with all my production assistants. We were having a good time. I thought this will be great. Now that I'm here live talking about this very serious story, I completely regret this.
I've made a huge mistake.
Taking a strong stance against Israeli settlers.
Look right there. Look, she knows it's coming. She knows it's coming. She's like, oh God, why? Who put you up to this, Anna? Come on, we know you're innocent. Look, we know you're a journalist.
No, you're probably right. She's like, listen, I really gotta, this quote hilarious. I have to read it.
Yeah. Comedy gold.
I'm just trying to think, like, what was the word they were trying to look for when they said banged? Like Biden harangued Bibi really hard? Like what? That doesn't sound right. It can't be harangued. He pressured Biden. I mean, Biden pressured Bibi really hard, right? Like, that's such a bad, like, if you give that quote, did he immediately be like, listen, don't say banged, okay? Give me a different word here. The journalist was like, oh yeah, I'll say a different word there, sure.
Here, let me rephrase that. No, I already took the quote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Runs away really quick.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
I already got the quote. Thank you.
Jocko?
Oh, I was going to say in that picture they had of Biden, it looked like he was mid-bang too.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so what is this Jocko Willink thing? Because I haven't listened to this either.
Well, obviously, so we've been talking a lot about the Israel-Palestine stuff, and we're both making a selectorate theory, dictator's handbook type argument that Hamas is a criminal gang that is basically using the Palestinians as a pawn to maintain power in the Gaza Strip. I think that's a solid thesis, but there's a couple of clips from the Jocko Willink where he has experience in Iraq. I believe it's Iraq. It might be Afghanistan. And kind of he's giving his backstory on his experience, and it just completely lines up with selectorate theory.
Oh.
So he's postulating that Hamas is kind of the same situation that was going on in Iraq this Which it's just, look, we're trying to share with people in the world that this is kind of how power is structured, how political power is structured, whether it's a autocracy or a democracy. And I do think the majority of the population does believe the idea that people rule alone, which contradicts the first rule of selectorate theory, right? No man rules alone.
Right.
So I just, this is a learning opportunity. I see a lot of news around the Hamas, Palestine, Israel conflict that just seems completely incorrect because it's, a lot of the frustrating stuff obviously is the open air prison, the concentration camp narrative, which I think is completely untrue. Also, one of the narratives that's going around that I don't particularly like is that the Palestinian people love Hamas and Hamas is their, they elected them 19 years ago and are still hunky-dory with Hamas ruling in this way. Like, people are happy that they invaded Israel and started this war that's getting all of their businesses and homes destroyed. I find that hard to believe. What is your intuition on that?
Do you hear that background noise, or is it getting cut out?
I hear nothing.
Okay, good. I think
I hear nothing.
There's some there's confusion in that. Well, let me say this before I get into that regarding selector theory. I think the good way to think about it is a lot of people focus on the ideology, which is always important, but they miss the selector theory. And the way that I hear the visual metaphor would be that, like, selector theory is the light source, and the ideology that the group has is the lens that focuses the light source.
Right. That's a great way to think of it.
So selector theory is always going to be the underlying energy, the underlying source that power has to flow through, that you have to rule with other people, you have to build winning coalitions of people, and you have to basically bribe those people through money, power, ideological promises, something. And that's how you kind of maintain your power base. And therefore, the way to predict what people do is, well, what's going to help that are leaders that are in leadership positions is, what do they have to do to maintain their power? That's generally going to show you the action they're going to try to engage in. And
right.
then the flavor, the way that looks is going to be dependent and different according to whatever ideological lens they're operating under and the people that they need to, do what they need, what ideological lens they operate under. So that's the first thing. In regards to how the Palestinians in Gaza feel about Hamas, I think a lot of people in Gaza are like hate Israel and hate Israeli people. And they're a lot of them are probably, cheering on when they, did this violent action, cheering on, Israeli people being slaughtered, and they're totally fine with that. But I don't think that necessarily translates into them liking living under Hamas in terms of Hamas's governance, in terms of what Hamas is doing for them, because as I believe that, number one, a lot of people, do realize, okay, Hamas doing this is going to lead to us getting bombed, to hell, is going to lead to us, suffering all these tragedies and all this horrible stuff is happening to us. And then also, number two, a lot of people realize, our own lives are not really getting better under Hamas. It's just sort of, if you're in the mindset of just rage and revenge, then you'll like Hamas. But if you're in the mindset of actually wanting to build something better for yourself and your family, it's very clear that Hamas is not actually doing that. And then number three, obviously, since, the way Hamas operates is like a criminal gang that extracts money and resources and tolls from all the other citizens that are not part of Hamas, that obviously weighs on them, and they go, well, this sucks.
Yeah, what am I getting for these taxes?
Yeah, you're getting Israel blowing you up is what you're getting.
Right. Yeah. I love the lens analogy, that the ideology is the lens, because you can think of it as, a lens has to be crafted in a certain way to take advantage of the light.
Right.
That's like an innate structure of the universe. So if you have an ideology that doesn't function with this selectorate theory sort of idea, like it's not gonna be an effective ideology, right? A lot of these ideologies do offer people certain sort of psychological help. Some people can gain power through these ideologies, which is a way that they can use the selectorate theory. So that's a really helpful way to look at it.
Well, and the reason selectorate theory is true and is always true is because power in reality among humans is always a competitive market. There's always various groups of people fighting each other for power and influence.
Yeah.
And so if you have one person who's like, I'm motivated entirely by my religious ideology, and they're competing with a group of people who have religious ideology, but are motivated by gaining power, 9 times out of 10, the person who's motivated by gaining power, since they have a different view and a different game that they're playing, they're just going to win that competition because they're actually, that's the goal that they're actually seeking after.
Yes. Yeah.
So it's kind of like if you had a bunch of different AI models all running and you're like, okay, I'm going to program, some of them that the primary motivation is to organize people in a hierarchical power structure to gain more power, versus ones that are going to be, seeking their primary goal is to, be radical Islamic people or to be socialist or whatever. The people seeking power, that model is going to be the one to win power the majority of the time. And that's the reason why selected theory is just true.
Yeah, I see them. Sometimes I read these what do you call it? These magazines about foreign affairs and stuff like that. And it's everywhere in those magazines. Like, I feel like it's totally been integrated into the foreign affairs apparatus now. Like, and it's one, I don't know if it's actually in the clips that I picked out for the Jocko thing, but Jocko actually talks in this talk. This talk's really good. You should listen to the whole thing, Sitch. But he talks about how there was sort of a learning curve that they had during Iraq and Afghanistan, which made me think, okay, well, they don't really understand the power lens quite yet. Oh God, I'm dying. My throat hurts all of a sudden. So here, we'll listen to a little bit of this. Let me get the right window up here. You can react to it.
But hearts, minds, and wallets, very important. And that's where you make true progress in these situations.
That's why it's interesting, because as I understand it, the most important thing that happened during the campaign against Al-Qaeda in Iraq was separating the jihadists from the local population. The worst critics of Israeli military strategy would say that hasn't happened at all. If anything, you've seen collective punishment, the denial of water, some of the general treatment, even some of the calls, just generally for making the Palestinians and all of them pay a price. From a military perspective, why is that the wrong thing to do?
So you see, he does frame it in terms of separating the power structure from the populace, the population that's being ruled over.
Right.
Which I think is very, very important, right? Those people haven't had an election for 19 years, okay? They elected Hamas, and they've had no way of removing them from office. Hamas went around and killed all of the competing party members. So even if they did have an election, all those guys that might have competed for in the election against them are dead.
Right.
Just from a conceptual level, as opposed to tactics. Why is it the wrong thing to do to not try to separate the jihadists from the civilian population?
Well, it's for what you just said.
Yeah.
It's for what you just said. If you treat everyone in Gaza as if they're Hamas, then you're going to end up inflicting harm on people that, as I said earlier, may on the surface support Hamas, but they live with Hamas.
Right.
That's who they live with. That's who their government is. That's who is going to give them or not give them food, give them or not give them water, give them or not give them medical treatment. That's who's doing it. So if you're a local Palestinian and you live in Gaza and the government is Hamas, what are you going to do? Are you gonna be the one that stands up and stages a rebellion? You can, but what's gonna happen to you? You're gonna get killed. So what do? You try and keep your family safe. You try and do what you can to get by. And part of getting by is showing support to the government. So that's what they're doing. So now if we start treating, or if the Israelis treat everyone there as if they're Hamas, they're going to inflict harm on people that are not Hamas, and that is going to end up being problematic. Now, there are some people that...
Well, and also, if you treat everyone like they're Hamas, then they're going to become Hamas.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because it's kind of like, we see the same thing kind of here with identity politics with a lot of people where they're like, a lot of more and more white people kind of have jumped on the bandwagon of white identity politics, bordering, on some level of that to ending in white nationalism. And it's like, and a lot of times you listen to people that say like, oh, if I'm being called racist, I might as well be racist. Or if, non-white people are going to basically leverage their race against me, I might as well, I need some defense against this, right? And the defense against this is, just to do the same tactic, to leverage your racial, group against, the other group, which obviously this is the completely wrong and shitty way to deal with the problem of identity politics, but it's the road that a lot of people will take.
Right. Yeah. Well, I've used this analogy a lot with this situation. Like if the mob shows up at your business and says, we're offering you protection, right? When there's an implied threat there that you're gonna buy protection from us, or you're gonna need protection from us. It's basically like extortion. Mm-hmm. If Hamas is operating that way, I mean, is the support really there for Hamas?
Right.
Yeah. So, but a lot of people, they want this to be very, very black and white so that they can feel good about, what's going on with the population. Obviously, I feel horrible for the Palestinian people because I do feel like they are pawns. They are innocent people. So it's a messed up situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like it's probably one of those situations where, the people of Gaza, they hate, a lot of them don't like Hamas, but they just hate Israel more.
Well, even if they love Israel, they to death, can they really come out and say that?
Sure. They can't, but I think that's probably very low minority people that are in that camp.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, the part of the problem is they're completely separate populations, but there are, I think before this happened, there was 1,000 to 1,500 people that had work visas inside of Israel. So there are Gazan people that are going into Israel to work, right?
Sure.
Do you think those people who are working with Jewish people every day, do you think they hate the Jewish people?
No. Well, I don't know. They probably, well, first of all, that's very, like 1,500 out of 2 million is not a lot, right?
Right. But I'm just saying, look, once the population is split off like that, you've never had any interaction with a Jewish person. It's very easy for Hamas to convince you that they're, evil.
Right. And to say like, listen, you're growing up in this place that has all these economic problems, all these problems. Yeah. It's because of, these Jews, these Israelis over there that you've never interacted with, that they're subjugating you. And we're just also subjugating you to get by, to fight them. We have to subjugate you to fight them. You don't understand.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure they're leaving that part out of the equation.
Sure.
Why would you tell them that?
Well, no, but they just say it, but they say it in a nicer way. They're like, listen, we have to do this to fight them. You don't understand. This is the only way we can be free, is to, quote, subjugate you.
We'll listen to a little more and then we'll maybe jump forward.
That make this reference to, if you kill one innocent person, you've just created 5 more terrorists. Yeah. I have not found that to be true.
Interesting.
I've not found it to be untrue, but it is not completely true. There are times that, most of the time, the local populace, they recognized the difficulty of the job that was happening. And so when an innocent civilian would be killed, of course, they'd be heartbroken. But there was also the recognition that, we know what you guys were trying to do. We know that my son was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and that's what happened. And of course, we would pay them money to, apologize for what had happened when civilians got killed. So, and it would rarely would you see that kind of animosity. In fact, most of the time, the animosity was directed towards the insurgents and not towards the coalition forces. So my guess is that in Gaza, you would find some of that as well. Again, I haven't been to Gaza, but my guess is if you're a normal Palestinian and you're not a Hamas supporter and one of your family members gets wounded or gets killed, sure, you might be mad at Israel, but I bet you're a lot more angry with Hamas for putting you in this situation in the first place. So I think that Israel's probably aware of that as well. And I think that Israel's weighing that to the best of their ability to try and keep the local populace safe. I mean, they're setting up these corridors. You can see people leaving through these corridors. They're doing the best they can. This is a terrible situation. This is a nightmare. This is a nightmare to try and solve.
He brings a very interesting idea that I assume is based off his experience in Iraq, which is that, there were lots of people, which makes sense, that were able to understand, that the Americans were not like trying to just kill innocent civilians.
Right.
They're trying to kill these insurgents. They're trying to take out these insurgents, and like a lot of bad stuff goes down there.
Right.
But so, I think that's it's very interesting, and it's good that people have that understanding. But I wonder how much of that translates to Israel, because like, I'm sure there's lots of Palestinians in Gaza who view what's going on as Hamas's fault. They view it as like Hamas basically, punched the bee's nest and then ran away, and then the bees came, right? Like, I'm sure a lot of people view it that way.
Yeah.
But it's a little different because, like, in Iraq, a lot of the people, not all, but a lot of the people that the Americans were fighting were, Saddam's forces, were the Sunnis, against the Shias. And so there was already like if you're an American force and you're trying to like get rid of some, Saddam Sunni loyalists, and you're kind of like protecting a Shia person, like it makes more sense that they already have like a line that they're not going to like the insurgent for some like civil war, racial, religious reason that is already embedded within the culture. Where with the Palestinian Israel Hamas thing, that doesn't exist. That division doesn't exist
between the Palestinian population, the Sunni and Shia division.
Right. The Palestinians are not like, they're not, to my understanding, there's not a bunch of Gazans running around like, oh, Hamas is part of some different, sect that is now engaged in civil war against us.
I'm sure there are Sunni and Shia in Gaza. I'm not sure what the numbers are though, but that does factor into a lot of these Arab countries that are, I think Shia is 80% of Muslims are Shia and 20% of all Muslims are Sunni. So Shia vastly outnumber Sunni.
Right.
But there are situations and in most countries, it's predominantly Shia or predominantly Sunni, even though there's a disparity. So Iraq was a kind of an outlier in the fact that it had Sunni leadership and a predominantly Shia population. So that added to the conflict. But I understand exactly what you're saying. I think, if you're going in, your troops on the ground, okay, so you're engaging the enemy every single day. You're in firefights with these people. I think it becomes obvious to the population, anyone who's there, if you're not shooting at them, you're taking them into account. You're not taking shots because there's innocent civilians around, things like that. It would become very obvious if the forces were acting prudently or they were just acting belligerently. And they probably take that into account because they're like, look, if we go in there like a bull in the china shop, the populace is going to turn on us in no time at all.
Mhm.
But if we are prudent and only focus on the enemy, then we will probably continue to gain the public support. So
Right.
that's what I'm thinking is happening. And once they did what they called the surge in America, where they really did start coming out of the green zone and really start trying to police these areas and interact with the local population, they did start getting the populace to turn in their favor. Because look, all the people want is security. That's what they want. Like if you're in Gaza and you own a restaurant or a business or something like that, you got a family, you got kids to feed, the last thing you want is a war rolling through, right? The people who want the war are the people who got nothing to lose. Like they're these unemployed kids who just are full of rage, right? Yeah. So those two forces are at odds with one another in the entire situation. So, but I think we'll just do a little more and then we'll jump forward.
According to the CIA, if you trust them, they say 98 to 99% of Palestinians in the Gaza Bank identify as Muslim, predominantly Sunni.
Sunni. Okay, interesting. So that's hilarious. Because I was thinking this, like if the Sunnis and the Shia hate each other as much as like everything that I read shows that they don't like each other at all. So a lot of people, if you're in the minority, you immigrate to some place where you're going to be in the majority. And I wonder if since Sunnis are outnumbered in a lot of places, they immigrate to Gaza.
Wait, did you say the Sunnis are the majority or the minority?
Sunnis are the minority.
I think you have it backwards.
Look up the population of all Muslims.
Sunni Islam is the largest branch of Islam.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. So I think you're reversing it.
Okay.
Yeah. Sunni is the large one. Shia is the smaller one. But in Iraq, it was the opposite. Shias were the majority, and Saddam was a Sunni.
Okay. So that makes more sense then.
Right.
Okay. Yes. So it's like 80-20. I got that right, correct?
Something like, 85%, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, okay, that makes more sense that the majority of the Gazans are the majority of the Muslim population. Yeah. All right, we'll go a little more.
It is a problem that no one is going to come out of unscathed. It's not going to happen. It's getting into a knife fight. When you get into a knife fight, you're going to get stabbed and you're going to bleed and the other person is going to bleed and die. And that's what's going to happen. So thinking that we're going to go into a knife fight and you're somehow going to miraculously not get cut, not get wounded, it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
So that's the situation that Israel's in right now.
It's true. I've described it as a Gordian knot. I think that's...
Okay, we'll jump forward here.
A Gordian knot.
Yeah, I know what that is. I'm educated.
What is a Gordian knot, Adam? Tell us with your big brain education.
A Gordian knot is some knot from Greek mythology that had this super intricate sort of tie, and some king or god or something like that was offering some prize to anyone who could untie the knot. And some hero came up, maybe Hercules, I don't know. Look, no, let me finish and then you can tell me how I did.
Okay.
Some badass came up to the Gordian knot and he said, I know how to untie this motherfucker. And he took his sword out and he cut the knot in half. He said, fuck you. I don't play by the rules, bitch.
There you go. I like it.
Is that, am I close?
You're close-ish. It
wasn't
Hercules.
Okay.
No.
Who was it?
Hercules would have just ripped it apart with his hands.
Oh, okay.
It was Alexander the Great.
Alexander the Great. Yes. Yeah. Who took over the entire world before he was 30 years old. How's that for a badass?
Yeah.
Yes. I remember reading somewhere that Alexander the Great's favorite dish was one of my favorite dishes.
Oh, wow. I guess you're the reincarnation, huh?
Potatoes and onions. Yes.
Potatoes and onions? That's not
Potatoes
a dish.
and
Those
onions.
are two ingredients you put in other dishes, Adam.
Look, potatoes and onions like sautéed. Well, I guess
Yeah, very tasty. Yeah,
very delicious.
but
yeah.
not on their own. You just eat potatoes and onions with nothing else.
Well, I
That's
mean,
weird.
nowadays we have all kinds of great sauces and stuff like that, but I
Okay.
don't know. Yes, I remember reading that about Alexander the Great, and I thought, this guy is a badass.
Mm-hmm.
Supposedly, Alexander the Great was in the shadow of his father, and that's why he did what he did. They talk about Alexander the Great in that book, The 48 Laws of Power. I don't know if you've ever read it.
No.
They have some good stories about him. Yeah. They talk about him in the being in the shadow of a great man.
Interesting.
So let me see here. I think we're about the right spot.
Siege warfare. And listen, I look at a tunnel. I'll drop a microphone in that tunnel and listen to that tunnel for 3 days. Why am I going in there? I'll listen. Oh, put a camera down there. Put dogs down there. Put cut off the power. I'm gonna do all kinds of things before I send my guys down there.
Right.
So I think that's where. And what's nice about that is that also provides us more opportunities to help the civilian populace. It gives us a more opportunity for discretion between civilian populace and Hamas fighters. So I think Israel it certainly appears that Israel has taken has shifted their mentality, and they're now into a slower, more methodical phase of the war. Looks more like siege warfare. I think that's good, and I think they're moving in the right direction. I also think they recognize that Hamas might have the will, but they don't have the means. And I also think they're on the ground talking to the locals. And
So this was 4 days ago. So I'm assuming what he's saying is that he's saying moving away from just the bombing campaign is what he likes.
That's what they're talking about. Yeah.
Okay.
Israel is kind of losing the optics war with all this heavy bombing.
Yeah.
A lot of civilian casualties going on.
I mean, it's something like how many casualties?
I don't know if there's good numbers or not, because
I
obviously
know.
the casualties are being reported by Hamas. There's, I guess, also 40 hostages that Hamas isn't even in control of, that some other organizations popped in and stole a bunch of people. Kidnapping for ransom is a way that a lot of these terrorist organizations make money.
Right. So something in the realm, because, who knows, something in the realm of like 14,000 to 20,000 seems to be the numbers that people cite.
Which is horrifying.
Right.
I feel horrible for the Palestinian people. I do. I feel like they're obviously, they're as innocent as the people who the Hamas people went in and murdered. I just look, some of them weren't even alive. A lot of them weren't even alive when they had this election 19 years ago. So I don't know how you can say these people. A lot of people want to say that. They want to blame the Palestinian people. They use this train of logic that, well, they voted Hamas in and they're getting what they deserve, right?
Right.
So, but I can't do that. Not in this situation. Not when the election was 19 years ago, and these public opinion polls. I don't know who's doing these public opinion polls, but if you're in prison and they're doing a public opinion poll about how you like the Aryan Brotherhood, the Aryan Brotherhood can come along and shank you any fucking minute.
Right.
Like, how are you going to answer that public opinion poll?
Mm-hmm.
It's not, you can't get a good read of the populace in this situation.
Right.
It's just impossible. Yeah, preference falsification is going on all over the place. People are keeping their thoughts to themselves. They're like, rah, rah, Hamas, right?
Right.
I don't want to get disappeared in the middle of the night.
It was, the elections were in January of 2006. So it's 17, almost 18 years ago.
Right,
So
yeah.
close enough,
And supposedly half the population is like under 20 or something.
Sure.
Yeah. So I don't know if there were many 4-year-olds voting in the election.
Right. But you brought up a good point to me off stream the other day where you were talking about, the way that people view, the way that like humans intuitively view morality is through kind
fairness,
of like
by
fairness,
proportionality.
yeah, proportionality and reciprocal fairness. And so it's like as the number gets higher on the Palestinian side, it just gets higher and higher and higher. That's the intuition that drives people to say like, wow, this is like really, you've gone past the point of acceptability because the number is, too high.
It's crazy because this is the intuition that made me bet money on Trump winning the 2016 election, because he framed everything in fairness by proportionality.
Right.
Same exact intuition going on here for something completely different. People are going, look, they killed 1,400 Israelis, and you've killed 10 times that many. How's that fair?
Yeah, no, I believe.
I mean, I agree, but
I believe that the intuition for fairness and proportionality is something that is built into human brains. I don't think
it's innate. Yeah.
Now, like obviously through a lot of history, people never cared about that, but I think they intuitively understood it.
Yeah. They have a mission to accomplish. So the Israelis are not thinking in terms of, they're like, we're going to kill as many people as we need to kill to accomplish the mission. Yeah. I mean, obvious, that's not fair because they're going to try to avoid civilian deaths, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
But what I haven't heard a lot of people, for all the people I hear that are like either criticizing or praising it, I've never heard a good video. And if you have one, send it to me. A good video that talks about like the actual bombing campaign and what the is there a strategy there? What the strategy is there? To either say like, oh, they're doing this stuff to accomplish this military objective, or someone giving a counterpoint where they're saying, oh, this is proof that Israel is just causing, chaos and harm because they're not following some military objective. Like I've heard people make these statements, but I've never heard someone like who seems to know what they're talking about with military tactics actually break it down and explain it like on a, some kind of factual level. And I don't know if that's just because it's like in the fog of war, maybe that's just too difficult to do. And it's not going to be till like a year afterwards that all of the military, nerds are going to get to analyze all this stuff.
They talk about bombing campaigns and bombing buildings in this talk. I don't think we're going to listen to the clip, but just he lays it out that in Iraq, they would be dealing with insurgents that would be inside buildings, right? So there's two ways that you can deal with it. You can deal with it with ground troops, or you can deal with it by airstrike. Jocko says only 5 times were they forced to call in an airstrike, and most of the time they would be able to deal with it with ground troops and also win over part of the population, obviously, because they don't want, take out an apartment building that you live in is going to piss you off pretty badly, right?
Right.
But I'm wondering if a lot of these buildings are booby trapped, and so that's why they have to deal with it by heavy artillery. There's 2 ways that they deal with it. They either deal with it with tanks or they deal with it with airstrikes. But I was listening to something else, and they were saying they target the buildings that actually have that they know insurgents are in, and they take out the stairwells. So they basically trap everyone in the top of the building. That's kind of a strategy that they use.
Was this in Iraq or is this in Gaza?
This is in Gaza, yeah.
Oh, okay.
They were talking about Gaza.
Right.
Because they don't want to send troops in because a lot of the places are booby trapped.
Yeah. Well, and also, I mean, I would imagine there's a lot of different considerations to take into account when you're dealing with people in buildings versus people in tunnels underneath buildings.
Right. That too. Yeah.
So, and also there's just I would imagine the political consideration and emotion and animosity from the attack itself, I imagine has, some effect on determining the tactics,
that's
that the
what
Israeli government's going to want to use.
That's what I worry about. I worry about the fact that all of these people were civilians a month ago, and that they're not going in there and being prudent with the population. They're going in there and being belligerent.
Well, I don't think it, like, in terms of like the like Israeli ground troops are doing that. I'm talking about in terms of like the leadership, who's making the decisions on what tactics to use in the first place.
Yeah, I'm saying all of them from top to bottom, right?
Right, but I don't think those people were civilians a month ago.
Oh yeah, the leadership wasn't, obviously.
Right, right.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know, and they're not going to report that stuff, obviously. And the people the detractors, Israel's detractors, are going to come out and say, of course they're being belligerent. They want to do a genocide here. What are you thinking? But they don't have anything to base that on. I mean, you and I want to think that they're being completely humanitarians and worried about every human life, right?
Well, I mean, I would like that. I don't think that's the thought process. I think the thought process is we need to destroy Hamas at any cost. We're going to try to, not intentionally kill civilians. We're going to tell them where we're bombing. We're going to tell them to move, but that there's just sort of an attitude of like, we're going to do this. We will tell you to get out of the way, but we're going to do it regardless of who's in the way or not. That'd be my guess as to what the attitude or approach is to the situation.
Yeah.
So,
should we move forward?
Yeah.
And as they talk to the Palestinians, what do you think those Palestinians are telling them? You think the Palestinians are saying, oh, we all support Hamas and we hate you? You would probably see a different mentality from Israel if that's what they were hearing from the local populace. The local populace is probably saying, yeah, thank you for coming in. We hate these people. And look, like I said, are there some Hamas supporters? I'm sure there are. Of course there are. But
I don't think that's what's going on. Like maybe in a theoretical situation. Well, actually, here's the thing. I think he's basing this too much off of his experience. Because in Iraq, it's just such a wildly different experience. You have, the majority of the population in Iraq is being subjugated by a religious minority with a leader who they hate and they know they hate, and he does all sorts of horrible shit to them directly. And not like the kind of thing that, like with Hamas, I think the horrible things that they were doing is that they're extracting resources from the population to continue their warfare. Right. I think that's the primary bad thing that Hamas was doing. I don't think that they were doing things like, I mean, I don't know, but I don't think they were doing things to the extent of like Saddam Hussein's son going around like raping, women on their wedding nights and just kind of like living like this like insane authoritarian regime. I just think so you have that, it's like a different situation. And then when America like comes in and like knocks over Saddam, like the Iraqis, they don't have like an entire history of belief or thought that America is like the great evil thing that created the bad situation they're in the first place, the way that the Palestinians had with Israel. So I don't think that this necessarily applies to the Israel-Gaza situation.
Yeah, he could be wrong. He says over and over again, this is my experience. I could be wrong.
Right.
And in the very beginning of the talk, he says, look, anyone who says they know what's going on in these situations, who's not there, doesn't know.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, no, and that's good.
And the problem in a lot of these confrontations is every single war is different. Yeah, you have to have some sort of humility going in. The problem arises when people don't have humility. That's basically like the intro that he gives into this. So I should make that clear.
Yeah.
So I skipped all of that.
That's fine.
Now we're in the full-blown speculation part.
Right. And to be clear, I'm just speculating too. Like I've never been there, so I'm just speculating on what my information about, the attitudes of the region and how people would react to things like that.
I 100% agree with you that what he just said probably is not happening. Like people might be thinking it, but I've read enough on the situation that it leads me to believe like they would be terrified of being labeled as collaborators with the enemy. So
Yeah.
they're not just gonna saddle up with the IDF soldiers and start joking around and sharing cigarettes and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, and look
Yeah.
what, there's those two guys in the West Bank who were lynched because they were accused of being, quote, collaborators.
Was that recent?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That was recent.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, no, this is, and from that book, what they were doing in the prison, they were constantly torturing people. So yeah, like what they do to collaborators is not pretty. So the idea that but I'm willing to postulate that they could be thinking that, but how to side with the enemy and do it without being blamed as a collaborator. That's a prisoner's dilemma, right?
Right.
Straight prisoner's dilemma. Yes.
But once you're sitting there in a refugee camp and you've got some medical care for your kid and the Israeli soldiers talking to you and the Israeli intelligence officer is sitting down and wanting to know about what you've been going through, and all of a sudden you're saying, wait, these aren't the monsters that we were told they were. So that's my assessment. I think that Israel is probably making adjustments, and it certainly seems as if their adjustments are, oh yeah, we can do this in a more methodical way. I got asked, I was on a panel recently and people were talking about war with China and what would your mindset be going in if we were going, if China invaded Taiwan and Jocko, you were going to be leading troops into the battle, what would you be doing? What would your strategy be? And there was a couple other people on the panel and they all gave their kind of assessment of the technology and the peer-to-peer or near-peer adversary and how this is different and these kind of things. And I said, my major mindset would be the mindset that I always have, especially when going into combat, and that is keeping an open mind. Because we don't know. And anybody that says they know is arrogant.
Yes.
You don't know what's going to happen when you engage in combat. You don't know what's going to happen when you start it. You don't know what's going to happen 20 minutes into it. You don't know you don't know how the enemy's going to react. You don't know how your troops are going to react. You don't know how the civilian populace are going to react. You don't know these things. And sure, you can have suspicions. But if you are too married to your suspicions, you're going to get caught in a situation where you're doing the wrong thing for the wrong reasons. So it certainly appears that Israel, their initial assessment was probably like, oh my gosh, we just got caught off guard. God knows what they have in store for us next 3 days. We need to reestablish our footing. That's what they did. Then they said, well, it looks like we kind of got this under control, but I'm not sure yet. We need to put more control. Okay, they got that done. Now they're looking around going, okay, we need to isolate, slow this thing down, and it certainly seems that that's what they've been doing. So I think we're going to see continued modification from Israel. I think they're going to continue to adjust. I think that we are all going to learn, and I think the world will learn about what Hamas is like as a government and what it's like to live under Hamas. It certainly appears from the outside that is not a great place to live. And the chances that Palestinians that lived in Gaza, who had lived in Israel, who had lived in other parts of the world, who had lived in Gaza during different times, that remember that, are looking around saying, wait a second, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't have to be this bad. So I think that will come to light. And
so there's an interesting thing that made me think about, which I thought about the other day regarding the numbers, which is, and I believe this is also shaping a lot of people's opinion on the conflict. We only hear like a gross number of, this many Palestinians died.
Right.
But you don't really hear like, well, how many of those people are civilians? How many of those people are Hamas?
Combatants, yeah.
Right, or combatants. We don't hear any distinction. So I think people, when you hear that number, you automatically just think like this many innocent civilians died. And we don't really hear anything about, I mean, I'm sure the information exists to some extent, but we don't hear about it, in America, in American news. It doesn't seem like there's a big focus on like how many Hamas people died how many Hamas, sites have been destroyed. Like, has Hamas been weakened? And it kind of creates this whole attitude of like, I think in people's minds unconsciously that, oh, Israel's just blowing stuff up. They're blowing up all these empty tunnels. They're not really killing any Hamas people. They're just causing like destruction to the Gazan people. And that's kind of like the attitude I think that our news media is intentionally or unintentionally creating in the minds of people. But I don't think that that's actually true. And the reason I don't think it's actually true is that Hamas seemed pretty desperate to get a ceasefire going. And
Right.
I don't believe that Hamas is operating from some like massive humanitarian position of like caring about the well-being of the Gazan people. And that's why they're so desperate to have a ceasefire. I'm more likely to believe, under selector theory, that Hamas was so desperate to have a ceasefire because they are actually getting crippled and taking significant losses and having significant damage done to them.
Yeah, they're looking for how do we turn the lights off in those tunnels? Right?
Mm-hmm.
How do we trap them down there without power or running water? I mean,
no, but what I'm saying is that to me, the fact that Hamas is so desperate for the ceasefire should be evidence that what Israel is doing is, even though it's killing a lot of innocent people, is effective at actually causing significant damage to Hamas and the organization.
Right. Look, I'm agreeing with you in that there's probably people stuck down there in a tunnel without power or running water.
Right.
Which is not going to be a comfortable situation for very long. They're probably thinking, look, our hostages are going to die and we're screwed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Who's thinking that?
Hamas.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Because if those hostages are the only thing keeping them alive, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the hostages aren't the only thing keeping them alive. The hostages are the bargaining chip, one of the few bargaining chips they have to grant a ceasefire. Really?
Right. Yeah. That's what they offered. They said, look, we have hostages alive here. You want them back or what? Stop bombing the shit out of us.
Right.
I don't know if Israel's going in there like, okay, we'll just kill everyone. Like if they're operating under the principle that the hostages are probably already dead, then they have no leverage.
Yeah, did you see, like, there's a lot of really gross shit that Hamas Palestinian apologists did regarding the release of the hostages, where, like there was some video where there was a woman who was like waving at the Hamas people. Some old lady was like waving at the Hamas people as they let her go. And there's all these like really anti-Israeli accounts on Twitter that were all like, oh, we're supposed to believe that the Hamas people treated them so horribly. And yet here they are. Here's this lady. She's waving like at the Hamas people. And then people were like, well, if you actually turn the volume up really loud and you understand the language, you can hear the Hamas person telling her to wave. Like, it's just so wild to me how easy these people fall for like such obvious propaganda.
Right. They're telling her to wave because they still got her daughter or husband or her sister or something. They're like, wave back, bitch, or we're going to kill your kid.
Yeah. And as the terrorists who have held you for over a month are letting you go, and they tell you to do whatever to do to get out. You're going to do whatever you do to get out.
Yeah. Look, they still got a bunch of them there. It's these people. Oh, God, they fall for every trick. It's
very easy to trick a person who desperately wants to believe.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
And, you have a group of people who just desperately want to believe that Hamas are these like valiant freedom fighting revolutionaries who are on the side of good. And so they're so desperate to believe that, despite all evidence very obviously pointing against that. I was listening to a podcast the other day from, Second Thought and his band of people, the people who,
band of merry Hamas simps.
It was one of the most like baffling things I was ever listening to. They had a female streamer on, I forget her name, who, I believe that she was Muslim. I don't remember what country she's from. And, basically she was talking about how all these accusations of rape haven't been proven. And she was criticizing the fact she did like the very woke thing where she was saying, oh, well, the only reason that they're saying that, Israelis were raped on the 7th or afterwards is because they're racist and they're racist against, Muslims, right? Like that had anything to do with the rape accusations or something, which is just wild listening to this. And it was so funny to hear the people who called October 7th based, okay, the people that praised what Hamas was doing, called them freedom fighters. Then a few weeks later, they were like, oh, yes, of course they were saying that the Hamas people, raped people because they want to view everything in such black and white, simplistic terms. And I was like, these are the people who were watching this thing and saying that this was a good action. And they dare a few weeks later to criticize other people for having a black and white mentality on what was going on there.
Yeah.
And it's just like insane. And this is exactly, these people who believe this shit, they're just so desperate to believe this shit. Yeah, of course they're going to eat up the fact that, oh yeah, Hamas, they treated all these people, they kidnapped and killed their family. They treated them all so well,
Yeah, it's pretty insane. One of you guys shared another book with me because I talked about the Son of Hamas book that I read on the Sunday stream.
Mm-hmm.
It's Tas Sadah. The book was. I couldn't get that book because there wasn't an Audible, but I got another one of his books. So I'm reading this book, The Mind of Terror, a former Muslim sniper explores what motivates ISIS and other extremist groups and how to best respond. He was after September 11th, they investigated this guy because his family knew Osama bin Laden.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess he was in one of the terrorist groups, but he goes through the different terrorist groups. And I need to go back and listen to it closer. I believe he said Hamas controls $1 billion in funding from various sources, which is, that's a lot of money, right? But he goes through all the different terror organizations, how much money they control, where they get the money, where the money comes from, that kind of thing. Some of it is like drug trading. Some of it is foreign aid. So, but he also, he talks about one group that not only rapes people, like that's part of their thing, they try to impregnate the people. Like that's their goal, is to get the people that they abduct pregnant.
Where was this?
I don't remember which terror group it is, but
mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's pretty despicable. So just the idea that these people have that there's no sexual assault going on.
Of course.
Like
yeah.
you're dreaming.
Yeah.
You're dreaming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, there were a bunch of journalists that were like describing what they saw in the, that video that they were showing the journalists of all like the horrible stuff. And they're talking about how like, there was some, there's like a father and two children that were like in some kind of basement or bunker or something. And they like threw a grenade in there and
killed
they
the dad. Yeah.
Killed the father. And like one of the kids was like blinded. And then the other kids are like crying. And the guy just like, walks over nonchalantly while like these kids are just wailing. And he just like starts drinking soda from their refrigerator, as this is all happening. And it's just hilarious to me. People are like, oh yeah, those people would never rape someone. They're freedom fighters. It's like,
yeah.
What fucking world do you live in?
Yeah. Crazy.
There was like, look, there's a tweet, 29,000 likes from these like sickos. And they're like, they have a picture, one of these. So this is another thing that like, it was like insane. And I was looking into this and I was thinking about doing a video, but I guess we're not going to do it. It's kind of too obnoxious to do the research for. Because I saw Jimmy Dore was kind of simping for this, and a lot of people have been simping for this, where they talk about how a lot of the prisoners that the Israelis are releasing to switch for hostages, not a lot of them, but like 20 or 30 of them were under 18.
Right.
And so there's been this whole thing about, oh, there's, Israel's so evil. You say Hamas so evil because they kidnapped children and old ladies and babies, but look at all these children that like the Israelis, kidnapped, quote, right? Like, quote, kidnapped. And then if you actually look at, the stories of these kids that were in jail, these Palestinian kids that are in jail, they're all, like threw a Molotov cocktail at a police officer, tried to stab someone, had a car bomb. Like they all like doing like some kind of like fucked up violent action. And yet they dare to try to compare them to just random people, living at home somewhere. And one of these accounts, like they have this picture of one of these kids that was accused of doing one of these, violent crimes. And apparently, he had broken arms, and they have like a picture of him with like his hands in a cast. And they're like, oh, when, he left Israel, an Israeli prison, he had broken arms. But when this girl left Hamas, she was carrying her dog. Because I don't know if you've seen that picture of one of the hostages, like has her little dog with her or something. They're like, do you guys understand the difference now between Israel and Hamas? This is why Hamas is so much better than Israel.
These people are such idiots.
I know.
How embarrassing.
It's just insane. It's because they're so desperate. They're so desperate. This is what the scary part about propaganda is, that the most obviously stupid propaganda will work on people because they want it to work. That's the real key to dishonesty, propaganda, used car salesmen. Like you just have the person just has to figure out what it is that the sucker that they're trying to trick wants to be true. And as soon as they can figure out what they want to be true, that's how they get them.
It's easier to fool a man than to convince him that he's been fooled.
Yes.
That's so true.
Yeah.
That is so true. Yes. Yeah, all these people are being played for suckers. Totally.
But they'll never realize it. They'll never admit it. They just hate the West so much. They're just, their brains have been rot on this stuff.
They have zero experience or knowledge of other situations or history. The whole kid thing. I mean, don't they know about the blood diamonds, the child soldiers in Sierra Leone? I mean,
right.
They would take these kids all high on cocaine, and they would take over a village and murder half the people in the village. Mm-hmm. And these kids are like 10 years old. Like, just because you're 10 years old, like 10 years old in the West means, okay, I don't, if you're raised with Western sensibilities, that's fine.
Sure.
But you can turn a 10-year-old into a monster.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what these people try to do. They encourage these kids to throw rocks at settlers, throw rocks at IDF, throw rocks at anyone in authority. Mm-hmm. That's why they're getting shot everywhere. Yeah.
Sure.
It's sad. I mean, I feel bad for the kids. A bunch of the child soldiers from Sierra Leone were taken over by one of these NGOs and basically brought back from just being insane. Like, it's so sad how people are manipulated.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, do you want to read some super chats? Or I think I've took it down. I think we're done with Jocko anyway. Okay. So that's pretty much all I wanted to say about it.
JMac, our surrogate father, thanks so much, JMac, for the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Came in early for that one.
The Real Holtonator for $25. Thank you. Says, hi, Sitch and Adam. Been loving the recorded videos. Just a heads up, that budget of movies doesn't include marketing, which can be upwards of another $100 million. That's a good point. S-Class is the best class. Also, I hate predictive typing, which is why my syntax is always messed up. Yeah, hopefully with ChatGPT and AI and all that stuff, they'll fix predictive typing to not be so trash. So
that would be awesome.
I mean,
someone left a comment on one of the videos that I was going to bring up. It's the Thor director one.
Mm-hmm. Taika Waititi.
Yeah.
What was the comment?
Craig Steven.
Mm-hmm.
It's a critical comment, but I think it's true.
Okay, what is it?
He says, "This is so disingenuous. Not a fan of Marvel or Taki. But if you listen to the podcast, those quotes are from, he's clearly joking. Reminds me of when people were desperate to say Brie Larson's co-stars hated her, citing clips where they were clearly messing around with her. Like you and I obviously mess around with each other all the time. So it's so petty. So I just, we should have brought that up in the video. I mean, it seemed pretty obvious that he was joking around, but we were kind of joking around, but it was kind of unclear. So.
Well, no, so I would have guessed, because I didn't listen to the podcast, and you could say that's my fault for not doing that. I would have guessed reading the quote that he was saying it in a funny way. The quote, if you guys,
but he was serious,
right? If you guys didn't see it, we kind of talked about this podcast where Taika Waititi, the director of both Thor Ragnarok and Thor Love and Thunder, made a comment about how he didn't really care about Thor or like Thor, and he only did it for the money. Originally, he only did Thor Ragnarok for the money. And I would have guessed, without even listening to it, that, yeah, he said it in a funny voice and he was saying it to be funny. I think I even said that because you said, why would he say this? And I said, he said it to be funny.
Yeah, you did in the end. Definitely.
Right. But then this is where I get kind of annoyed, where people say like, oh, it's a joke. It's like when someone says something is a joke, that has a broad range of meaning. Okay.
Right.
So someone could say it's a joke in terms of they literally don't mean what they say. They mean the opposite of what they say, et cetera, et cetera. When you read the transcript that I saw for that part of the podcast, like he means it and he's saying it kind of a funny way. He's like, kind of saying it in an incendiary way to be funny. But I don't think what he's saying it doesn't read to me as being untrue. I don't think he really was a secret, massive Thor fan. At least from what I read of that.
Right.
It seems like, yeah, like, he was being, he was being serious, or what he was saying was true, but he was saying it in a hyperbolic way to make it funny. Right.
The joke was that he was poor, because really he was rich, stinking rich.
Well, I don't know if that's true. I don't know what his financial situation was before the Marvel
But he did
movies.
it for more money.
Right.
He's like, look, I'm rich already, but hey, I'm greedy.
Right. So yeah, I mean, it's a fair comment, and we should have said, like,
yeah,
I'm sure he's joking, but I also think it's an unfair comment because I think what he was saying was true. I think that's what he actually believed. When he said that he didn't really care about Thor and never was into Thor, I'm assuming that is a true statement, even if he's saying it in a funny way.
Right. So. And we all know everyone was joking around with Brie Larson, but secretly they all meant it. They totally meant it.
Well, no, the Brie Larson thing, I think that is fair. And I even said this at the time.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, I'd say in a stream, I tweeted it out at some point, I believe, because there were all these videos of people looking at those Brie Larson interviews, saying, oh, this is proof that all the cast hates her. And I was like, I don't know. To me, it looks very clearly like they're joking. And if they're not joking, you can't tell. To me, it seemed like a bit. And I thought and I agree that was unfair for everyone to make that assumption. So.
Yeah.
Anyway. Jacob Lloyd for $20. Thank you. Says, hey, Sitch, sorry if I embarrassed you on Sunday with my super chat. I only meant it in good fun. Well, that's fine. Listen, you didn't embarrass me, Jacob, but thank you. I appreciate it. And I appreciate the money. That's the best way to apologize, right?
I'm glad you embarrassed him.
Adam was happy about it. Also, thank you for your coverage and rebuttal to Breaking Points. I unsubscribed from them for their horrendous Finkelstein video. Yeah, right. I listened to part of it. I didn't really get to the meat of it yet. I'm curious to go back and listen to it. I just listened to like the first part where Norman goes on for 20 minutes about like his family. And it was kind of interesting because he talks about how his parents, who were both Holocaust concentration camp survivors. Yeah. And after it, they became like super, or I don't know if it was after it. And I wish Crystal would have asked this question. He said that when he was growing up with them, they were like super duper ultra commie simps. They were like so commie sympathetic. They were huge Stalinist. Norman's parents were huge Stalinists, which, by the way, this should come as no shock to anyone, right?
Yeah, I know. I was going to say it must be genetic.
Yeah. But I was wondering, and this is the question I would have asked him, is do you know if they were like really commie sympathetic before, or did they become commie sympathetic because like, you know, the Soviet army, the people that like rescued them from the concentration camp? Because if that's the case, I would understand why a person would be so like, you know, Stalin simps at that point, right?
Wow. Like they were the ones, they got rescued by the Soviets.
Yeah, because it was, you know, there's a lot of American troops, a lot of Soviet troops that were freeing a lot of the concentration camps. And so, yeah, if you were freed by the Soviets, I understand that you would be very, you know, sympathetic to them, obviously. And he, you know, he said that his parents were so in the camp of Stalin that growing up, they literally, in the house, you weren't allowed to insult Stalin or the Soviets.
I didn't make it that far. He said concentration camp one too many times for me.
Yeah, you're out. Which, though it is a little strange, because you're like, okay, if there were such Soviet simps, like, why are they living in America?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you go live in Russia? You're like such a simp for Soviet Russia. I don't know. But
gotta go where the opportunity is.
Yeah. And so, like, I am, because the thing that does interest me about Norman, from like, because I'm always interested in people's psychology, is what is the psychological scenario that like rotted his brain to make him think the way that he does?
That's always the interesting question.
Yeah. Like, what is the conflux of psychological variables that made him like a psycho, you know, the way that he is? So.
Yeah. Yeah, he did some book where he fact checked some historian of the Holocaust and determined that a lot of it was factually incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
This is another thing. I was listening to some other interview where he was saying, look, I'm a truth seeker, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And I was thinking, it's just such bullshit. He's not going to admit he's wrong. He's been wrong about so much stuff.
Well, he said if he is wrong about something, he'll admit it and like correct. And I'm like, okay.
Citation needed.
Yeah, is that true?
Mozab Hassan Yusuf, the guy that wrote Son of Hamas,
mm-hmm.
I followed him on Twitter, and he was saying that he's ready to debate anyone on the pro-Palestinian side. And I tagged Finkelstein.
I saw that. That would be the conversation I would want to see desperately. Yeah.
I'm like, here's your shot, buddy, right here. Talk to this guy. He's from Gaza, and he was in Hamas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That would be a very fascinating conversation.
It would be.
Yeah.
Because he can't slink away. Can't slink out of that one.
I bet you Norman believes the Newland phone call.
Oh, of course he does. Of course he does.
I bet you $1,000 that he believes the Newland phone call.
Mm-hmm.
Fire everything for 60 months of discipline equals freedom. Thank you. Says you guys should go to 45 minutes and 30 seconds. This is the main sticking point for the podcast. Put your kid on and go over there before you start saber rattling. Don't ask for war if you don't know what it involves.
We can listen to that. Look, I totally
go over there.
I'm with him. I'm with him on that.
45, 30. Let's see what he says.
For sure.
All right. If you had a message, I think, to people who are cavalier in there, so in Washington, it's very in vogue to call for war with Iran. It's very in vogue to call really for war with Russia, with anyone. Everything starts to become pieces on a chessboard. It's like, oh, well, if they do this, we'll do this.
So basically, if you have a message, Jocko, for PSA Sitch, what would it be?
Wait, hold on a second. I've literally never advocated to go to war to any of these groups. Okay?
Look, this is like the narrative about you and me, that we're giant war hawks and that we're neocons.
No, so okay. This is what annoys me.
We're all gun ho because we understand the Newland phone call correctly.
Right. It's like, because I think that the United States should like give money and weapons to Ukraine. That means I want to send American troops over there. Like, I've literally never said that. I've explicitly said the opposite of that. You know, no one cares. This is like the whole people want to believe the propaganda that they want to believe, you know, situation. There was like some people that like really wildly were kind of like brain rotted about whenever we talk about Iraq, some people's brains just melt. Because it's like, it doesn't matter that we both say we should not have gone to war in Iraq. Okay. You can say that. You can say that like a million times. And then if you say after that, you explain like why the conflict happened, how it was really the civil war between the Sunnis and the Shiites, and how it was mostly, you know, America kind of fighting like the former Saddam Hussein army, and
that we were trying to establish a democracy. That's not a lie. It wasn't all just for oil.
Right. And it, like, when we talk about like, well, we went there for oil, what does it mean? You know, it's not like America's gonna like put a giant vacuum cleaner that says America on it with a you know, into the oil wells and just suck up the oil and transfer it to America, because America doesn't even have, you know, publicly run oil companies. You know, it'd be more like the Iraqi government would be paying you know, oil companies to produce the oil for them, and they would be paying the Iraqis to do this, obviously. This is what happens all over the world, and that would be beneficial to Iraq, et cetera, et cetera. And when I just explain like all these things, it's like, I don't know, people think that that's somehow me saying that it's a good thing that we went to Iraq, when I say it was not a good thing that we went to Iraq, you know? So I don't know. It's just, there's some people that understand that you can talk about issues that are complicated, and you can bring truth to issues that are complicated. And there's some people who, if you deviate from any sort of simplistic black and white worldview, they become triggered, and the NPC brain takes over, and they can no longer understand, you know, reality or the world past that, and they just start shouting thought-terminating cliches at you.
Stop running, Sitch. You know you're a neocon warhawk. You just want to bomb everything.
Yeah.
Stop running. We know what's going on here.
There you go. Listen, it's like, some people are like, Sitch, you're too left wing. Sitch, you're too right wing. Sitch, you know, you're a neocon now. It's like, all right, whatever. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, a lot of people were using the argument that we shouldn't even talk about Ukraine unless we were willing to put boots on and go over there. I'm like, what? We can't even talk about it? We can't even discuss the situation?
I would say, if you think that people shouldn't be allowed to talk about or discuss providing material support to Ukraine without also believing that we should send troops to Ukraine, or that you personally should be able to go to Ukraine, I would ask you to reevaluate your mental process, because there's obviously something wrong happening there. That is not an opinion that's based in some sort of like honest reflection of reality. You've fallen prey to some form of propaganda, if that's your thought process. Now, I don't think that is most people's thought process, because that's not generally.
No, it's just a few people. It's not
but,
everyone, obviously.
But that, because that doesn't make any sense at all.
But we need to talk this stuff out in case it gets to the situation where people are talking about sending troops over there. I
don't think we should send. But we said this at the beginning. I said, I don't think we should send. That's like one of the first questions. People were like, you know, should we send troops over there? And I said, no, I don't think we should send troops over to Ukraine.
Yeah.
From the beginning. It's, you know, it's like, but you can still send them money. You can still send them, you know, weapons.
Yes, you're clearly articulating a line. But I think it's important to get that line out there in conversation before these become a reality. And so, you know, you're weighing all the pros and cons. This is how we function as a society. We talk to one another and figure it out.
Right. Well, and, you know, we had that conversation with Kurt, where Kurt was hyper paranoid about World War III, nuclear war, you know, and that was kind of like a common thing that we heard. And I think it's fair for people to be worried about that. But look, not only did that not happen, no one is even concerned about that happening at all. That concern, like, remember, there's all this saber rattling and all this fear that if we sent money and weapons to Ukraine, Russia was going to nuke us, right? And start World War III.
Right.
That didn't that didn't happen, and that was so far removed from the table of happening. And the people that were afraid of that happening, I think, should take the time to reevaluate and say, okay, maybe my perceptions of likelihood of predictions for things that happen in this situation was off base, and why was it so far off base? What was I basing that opinion on?
Right.
So,
what would your message be to people who are very cavalier in their discussion of the use of force in the U.S. military?
From everybody, from the people in Washington, D.C. that are cheering for war to the people in the streets that are cheering for war on either side, I would say get your shit on, get your gear on, and go lock and load a weapon and go fight, because you have no idea what you're doing. You have no idea what you're talking about, and you're sending young, brave people to fight, and you have no idea what it's like. So I'd say if you want war, go get your kid on.
Well, I think that's a great place to end it, but I do have one last question for you. This is, as somebody who works up at 4:30 a.m., this may...
I see. I'm worried. I know a bunch of guys who are like, yeah, I want war because I am going to get my kid on and go. So, I mean, that doesn't make me feel better about some kind of anti-war message. There are a bunch of guys who are in the military who are about going to war.
Sure. I mean, and I don't have a problem with the statement. I mean, I think that's fine. I agree. If you're going to call for America to go send troops into the ground, I think, that's fine to say, are you willing to do it yourself or to send your children to do it? I don't have a problem with that attitude. Because I
totally agree.
Yeah, because I think sending in troops, I think getting involved in wars is a very serious thing that we should all consider seriously. And I agree that there are too many pundits, especially mainstream pundits, who seem far too flippant about, sending in military forces to cause death and destruction to various places in the world. So, yeah, so I don't have a problem with that. I agree.
It may seem random, but it's a personal pet thing of mine. Are you pro standard time or pro daylight savings time?
The moment we've been waiting for.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so glad we pushed forward.
Yeah.
You hear the question?
No, what was the question?
Yo, what were you doing? What are you reading?
I was reading stuff.
He said, are you pro standard time or pro daylight savings time?
We should ask that.
He's asking Jocko. What do you think?
We should add that
is
to the
Jocko
list of questions we ask everyone.
Is Jocko based and he likes daylight savings time, or is he soy and he likes standard time?
Or does he want what we have now where we go back and forth?
Nobody wants that, Sitch. Nobody.
Okay.
Nobody. Ready?
Yeah.
What do you think it is? Soy or based?
I'm going to say he's pro daylight savings time.
Would you rather the sun rise earlier, or would you rather have more sunlight?
Actually, wait, no. He's going to be pro standard time. What am I saying? He's going to be pro standard time. He wants the sun to rise earlier.
Oh, is that okay?
Right.
I don't
Sunrise
know.
is earlier on standard time, right? I'm not crazy. Wait,
yeah, earlier on standard time. Yes.
Right. It's brighter later on daylight savings time, but brighter earlier in standard time, right?
Yep.
Okay.
In the afternoon.
I would rather have more sunlight in the afternoon.
Wow, I was wrong. Okay.
You had it right.
Totally. I was right the first time, and then I doubted myself, and I was wrong. There you go.
Never doubt the gut, Sitch. I'm telling you.
Well, I'm looking at Jocko. He's like a big guy. He seems like a fit guy. I'm like, this is a guy who probably wakes up at the crack of dawn, like lifting weights, drinking protein shakes.
Look, as someone who does wake up at the crack of dawn myself, I like waking up when it's dark. I don't wake up at daylight. Who cares?
When you wake up when it's dark, you feel like you've accomplished something.
Yeah, you're like, look, I'm out before anyone is.
Before the sun is up. Okay.
It's awesome. Seeing the sun come up is way better than seeing the sun go down.
There you go.
Yeah.
Wow.
And because by right now in California, it's getting dark like at 4:38 in the evening. So That's not cool. And in the morning, I can do the stuff I do in the morning. I don't need light for, right? Okay. I'm in the gym. I can go for a run. It can be like dark outside. It's not that big of a deal, but
I was right, but he doesn't care. That's hilarious.
You know, you can't surf. You can't surf in the afternoon when it's dark outside. So,
oh man, surfing when it gets dark, you're like, fuck. It's like such a fucking nightmare.
I mean, I would, you know, night swimming in the ocean is never good. Okay.
Yeah.
You're like, you're just waiting for the giant shark to come. The giant reaper.
California had some weird thing happen where.
Okay. He talks about the California thing, but we can skip it.
Right.
Yeah, we're supposed to get permanent daylight. See?
Okay,
we want permanent daylight savings. Maybe it'll happen in my lifetime. Who knows?
I mean, I'm assuming if you were to take a vote, the majority of people would want permanent daylight saving time. That'd be my guess.
They should just put it on the ballot. Let the people decide.
Well, the thing that's weird is that so I think it's a state issue. Like, wouldn't that'd be a hilarious Supreme Court case? The federal government tries to enact permanent daylight saving time for the country, and then the state starts suing, like, that's a violation of states' rights. The federal government doesn't have the authority to do that. And they try to argue under like the Commerce Clause or something that they have the authority to make it permanent daylight saving time across the country.
He seems to think it has to be run by the federal, by the federal government.
Well, obviously, it would make more sense that the entire country is one way or the other, because the whole point of time zones is they kind of have to be synced up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, if they're kind of everyone's doing different stuff, it gets too confusing.
California would be on the same time as Central Time for
Mountain Time.
And then it's even, you're right, Mountain Time. But it would be even weirder because Nevada would be on daylight savings time. So you'd have California here, and then Nevada would be on a different time, and then it'd be on the same time, Mountain Time, which is
it would be horribly obnoxious if a bunch of states were on daylight saving times and a bunch of states were not. But I'm just saying, it would be a legal fight. It would be some weird legal fight.
There are states that don't do daylight savings time. I think it's Arizona.
Well, Hawaii doesn't, but who cares? Because they're so far away from everyone. But I thought there's only parts of Arizona that don't do it. Is it entire Arizona doesn't do it?
Arizona, Hawaii, and that's it. The rest is
2 states and several territories don't do daylight savings. Massachusetts is currently campaigning to not do it.
Yeah, so is California.
Yeah, but when they say that they don't do daylight saving time, what they mean is they do permanent daylight saving time, right? They're not doing standard time.
I don't know.
Most of Arizona hasn't observed daylight savings time since 1968, when the state legislature opted out of the 1966 Uniform Time Act.
He's like, fuck you.
That's hilarious. Thanks to location, the state gets plenty of daylight and heat all year round. Ignoring daylight saving time helps keep temperatures down during walking hours and cuts back on energy uses. Oh, so they're on standard time. That's interesting. Wait, interestingly, a bill that circulated in 2015 would have restored daylight saving time. Oh, but they didn't do it. Okay, so Arizona's on standard time.
Lame.
Okay. I know, because there's parts of the Navajo Nation that do daylight savings time, because I remember CGP Gray, who is on your camp, he's in favor of permanent daylight saving time. He talked about how stupid it could be, because in Arizona, there's like a swath of like highway that you can drive, that if you drive through it, you go to like 4 different time changes in like an hour or something, because you're like driving through the state versus the Navajo Nation area.
Awesome.
So wait, maybe I'm totally wrong about this federal law thing. The Uniform Time Act, enacted in 1966, was a law in the United States to promote the adoption and observance of standard time. Okay, well, I guess the law as originally written required states that observed daylight saving time to begin it at 2 a.m. local time. Blah blah blah. Oh, I was totally wrong about this. It says local time on last Sunday in October and exemptively preempted all states and laws related to daylight savings times per the weights and measures power given to Congress in Article 1, Section 8 of the United States Constitution. Okay, so there you go. The Constitution does have the power, I guess, explicitly granted to do this.
To override a state's time?
Or to mandate time.
Fascinating.
Though then how does Arizona, I mean, they must have, I guess they must have written in that states can opt out of it if they want to, right? Because how else would Arizona opt out of it?
I don't know. I don't know.
Interesting.
Who knows?
The law does not require that all states observe daylight saving times. Individual states may exempt themselves, I was right, from daylight savings times and observe standard time year-round by passing a state law, provided the state lies entirely within one time zone, that the exemption applies statewide, or if the state is divided by a time zone boundary, the exemption applies statewide or to the entire part of the state on one side of the boundary. And they talk about Arizona.
Oh, so we can't do it because we're in the middle of the time zone. We're not at the edge of the time zone. Wait, no, we are at the edge of the time zone.
I thought you were all California.
Because the coast is at the edge of the time. No, well, I mean, obviously it goes into the Pacific, right?
Parts of California are in mountain time zone?
No.
Then aren't you all in one time zone?
I believe that law is saying that the states have the right to change it if they have a boundary that is on the timeline, which switches from 1 hour to 2 hours, right?
No,
our state is in the middle of the time zone. It's not on the boundary.
No. It says states may exempt themselves if, number one, the state lies entirely within one time zone.
That we got that one.
Right. Or if the state is divided by a time zone boundary, the exemption applies statewide or to the entire part of the state on one side of the boundary.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Wait a minute.
Got it. Yeah. Okay, what states have the boundary running through the middle of it? I don't know.
No. So yeah. So they're saying any state could exempt themselves. They're just saying that if a state is separated by a time zone, whatever part separated by the time zone, like each part has to be uniform in terms of what they, whether they follow it or not. So they have a pretty large exemption. So it is kind of interesting that only one state, Hawaii, but they don't count. Only one, state that's contiguous part of the United States has chosen to exempt itself. That is kind of interesting.
Arizona,
yeah. Huh.
I guess we do. I guess we are. Part of our state at the bottom is on the time zone. Is on.
Are you sure?
The mountain time. Yeah, I brought up a chart.
Because when I'm looking at pictures, it looks like the entire state of California is considered Pacific. Like, even though,
is. I'm saying this. The boundary of the state touches a timeline.
Yeah. Well, it's weird because I'm looking at the chart. I don't know if it's the same one that you brought up, but I'm looking at a picture of it, and it's like, why is it not just a straight line? Like, why does Oregon have like that little chunk that's on Mountain Time? And why does Idaho have that little chunk that's on Pacific Time?
Yeah.
That's super weird. What was the point of that?
They're doing something weird in the Dakotas. They got it running down the middle of the state.
Yeah, same thing. Like, look at why does Kansas have that little bit that's, Mountain Time? Like, I understand, Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota. Like, if that's where the time zone is, if that's that far out, then okay.
Virginia too runs right down the middle.
Virginia.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. What are you talking about?
That's not Virginia.
Where are you looking?
I'm looking at Virginia.
Virginia's all East Coast. What are you talking about?
Oh, it's Kentucky.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kentucky is in the... Yeah, that's weird too.
Split down the middle. Tennessee split down the middle too.
And why does
Florida cuts off the panhandle?
Why does Indiana have that little like a little teeny tiny bit of Central Time.
It's got to be because they're cities. Like if you look at Chicago, Illinois, it's cut out at the top up there. I'm certain because they want the entire city to be on the same time zone. You don't want to go across the city and be like in a different time zone.
No, but what I'm saying is,
or you don't want the suburbs to be on a different time.
Right. No, I get that, but I'm saying, like, why isn't Chicago just Eastern Time then? Like the whole state? Like, what's the point of making it Mountain Time? I mean, I'm Central Time. I mean, you're probably right. It has something to do with the city. It's just weird to me.
I mean, you're trying to draw a line down the longitude, right?
Yeah, but obviously some of these things don't map on directly to the longitude, which makes sense. They don't need to exactly map on longitude. They probably do map onto state lines and or city lines.
The only thing I care about is California.
Okay. Well, I mean, you guys are comfortably in, well, you're not comfortably, the little southern edge there, but you're mostly in Pacific, so. And Florida is mostly just an Eastern, stuck in the Eastern time, so, whatever.
Whatevs.
Actually, I didn't realize Florida is like butts up right against Atlantic time. I never knew that. Technically, the southern tip of Florida probably should be in Atlantic time, maybe.
Right. As soon as you swim out into the ocean, you gain a whole
hour. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at
Who
that.
cares about Atlantic time? No one's on Atlantic time, but a bunch of frozen Canadians up in Nova Scotia.
Right.
In Newfoundland.
Newfoundland.
There you go.
But yeah, I have something else lined up.
What?
That's
a cool picture.
I drew that.
You drew that Bender?
Yeah.
That's a great one.
Bender's my favorite.
I know, look at that.
Obviously. Bender's
The
cool.
legal lines mostly follow rivers. Oh, that makes sense. Why are time zones dumb? What do you mean? You have to have time zones. You can't not have time zones. That doesn't make any sense.
There should just be the international date line and everyone should be on the same time zone.
Everyone should just be on Eastern time forever. So it's like,
how would that work?
That'd be off. Well, it would work. It just, everyone's conception of time would be wildly different.
It would be, wouldn't it? Noon. That's about when it gets dark.
Right. Yeah.
What? Noon is morning for you? Oh, damn.
I'm going to sleep at noon. What are you talking about? That's my bedtime.
Yeah. It is cool how they try to structure it so everyone's oriented to think of noon as the middle of the day.
Yeah.
No matter where you are. Mm-hmm. What time is it? It's noon. Oh, noon. I love noon.
Yeah, well, that's the only way that makes sense.
Of course, your noon is my midnight, but
China doesn't have time zones? What? Wait a minute. Time zones, China. Is that true?
They're gaslighting you.
Because China's giant. Like, it has to. In the country of China, one would expect to find several time zones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 time zones. In spite of being the same size as the United States, China has only one official time zone. Are you shitting me? The communists can't even have time zones? What the hell? Come on. For real? Oh my God.
This is the saddest thing I've ever heard about China.
Are you shitting me, China? China only has one time zone. That's retarded, China. So you literally have that problem. Someone's noon is like, so it could be noon at like one part in China, and it'll be 5 hours, that'll be like sunrise for someone else, right?
Yeah.
It's like,
noon. It's noon on one side of the country, and the sun is coming up on the other side.
Yeah, it'll be 8 o'clock in the morning on the west coast of China when it's like noon on the east coast of China.
Yeah, but it'll still be the same time. 8 a.m.
Right. So that's insane. That means it'll be like 8 o'clock at night. Okay, on one side, and then it'll be like
midnight.
4. Yeah, it'll be 4 4 o'clock at night. And it's like, oh, it's like 8 o'clock at night. It's like dark. It's like, oh, it's 4. What do you mean? It's afternoon. Like, no, it's 8 o'clock. It's 8 o'clock and it's like the sun's like still up, right? Like you're in Alaska or something. That's so stupid.
I guess they make it work.
Why? That's the dumbest system ever. That's so terrible. What was the wait, I'm super curious about this now.
We only have 1 hour before eudaimonia.
Yeah, asking about these time zone questions. Okay. How do you feel about time zones? The decision to have a single time zone in China was made for political and practical reasons. Until 1949, China had multiple time zones. They had 5. Though only some were half an hour apart. Well, that's weird. Could you imagine how stupid that would be if we had doubled up the time zones so it was by half hour instead of 1 hour?
That would be so much more confusing.
Yes. How does that even work?
That's on the half hour. That's on okay. So plus, I can barely do it now when it's just like add an hour.
So does that mean that like
simple
you'd be
math
in one place and it'd be 3 o'clock, and then the next time zone it's 2:30 when it's 3 o'clock? That's the worst system I've ever heard. Maybe that's why they went to one time zone. They had a worse system.
Well, and they probably didn't want to go to the American system because they'd be accused of copying.
There you go.
It'd be like, aha, you copied our time zones.
Well, this doesn't. It says they changed to one time zone in 1991. Interesting. Okay. Whatever. China's stupid. I shouldn't be surprised by this. Anyway, what was the other thing you want to show?
I want to talk about individualism and collectivism again.
Oh, nice. We can restart that conversation.
Yeah. I want to I've thought more about it, and I think I'm amending my position.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
I think the super chatter convinced me that there are other behaviors that could be defined as collectivist.
What was the super chat? Because I don't remember.
This super chat was something that had like a eugenics vibe to it. It was like, what if the state mandated you had to get married and have kids with a certain person?
Oh, would it be collectivist? Yeah,
would that be collectivist?
Right,
yes.
Who you can have children with, right? Yeah.
So look, I was drawing the line at death. Like if you're in an organization where you literally are obligated to die for that organization, I think you can classify that organization as collectivist because your personal needs are subservient to the organizational needs. And that's just a clear example, right? If you're going to die for the group, if you're in a military unit, that's a collectivist. But then all of a sudden, this super chat said, well, what if the state was doing this eugenics stuff? It was like picking who you had to marry and have kids with. Those were the impositions placed on you by the collective.
Right.
And I was thinking, well, that's not death, but it's a fate as bad as death, isn't it?
Right. Like it's definitely hitting some intuition where you're like, that's not individualism.
You don't even have your own individual you don't control your reproductive destiny? What?
Right.
So, but I don't think, I don't think the spectrum thing works because it's all a matter of where you draw that line. We had kind of conceptualized having a basket of rights that were taken away as you move down the spectrum. But I do think it's more like a binary. I think there are certain rights that as soon as those rights become subservient to the collective and taken away from the individual, it's like you tip into collectivism. It's like a binary.
Okay,
but it's a matter of distinguishing what those rights are.
Okay, so let's be clear. So you have decided that you agree that you're changing your definition to encompass more categories than just like, would you die for the group?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So that's changed. So do you have a new definition, or are you still working on it, or have you adopted my definition?
Well, you have the spectrum thing going, which I just don't think is accurate.
Well, I know, but we can talk about the spectrum thing. Okay, so I guess we'll talk about the spectrum thing, which is that, so I still conceptualize it like there's a spectrum, collectivism's on one side, individualism on the other side, and there's, you pick out where you are somewhere in between there. And you're saying that you think each individual issue exists on an on-off switch of collectivism versus individualism.
I think individualism and collectivism are a binary, and there are certain behaviors, there are certain situations that the power goes to the individual or goes to the collective, and in certain categories like reproductive rights, anything living or dying situation, I think automatically it tips into collectivism.
Well,
I don't think. So
what's your definition of
paying tax. Well, look, collectivism is when the needs of the group outweigh the needs of the individual.
Or needs of the group?
No, wait. When the needs, desires of the needs or desires of the group are always prioritized over the individual. Yeah, the individual needs and desires are always subservient to the group. So in any situation where the needs of the individual and the needs of the group are in conflict, in collectivism you're going to go with the group. In individualism, you're going to side with the individual.
So I think I like that definition, but I still think it has to exist on a spectrum, because I do think you get into the issue of like taxation is some amount of individual sacrifice for the group, but not always in the binary fashion that you're kind of conceptualizing.
Yeah, but this is why I was thinking I think you can still have some level of taxation and have an individualist group.
I agree. That's why I'm saying it exists on a spectrum as opposed to just a binary.
So, yeah, look, so what is if you have 20% taxation, are you saying that the society is 20% collectivist?
I mean, I don't know if you would conceptualize it like exactly like that, but is not. So let's instead of using taxation, let's use specifically welfare, right? Welfare, which is, part of where your tax money goes, is you as an individual paying into a system that you might not actually ever draw from, they might not ever need yourself, for the benefit of the collective, of the people that will draw from it, right? So welfare would be a more collectivist program, right?
Yeah, of course.
Right. But we would both agree that in our highly individualistic society of America and other individualist societies, you can have welfare programs. That doesn't mean the society becomes a collectivist society.
Yeah, it's only 20% collectivism.
Right. So that's why I'm saying that it exists, countries and governments exist on a spectrum between individualism and collectivism.
Collectivism, the practice or principle of giving a group priority over each individual in it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Your definition, I agree with your definition. It's where
that's
the groups,
dictionary.com's definition.
Right.
But
the group's needs are prioritized over the individual's needs.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So I guess the American system is like 40% collectivist.
Well, it's probably more than 3%. I mean, I
said 40%.
Oh, okay, right. That's why I said that. The way I was conceptualizing it was, I think liberalism's, a good. Obviously, where the middle point is everything is relative, but I think putting liberalism in the middle is a good. It makes logical sense to say liberalism is kind of the midpoint between individualism and collectivism, and then obviously there are different liberal countries that exist more on the collectivist side or more on the individual side.
Here's why I don't like it.
Okay, tell me.
Because collectivism is cancer. We have to fight. We have to fight against it. So it's better if we separate it out and we say, look, here are the certain behaviors where you dip into collectivism. Eugenics, conscription, like these various areas. And then you can say, listen, we don't want to involve ourselves in those behaviors because those behaviors are collectivists and collectivism is bad.
But collectivism isn't inherently bad.
Okay. Oh, look at this.
That's the problem. Because you said you like welfare, right? Welfare is a good program, a good system.
I hate welfare.
Okay.
I mean, I like a social safety net, but look.
I mean, you're talking about UBI. That's like the super collectivist, right?
No, that's super individualist. You're empowering it's super capitalism. You're empowering the individual to do whatever they want.
Yeah, but people have to understand I think people have an incorrect assumption in their mind of what individualism is because of it's very often framed in the like liberal versus communist conception. Individual just means that the state protects your rights as an individual to basically do whatever you want to do. That like your rights of an individual are the most important thing. And that's why you get into the weird scenario that I put forward, where it's like, you know, you have a guy who wants to buy a billboard across from school to put porn on it.
Why do you stop bringing that up?
No, I bring it up because it's like the Jonathan Haidt. It's like the Jonathan Haidt eating your pet example.
No, it's not. It
is
pedophilic though.
That's the point. I have to bring up something to show you that you instantly know is wrong.
Even Jonathan Haidt steered away from the pedophilia example.
I'm not saying it's no. Wait, pause. I didn't say that the porn was pedophilic. I'm just saying they just want to put some kind of porn. Okay, it's adult porn, but they want to put it across from a school so kids can see it. Okay,
it's still pedophilic.
Whatever. It doesn't. That's the point. Is that I'm trying to pick an example that everyone hears and knows is a wrong action.
Just pick the chicken, okay? We can keep the pedophilia out of it.
God, you're so sensitive. Okay, it's not across the school. It's just in the middle of the city. Okay, in the middle of a city, someone wants to put a billboard that has hardcore pornography on it.
Okay.
All right. Now there's still going to be kids walking around because it's the middle of the fucking city, but it's not directly across the school. Okay.
Okay.
So most of us, I would feel confident. Most of us would say, yes, you as an individual should not be allowed to buy a billboard and put hardcore pornography on it in the middle of a city, right?
Sure.
That is a violation of your individual rights to do that action. That is leaning on the collectivist side of things, saying that the group's rights, that the group's feeling that we don't want to look at porn supersedes your individual right and the individual right of the person selling the billboard to do that behavior.
And by your definition, you'd say, okay, you'd add all this stuff up and you'd say, okay, this society is 30% collectivist and 70%
But here's where I'm going to
individualist.
break your fucking brain. Are you ready for this?
Okay, let's hear it.
Voting in democracy is collectivist.
Okay.
Well, so there you go. That's why I'm saying you shouldn't conceptualize collectivism as like the bad thing. Because
Well,
it's
you're
not.
making. Oh, okay. Well, you're not. That's not making my argument.
No.
My argument is that you shouldn't conceptualize it as 70-30. You should conceptualize as certain behaviors tip you into collectivism.
But they don't, because like
the billboard thing.
Yeah.
Well, actually, the billboard thing doesn't tip you into collectivism. Because I think you can prevent people from putting up billboards with hardcore pornography in the middle of the city, and it still be an individualist city.
How?
Like I don't think taking that right away from people tips you into collectivism. When you start saying, look, we're going to decide who you can marry and reproduce with, I think, then you've tipped into collectivism.
Give me the argument of how a city will structure a law that says you can't put porn on a billboard in the middle of the city that is individualist.
Well, I'm talking just the society in general.
I'm just saying, just explain to me, because I don't see how that's true. I don't see how that works.
Explain. What do you want me to explain? Go ahead.
How you could create a law or an argument for not allowing people to put pornography on a billboard in a city under an individualist framework?
Because you're impinging on each person's individual rights not to be accosted by pornography.
And when a bunch of people feel like their needs supersede your needs and they get together to voice that, that's the collective of people.
Well, so
it's saying that so if you're the guy who wants to put porn on the billboard, you have some individual desire to do this, okay?
Right.
A bunch
you
of
have
other
more people that have an individual desire not to see porn in their neighborhood.
Yes, right.
Yes.
And so those also, let's just use numbers and make it simple. So there's one person that wants to put porn on the billboard. There's 1,000 people that don't, right? And each 1,000 person has an individual opinion that they shouldn't have porn on the billboard.
Right.
And you say, well, wait a minute. Why does, just because there's 1,000 individual opinions, why is that greater than one person's individual opinion? Because the 1,000 individual opinions come together and they say, we don't want that. So that's the collectivist approach, because the group's feelings on the issue supersede the individual person's feeling on the porn billboard issue.
A collection of individuals is not necessarily a collective, though.
No, but I'm saying that weighing those collection of individuals' rights superseding an individual's rights is by definition.
They're each individual rights.
No, they're not. Because the reason that I have it on a spectrum, I don't think it is a binary, is because I don't think the issue of individualism versus collectivism is so clean cut as a binary for the exact issue that you've just brought forward, which is that, well, you can conceptualize that a lot of collectivist issues are really individual issues to the individual person if they're on the side of the collective, right?
You're looking at, well, what are we looking at in terms of the needs of the group? How are we
well, okay, tell me
conceptualizing the needs of the group?
Okay, you agree that welfare is a collectivist thing, right?
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
So look, I'm trying to simplify this down to just the bare bones basics. So why are you conceptualizing welfare as collectivist? Because
what is going on in the situation is they're saying there's a group of people who can't provide for themselves. Okay.
Right.
And so
as individuals or as a group?
Well, each person is an individual, right? So you have a bunch of there exists a bunch of individuals somewhere out there, okay, who cannot provide for themselves. So the government says, hey, you individuals that can provide for yourselves, we're going to extract money from you and give it to these other individuals.
Right. We're going to, your freedom is going to be impinged on a little bit.
Yes. To provide a material benefit
to these other people. Right.
Right. That's a collective action, because it's saying that your individual, like say if you personally, individually,
your right to keep your money is going to be subservient to the right of the people to take your money for welfare.
Exactly. Because you could say like, I, as an individual, what if I say as an individual, I don't want to pay some, poor person's welfare, right? The government says, well, too bad, right? And the government says too bad because that's the law. And that's the law because we voted in people that created that law.
Right.
So governments as a function are collectivist organizations. Democracy is a collectivist action. It's a bunch of people getting together in a group to collectively decide what the law is and should look like, and then uses the monopoly and force to enforce that.
Right.
So that's why
we're still running into my issue.
What's yours?
Well, I don't think politically it's valuable to conceptualize the social safety net as collectivism.
Well, you could be correct in terms of like a metaphorical truth claim that it's not useful because people conceptualize collectivism as socialism.
Yeah,
I'm just talking about like
exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, that might be, but I'm not in the Jordan Peterson realm. I'm talking in the Sam Harris. What is objectively true? What is objectively true under the conceptualizations and definitions of collectivism that we both seem to be comfortable with, is that social programs and democracy itself are forms of collectivism.
Well, it depends. Like I said, it all depends upon where you draw the line. And if you draw the line, any infringement on your freedom. So all taxation is collectivism then.
Yes.
I just don't think that's a good way to conceptualize it. Taxation is socialism. I don't think.
Well, no, collectivism isn't
branding.
socialism. This is why I had it on a spectrum where I said, okay, you have collectivism on one side of the spectrum, individualism on the other side, liberal countries are in the middle. If you go all the way to one end of the spectrum, you get socialism, right?
Right. But you're still like 50% collectivism, 50% individualism.
I mean, remember our definition. This is the problem. I understand that people want to conceptualize collectivism and socialism as like synonyms, but that has to be removed from your brain, because if it's not, that's what allows bad actors like Richard Wolff to come in and say socialism is when the government does something. Because if collectivism just means socialism, then he's technically correct that socialism is when the government does things.
Yes.
Right? And so that doesn't make sense. And then also we get into the problem with how you and I have adopted your definition of morality is collectivist. Morality is a set of rules and principles that binds people together in a cooperative group. So morality itself is a collectivist thing.
That moral system, though, could be individualist.
Yes, but the enforcement mechanism is still always has to be collectivism. That's sort of the rub here. The irony of everything is that even if you have a society that has a lot of individualistic philosophies and individualist protections, which our society
does. You break the rules, you die.
Right. But all those rules have to be enforced through a collectivist approach.
It's so painful to call it collectivism.
I know, but that's the way it is. See, look, Sodosh has it correct completely. Or I'm assuming he does. I only read the first sentence. Sodosh for $20 says, our individual society requires that the collective provide justification for infringing individual rights. A collectivist society requires the individual have freedom from the collective. That's the difference. Wait, let me read that again. Our individual society requires that the collective provide justification for infringing on individual rights.
Agree.
Okay, I agree. That's agree. A collectivist society requires the individual have freedom from the collective. That doesn't make any sense.
That doesn't make any sense.
I think you mistyped there or something. I think the first part of what your sentence is true and makes sense.
A collectivist society tells the individual what to do. And if the individual doesn't like it, they can fuck off.
Yeah, I think that's why, and I think I said this the other day, the way that I conceptualize it is the individual society is a society that errs on the side of the individual. And I think what you said, Sodosh, is a good way of saying it. It's the start in an individual society like in America, the starting point is we need to start with individual freedom. Okay. And then whenever you want to infringe on individual freedom, the government and our collective society has to make an argument why. It's kind of like you're innocent until proven guilty. Your individual rights are protected until proven that they need to violate them for some reason. I think that's actually a really good framework. Where in a collectivist society, it's the opposite. It's the starting point is the group's rights come first, and then maybe they'll make some exceptions for some individual rights after that.
Right.
Does that make sense? Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, I mean, I think whether or not the behavior is voluntarily agreed to is important. Because if you as an individual opt into a collectivist system, I think the overall society is still individualistic. Like, obviously, inside societies, smaller collectives will form. As long as you're free to join or leave those smaller collectives at will, I wouldn't call the society itself collectivist.
That's fine. But like, you don't okay, but yeah, you can have it like America is a society rooted in individualism. Okay.
Yes, very much
but within American society, there's going to be smaller communities that are rooted in collectivist approaches. For example, you could be part of a very, you could be Amish, right? It's a very collectivist society.
Very collectivist.
You could be part of some, super socialist group that's very collectivist. You could just be part of a very religious church that your whole family's part of, and there's a very strict cultural enforcement that like you have to follow the whims and wants of the church and your elders versus your own individual feelings. That's you existing in a collectivist, like society, even though you live in a broader individualist society of America.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. Sotos for $5 says it was a typo. Collectivist societies require that individuals request freedom from the collective. Yeah. No, yeah. So okay, I anticipated your typo correctly. But look, I think that's
in most collectivist societies, you can request all you want. You're denied. Request denied. Request denied.
That's fine. His point is the way to conceptualize it is the starting point. Okay. Starting point of individual societies is you start with individual freedom, and then they work outward from that starting point to make determinations about where to infringe on individual freedom. Where in a collectivist society, they start at the collectivist group rights, and then they maybe work outward from that to infringe on group rights for individual rights. Okay. Right. I think that's a correct way I think it's a good way of kind of thinking about this.
Right. Yeah, no, that works.
Wait a minute. Ostracy for $10 says, you guys are using a crappy definition of collectivism that's far too broad. Everything I look at always ties collectivism to socialism. I sent you 2 definitions in the DM Sitch. I don't see any DMs from you, Ostracy.
Yeah, neither do I.
Ostracy. I mean, I see you. Last DM I had from you was from last year. So I don't know. Do you have some new account or something? I don't see whatever you sent me. I don't see it. So, but I don't. I don't think you can. I don't think it's correct to just say that collectivism and socialism are synonyms. It's a screenshot I sent with the conservative stuff. I told you last. Where did you send this to me? Just send it again. I don't see whatever you sent me. Yeah. Unless you send it to me. Oh, it's this screenshot you sent to me. Oh, no, wait. What? Oh, it's a screenshot you sent to me a month ago. Oh, okay.
Right, yeah. A political or economic theory advocating collective control, especially over production and distribution, a system marked by such control. Yeah, there's multiple definitions of collectivism, obviously.
The screenshot you sent to me is so tiny, like the text, it's like blurry.
Collectivism, a socialistic theory of the collective ownership or control of all the means of production, and especially the land, by the whole community. Or, yeah, obviously that's, but I just think that definition overlaps with socialism to the point where,
well, that definition obviously has socialism baked into it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
It's like a lot of people do see collectivism as a synonym for socialism. Obviously, they're using that definition.
But okay, here's why I don't like that definition, is because that definition allows people to very dishonestly say, we can't do welfare because welfare is socialist.
Yeah, no, this is why I'm trying to narrow it down to the binary.
No, but what I'm saying is they use the binary to say that welfare programs and social programs are socialist.
Yeah, because they say anything that infringes on your individual rights is socialism. That's how they do it. But this is why I'm saying, well, can't we narrow it down to certain behaviors that if they infringe on your individual freedom just a little bit, like taxes, we're not necessarily socialists. We're not necessarily collectivist. We're still individualist. But when we cross the line,
what are you gonna say?
What are you gonna say?
I was gonna say I finally understand your argument and why you have this argument.
Yeah, because it allows everything to be categorized as collectivism. Even if it's 50, like you doing the spectrum thing, even if it's 15% collectivism, well, it's still socialism.
No, it's not.
Well, how's it not?
Because everything has, not everything, most things have some elements of morality itself has an element of collectivism in it.
Right.
Culture is a collectivist thing. Everything, human structures exist because groups of people get together and sacrifice elements of their individuality to participate in a group.
Yes. Yeah.
That is how humans operate. So that's why you can't just say collectivism equals socialism. It's like, well, no, taking that to an extreme level is socialism, where you say, well, we're not going to afford any rights to the individual. All that matters is the group. That's what socialism is, right? But you can't just say any time your rights as an individual are infringed is socialism, because that's not true, because that's every human grouping that exists. That's morality. That is culture. That is everything. Is you as an individual sacrificing some part of your individuality for the group. The fact that you can't walk around outside naked, okay, is you sacrificing some element of your individuality for the collective.
I feel like people hide in the wiggle room of the definitions. And that's what I'm like, I want to squeeze that wiggle room out of the definition.
Well, no, it's because, right, but I understand that. But, people want to say, oh, no, what I'm saying is, I would imagine, I haven't read what anyone's saying, but I would guess the pushback what I'm saying would be like, no, individualism, they're going to try to relate individualism to like negative rights or something, right? That, something to that effect, which is like, okay, that's fine. You can have all the negative rights in the world, but you still need a collectivist organization to enforce those individual rights.
That's why I think that,
that's why I think Soto's, right. That's why I think Soto's framework to me is the best one, because it's like, well, where is this? The starting point is the answer, and then you kind of work out from there. And I understand that you're kind of trying to create a definition, trying to craft a definition to sort of squeeze out that thing. But I don't think you can I don't think that works. I don't think we can just like create a definition to fix a problem, right? To fix because like, okay, here's the real thing that's going on here that we have to talk about. And I'm going to take something from our good friend Scott Adams, who says crazy things, but he also says very smart things. Okay. He's like, two sides of the coin. You can flip the Scott Adams coin. Okay. One side says something very smart. One side says something very stupid. All right. Every time Scott Adams says something, the gods flip a coin to determine whether it's very smart or very stupid. This is a very smart thing. He talks about this thing called word thinking. Okay. Word thinking is when you hear the word or name of a category, and the word and the association of the word does all the thinking for you, and it makes you stupid.
Open air prison, concentration camp.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. So it's like, or a good example is when we have these arguments about what defines a man or a woman. This is all word thinking. They're trying to use a word or a label to win an argument and ignore the concept that's underlying the word and what the word represents. Because you have to remember, words represent concepts. So you have to talk about the concept, not the word.
Most people will never escape word thinking, though.
I understand that. That's how you know you're not an NPC. If you can escape word thinking, you've freed yourself from the bounds of NPCs.
But we still need to manage the NPCs because there's a lot of them as a society.
Yeah, but they're not in our audience.
Keep them in check.
Right. They're not in our audience.
Yeah, but look, our audience is trying to manage the NPCs too. They want helpful tips to manage those NPCs in their lives.
When we talk about collectivist versus individualist, I understand that there's a lot of NPCs outside our audience that will never be able to understand that conversation that we're having because they're subsumed in word thinking.
Of course.
Right. And that's fine.
Look what I'm trying to do. When you go bowling,
right,
with your 3-year-old and you put those things up that makes
sure
the ball gets down to the end of the lane Know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the bumpers.
I'm trying to put some bumpers on this fucking definition, Sitch. Help me here.
I get it. I get what you're doing. I understand what you're doing. I appreciate what you're doing, but I don't condone what you're doing. Okay.
90% of the people out there, look, we got 10% of the people in our audience.
Yeah.
We're the thinkers. We're the ones that understand what's going on out there.
The Sitch and Adam community. Yeah.
Right. We're not word thinkers, okay? We all have free will around here. But in our lives, we're surrounded by NPCs.
Yes.
We're surrounded by word thinkers.
Yeah, but you have to understand. So to me, I think
we need the bumpers.
But here's I think so. We have two options. Okay, we can either try to redefine collectivism and individualism to like trick people, I guess, to trick the word thinkers.
Trick people.
Okay, to trick the word thinkers. Yeah,
to help people, Sitch. What are you talking about?
This is like a conversation that like the supervillain has with the hero. Okay, I'm not tricking anyone, Sitch man. I'm just helping them see what is true.
Yes, look, truth is hard. The world is a difficult place. Truth is hard to discern. People need help.
Listen. Listen, Adam Nito. Okay, I, Sitch man, believe in truth. You can never win the people over with a lie. No good things will ever come from a lie.
It's not a lie. Okay.
It's a useful fiction.
Aren't all words at some level a deception? Is water really water? You can't drink the word water, Sitch. You know what I'm getting at.
Yes, but listen here. What's your villain name? I went with Adam Nito.
Mine?
I feel like
Skull Crusher, obviously.
Okay, listen here, Adam Skull Crusher. Okay. It's true that you can't drink the word water, right? But the word means a concept that has a shared meaning or a shared general map of meaning, which all people have to understand. Because otherwise, when you say, hey, can you hand me the bottle of water? They could hand you a bottle of piss. And you could be drinking piss and not even realize it. And you're like, why did you hand me this bottle of piss? And they're like, that's what you wanted. You said, hand me the water. Is that what you want, Adam? Do you want a society where people are drinking pee instead of water?
But does that definition serve me as an individual?
Oh, there you go. There's the evil plan comes out.
Does it serve me? Does it serve my goals?
I see. So what you're saying is that like definitions inherently are collectivists.
Yes.
Groups of people have to agree on what the fuck words mean.
Definitions are socialist. And we need to fix that shit.
We did it. Definitions are socialist.
We need to fix that. We need to fix it.
I have a very individualist approach to definitions. Words mean whatever I want them to mean.
Yeah.
They serve me. There you go. I love it.
Well, look, I think we understand the problem. I think we both understand the problem here. So,
what's the problem?
Look, every time you use your spectrum definition, I'm just going to say, oh, taxation is theft.
No, because the spectrum definition fights back against the taxation.
How?
Because it's saying that everything exists on the spectrum. So just because something has some collectivistness in it doesn't mean that it's socialism, doesn't mean that it's theft. That's the word thinking.
Okay.
Or I'll just say, in shorthand, I'll just say that's word thinking.
Well, I think you can
taxation and theft is word thinking.
I think you can conceptualize taxation as individualist anyway.
You can conceptualize anything to be individualist, and you can conceptualize anything to be collectivist, depending on how you frame it.
Yeah.
Which is very often that's what the socialists do, is they try to, and I think this is what you were gleaning at when you were talking about socialism being individualist, is because very often the socialists are trying to make arguments to basically trick people, to confuse them, say, oh, socialism is really about helping, is really individualist because it's all about helping you, the individual, maximize your freedom, right? And when they say freedom, they mean your positive rights. But those positive rights come at the cost of negative rights of everyone else.
Do they?
Yes.
Maybe.
They do. But so the idea is why I, as an enlightened centrist, never take the approach of just saying flatly, negative rights good, positive rights bad, or positive rights good, negative rights bad. It's like, no, there's always this given push and pull, there's always this push and pull. There's always this golden mean kind of somewhere moderate ground that you're kind of trying to look for, where you realize you have to balance all these things out. Because again, at the end of the day, society and culture and morality itself is you, the individual, sacrificing elements of your individualism to participate in the group.
Yeah.
Right.
So we have to find, you die. You're in the boat. We're all in this boat together.
Right. If you want to be the hyper individual, you go live in a forest somewhere off the grid and do whatever the fuck you want all day. You buy some land and you live on that land and you just never interact with anyone. You could be the most individualist individual of all time, right? But if you live and partake in part of society and culture and morality, these are all group things. These are all collectivist things.
Let's read some super chats.
Okay.
I think they're largely in favor of me, so I think.
There you go. Fondue for 20 hours says, I think this talk taught me something. The reason we start with individuals is to ground the collective perspective on the needs of the people living in it. Starting from the collective is pretty much going on your imagination. Yep. Yeah, that's a very good point.
Well, look, I do, and this is what I was trying to get at when we were talking about how we conceptualize these two groups. Because when people do talk about making changes, and conservatives do this a lot, they are conceptualizing the collective. And they're saying, look, if we make this change to society, society's going to fall apart, right? Society's going to cease to function. And so that is, they're saying the needs of the society is that it has to be functional and sustain over time. That's what's implied in what they're arguing. So,
yeah.
But you are kind of, what it takes to make a functional society over time is kind of a, let your imagination roam, right?
What I would add to what Fondue said is that the reason I think that we should, and I think this is why liberalism succeeds, why the starting point should be on the individual, and then you work out from there, is because since we operate under democracy makes it very easy for the collective to subjugate the individual.
Oh, yeah.
And so therefore, since that's the case, since it's very easy for the collective to basically, 60% of the population, in theory, votes 40% of the population to be enslaved, since that's a weakness inherent within voting and democracy, that's why, to counterbalance that, that's why you start with individual freedom and then work out from that to counterbalance that effect.
The Bill of Rights kind of conceptualizes it my way, in that there's a tipping point with certain behaviors. Like if you limit the individual's speech, you've crossed the tipping point. If you forbid the individual to carry firearms, you've crossed the tipping point, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's an important thing. But like even your crazy example with the hardcore pornographic billboard in the middle of town, okay? Let's say that happens, right? Someone puts up a billboard with hardcore pornography on it.
Right.
Is society going to fall apart? Or I don't know.
No, but people are going to be really fucking pissed about it.
Yeah, but maybe they get over it. Maybe they just acclimate to it. Oh, yeah.
Well, no, actually, because here's the argument you say. Like having the individual billboard will not lead to society falling apart. But having a society that permits the billboard could lead to society falling apart.
Maybe.
Because you'd say, like, society that permits hardcore pornography on a billboard in a city what else does that society permit, right?
Right.
So
yeah, I don't know. You're going kind of on the broken windows theory, right?
well, no, it's kind of like maybe it's kind of like a broken window / slippery slope. Like,
well, if your intuition is like it's going to make rape go through the roof or whatever, right?
Well, no, I'm
but
not
you put the
necessarily
hardcore billboard up, and then all of a sudden,
I'm
sexual
not
assault
saying
goes down. You're like, oh man, maybe we should have put these billboard up sooner.
no. I'm not saying that the hardcore pornography billboard makes rape go up. I'm just saying the society that either can't stop that action from taking place if everyone hates it, or doesn't care, is going to have other problems with it. That says something about the society. Yes, right. And so
I mean,
I think,
yeah, you're going off your gut intuition, though.
Of course I am. But the whole conversation is what's going on.
Of course. Look, all of these rules, I mean, I have the same kind of gut intuition as you. Like, yeah, don't put the billboard up. It's going to make people uncomfortable. It's going to make people unhappy. And why do it? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think a lot of times our moral intuitions are completely wrong and incorrect.
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course. But that's kind of the danger of our moral intuitions, is that yes, it is our gut, is our intuition. That's the whole point. They lead us astray. They can lead us astray, right?
Yeah. One time the moral intuition was we can't free all the slaves because who's going to do all the work and society will fall apart. And then we realized, oh, society's far more productive when people work on their own accord.
Right. Like, yeah, of course, there's a theoretical society that could have different conceptions of like sex, where you could put hardcore pornography on a billboard and it would be fine, right? But I'm looking at from our society standpoint, from our cultural standpoint, and people feel about sex. If you could put hardcore porn on a billboard in our country, and no one could stop it, okay? Even though everyone hates it, if everyone hates something but no one can stop it, I don't think that's I think there's something there. There's something happening there that I think is going to lead to tension and problems down the road.
What about attractive women in superhero movies? Is society going to fall apart if we have attractive women in superhero movies? But why is everyone putting a stop to it then?
Well, that's the problem. But that's the opposite. Most people want attractive women in superhero movies, and yet there's a small vocal minority of woke a-holes who want to put a stop to it, and they're listened to because they get hired to write all these crappy movies.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Fondue.
Nolan Gams for 1 month says the graduation of Sitch's societies are based on rights and policies that are either collectivist or individualist binary A-team.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
There you go.
I agree with Nolan.
Ethan Rogers for $5 says, are you all going to hold Yuta over his bizarre anti-dog takes from the other night? Because you all should. Those were cringe.
He doesn't like dogs? Wow.
I don't know what is his anti-dogs take?
Yeah. I wasn't like listening. Doggos. I wasn't, where was he talking about this? Did he do a live stream or something? Twitter.
I'll look it up. Listen.
Did you watch his video on why Destiny is a conservative?
Yes. Oh, I watched it. I didn't watch it yesterday, but I watched it when it came out.
Oh, okay. Good.
I don't remember it super clearly. So.
You're up to speed.
Where did he talk about dogs?
I figured we talked to him about that.
Okay, we can talk about that. We can talk about dogs. I don't see wherever the dog stuff.
I love dogs. Dogs are great. Why would
you like dags?
Dags? Of course. Everyone likes dags.
Thanks so much, Steel Wrath, for the 1 gifted membership.
Yes. Thank you.
Ostracey for $5 says, Adam's best take, remove all time zones. As a software developer, I have a deep hatred of time zones.
Right.
There you go.
It wasn't really my take, but I'll take it anyway.
I mean, you said something about removing time zones.
All time zones around the world?
I mean, I said it in jest.
But...
Right. You're like, listen, if it gets me A team, you know.
I think Osterseed is pretty solidly A team anyway.
Okay. Is Streamlabs on Sitch and Adam show or Sitch and Friended? I always forget. And I click the wrong one.
I don't know.
It's got to be Sitch and Friended because otherwise I don't know why this account would exist. This weird thing. Let's see, was I right? Was I correct? Because it signed me out. I was wrong. Oh, no, I was right. My intuitions were correct. Good on me. Okay. Kai Cuz Shuttle Service for $5 says on Jocko's Twitter, he posts a picture of him starting his day at 4:30 a.m. every morning. Oh, I totally called it. It's hilarious. I totally called it. Cameraman 502 for $5 says, I just wish people would stop evaluating every foreign policy through the lens of the Iraq War. They never accurately describe it, and it's just isolationist BS. Ooh.
I completely agree. And that's what Sitch and I have done that, have talked about that, and it's gotten us a bunch of criticism.
Because it's the word thinking comes out. The NPCs come out. Okay. Gotta fight it, guys. Poots for 7 months says, gentlemen, I just want to say I appreciate these streams and love listening to your discussion on politics and culture. Thank you for being amazing. Well, thank you, Poots.
Yeah, thanks for being a subscriber. Thanks for being a member.
The chat follow for $10 says, Adam, during your last IL discussion, I don't know what that means, you complained about the bias of low expectations towards, Israel. You complained about the bias of low expectations towards Palestinians, then proceeded to practice it within 10 seconds. S class is consistently the best class.
Well, I wish you'd let me know what happened there.
Yeah,
so
I don't
we could address it.
Yeah, I don't remember the specifics there.
Coming out, I do. First of all, I thank you for the $10. That's super generous of you.
Yes.
You contradicted yourself the other day. Like the immediate question I have is, oh, really? When? What did I say? What did I do?
Yeah, right.
Okay. Look, I'm not perfect, obviously, so it's possible.
I mean, you could be.
Sometimes it happens.
Majin for 16 months says, howdy, pumpkins. So then no risque yet tasteful Sitch and Adam billboards and I-95. Listen, if it's Sitch and Adam, Majin, you can go nuts. Go wild with you can buy all the Sitch and Adam billboards that you want. All right.
Make sure
Sitch
it's
and Adam
Chan.
is like art. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It exceeds pornography. Or not exceeds. It goes above pornography. Beckett for $20 says Sitch is right. Well, thank you. What's that? Adam agrees with Sitch. Well, Sitch is still correct and Adam is still wrong. S class is best class.
Boo.
Well, thank you, Beckett. That's a good super chat. Death by Sloth for 20 months. Thank you. Says some people are deeply credulous when given the right incentives. Hassan, for example, begs to be lied to so he can retain his emotional high. True. That is very true. Libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says the problem with Jocko's view is just like the Hamas civilians. Is just like with Hamas, the civilians were telling Americans what they wanted to hear, so we would leave them alone. Oh, okay. Interesting.
No, I suspected that might be the case as well. Obviously, they look at us just like they look at Hamas.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they'll tell whoever's in power whatever they want to hear, just get them out of their house, right?
Mm-hmm. Right. Let's see. Blind Escape Corner for $5 says, in the words of brand new, quote, I just want to believe, I just want to believe, I just want to believe. Glad to be back in PNW and catching you live.
Cool. Yeah, welcome back.
Welcome back. Christoph Keating for 11 months says, from the river to the sea is clearly a reference to Peter, Paul, and Mary's song, River of Jordan. There you go.
Is it now?
Soto for $2 says DumbTube won't allow super chat, so I sent a DM. Oh, let's see. You sent me a podcast. This is by John Spencer, one if not the foremost experts on urban warfare. He's made multiple episodes covering this conflict, including on the laws of war. Having worked with him, he does a great job of breaking things down in layman terms. He does a lot of public appearances, so I can see if he'll come on if you want, of course. Awesome. Well, thanks for sending it to me. I'll check it out. I'm really curious to hear an expert kind of explain the situation. So I feel like that's completely missing from the conversation whenever I hear people talk about whether Israel is doing the right thing or the wrong thing.
What's missing from the conversation?
This amazing thing where you like zoom in on the chat.
What?
There you go. Look at that. Adam is very happy. Are you guys happy about this? Adam was very excited to unveil this. He has a new button he can press where it zooms in on the chat, blows it up. So you can really see what you degenerates are speaking about. I mean, what you nice people are speaking about.
Adam broke YouTube.
There you go. Look at that.
Break anything. What are you talking about? I fixed it. YouTube was broken before this.
Yeah, see, I don't know. I don't trust if Sammy G for April Fools wants to make a Sitch and Adam billboard. I wouldn't trust that.
Oh yeah,
that would be bad. That would be something.
Look, if society doesn't have the power to prevent Sammy G from all her degeneracy, does that mean we're individualist?
It does. That's what it means.
Okay, well, look,
it means individualism has gone too far. Okay,
we've passed. We passed the test.
If we can't stop Sammy G degeneracy, what are we gonna do?
Look at this. I got another trick.
Yeah. What's the other trick?
I did one with my painting.
Oh, nice.
I think the all-seeing eye is funner, but
right. There was a Majin fan art that I haven't shown yet. To go find it.
Yeah, I should put. Well, I don't know how to do that. How to make a fan art. Well, I guess you could do it in a video file, so it just cycles through all the fan art.
Yeah, that's what you would have to do.
And then I could click on a button and it would just be fan art in the chat. That'd be pretty cool, right?
That would be very cool. You should do that. I like it. It's a good idea. Where's your degenerate art, March?
Woo! Look, I'm back. Oh wait, I was gonna try to catch a super chat. I missed it. Damn it.
For shame.
That's what I was gonna try to catch. Next time. I'll get the next one.
Okay, I sent you the 2 pieces of artwork. Okay. Fire Everything for 16 months. Thank you so much. For Discipline equals freedom for 16 months says, you guys, that was the one about going to 45-30. Thank you. Lives in Dev's balls specifically. Dev never responded, by the way, to me pointing out that you lived in his balls. Very sad.
He's afraid.
He's like, afraid.
Oh my God, do I go to the doctor?
Right.
Oh my gosh, how do I repair this? How do I get this guy out of my balls?
There you go. It says, day 10 of my stay in Dev's twin pendulums. The company so far is favorable, although some of these guys can be sore losers. 8 out of 10 Yelp review.
Wow.
There you go. I'm going to send that one to Dev. Maybe I'll get him to respond. Okay. He has to respond to this. He has to know that you're there inside of his,
This is old. This is an old Majin piece. What did
we ever? I don't think we ever showed it, did we?
Make sure there's no hidden penises in it.
I don't believe there's a hidden penis in there.
Maj is trying to get a penis into the show, just so you know.
Is that really? Is that a thing?
He's trying to catch us slipping so he can get the stream taken down.
Oh, Adam, you're on fire. Look at that.
Hell yeah. Of course I'm on fire.
Just be 1005 for 3 months. If discipline equals freedom, thank you. says, I think there's a slight flaw in how you both are defining collectivism and framing it as individual versus collective, as people in collective societies seem to view themselves as part of the collective.
Yeah, they do. Yes.
Yeah, but I still think the only way to conceptualize it is, the starting point of, where the focus is on the protection of the individual from the group or the group from the individual. Whatever the primary attribute is, primary focal point. So,
who did this? This is awesome.
Which one? Oh, so Sammy was a little embarrassed the other day.
Right. Oh, Sammy did this?
Yes. That
Sammy G's messy doodle she draws as response to messages because she's
let me give the context here, because you're just
Okay.
reading it off without explaining the context.
Okay. Give the backstory.
Yeah. So the backstory was on Sunday, we showed a bunch of Sammy pictures that were like, had this very convoluted backstory to understand what the hell she was drawing. And my counter is, listen, you can't draw these awesome pictures if you don't want me to show the world. Okay. And so here's is this a butterfly meme or is this a bird meme? So here's Sitch going, is this fan art? And then it's Sammy G's messy doodle she draws as responses to messages because she's a weirdo who hates normal text messaging and they don't make sense without the context of the actual message thread. Listen, that could all be true, but we all can just still appreciate your artwork. Okay?
Are you sharing DMs? Are these drawings secret drawings?
I'm leaking the DMs. Okay.
Look at this.
Look at this.
Sitch.
I know. I'm a bad person. I'm a bad boy here.
How are you ever going to get nudes if you keep leaking DMs?
Stop.
What are you doing?
Look at this great Sitch meme. Like this is the template for this. It's like the perfect Sitch meme template. Okay. This has to be shared with the world. It can't be hidden in DMs. Look at it. It's so beautiful.
It is amazing. It is beautiful.
Right.
This should be in a museum.
It should be in a museum. It should be in a meme museum. Okay.
Meme museum would be great.
There you go.
Get all this Van Gogh. Get this Jackson. Get this Pollock out of here. Give me that fucking meme. That one.
The
one with the soy jack. All pissed off. Yeah. Bring that one over here.
There you go. Don't be embarrassed, Sammy. Be proud of your beautiful art. Okay.
Now, yeah, watch out what you send Sammy, or watch out what you send Sitch Sammy, because he's like you got no sense of boundaries here. You might be on a billboard in the middle of town.
I feel like the reverse of that is more likely to be true. Sammy was already talking about trying to make a Sitch and Adam billboard.
She's gonna leak your DMs.
No, she's gonna draw some like Sitch and Adam lewd, borderline naked picture of us like making out. She's gonna try to get it on a billboard somewhere in Florida.
Oh yeah, right in front of your house. So when you leave your house, you gotta see it.
No, it'll be right outside of like an anime convention or something. Mm-hmm. Okay, speaking of not beautiful art. Speaking of horrible art.
Oh yeah, Majin.
So we have Majin here, who I think has taken the crown of Sitch and Adam degenerate. Drew this horrible, disgusting picture.
Right.
Of here he is, his little alien character, and he's like so excited, he's like sweating like a degenerate.
Mm-hmm.
And he pulls out the Yiffinator, and he shoots me with a Yiffinator, and there I am.
Yiffing away,
and there I am turning into a wolf boy. Look at that. And there's an excited Sammy G in the corner.
Oh no.
Saying Turese Paledo? I assume you don't say it that way, but whatever. What does that mean? What does that mean, Majin? In Spanish? Something like, I am the furry now. So thank you, Majin, for this horrible, horrible art.
I mean, the art is acceptable. I mean, I like it. Pushes boundaries.
CT's working as a really cool looking piece.
I sent eudaimonia.
Nice.
Eudaimonia.
CT's working this really
link,
cool piece of us. Look at that. Look at us there.
Oh, CT's got one? Here, I'll bring it up.
Bring it up. Peludo means furry. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
A Swimmy64 for $20 says, "Hey guys, loving the stream. I mentioned a few streams ago that you guys should check out Pilgrim Pass. I'm wondering if you guys checked them out yet. Also, A-Team Living the Dream."
Yes. Did
you check out Pilgrim Pass?
No.
Well, you gotta do that. Listen, as the guy, since he's A-Team, you have to.
Oh yeah.
You have to go check that out.
I'll check it out right now. Look at that.
Okay. Well, how about this? How about you read some super chats? I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Okay. I'm gonna wait for our guest to get here as I look up Pilgrim Pass. Let's see. Super chats. Sitch always does this to me when I have the wrong tabs open, so I don't necessarily know where I am. Let me see. Super chats. What tab is that in? Live streams. Here we go. I think we already. Oh yeah, we did do Ethan Rogers for $5. I think we already did that. Look, I think we're already caught up on Super Chat. Said she left at a very inappropriate time. Let me see. Go back up to the top. Ostracy for $10 says, "Be me, Sitch and Adam super fan. Click show right as it comes up. Forget join a work meeting in the middle of me talking in the meeting. Hey now." Oh no, with harmonica noises. Mute second computer. Did we get in your Zoom meeting, Ostracy? That's hilarious. Well, look, maybe they could be Sitch and Adam fans. Maybe it's not such a bad thing after all. What's up?
Hey there, can you hear me?
I can. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me. Happy to be here. This is fun. This is good.
Yeah, cool. I figure we just talk about whatever.
Yeah, happy to talk about really whatever. I know that I've been following along a little bit in the past hour or so.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, just a little bit, sitting here having it on in the background. The individualism, collectivism talk.
Well, you can weigh in on that then.
Oh, well, happy to. Happy to do it now or whenever. And you guys make the schedule, I guess.
I want you to weigh in on Adam's big head. How do you feel about that? His big.
I think he looks fine.
Really? Okay.
He looks nice.
Okay. I mean, that's how I envision Adam whenever he disagrees with me. This is the mental image I have going on.
That one?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'll
look.
Bear it in mind.
It's good if you punch me in the face. Look here.
You have a lot of room to go for. Oh, you lost it.
I did. Yeah.
Okay.
I can still see you.
There you go.
See right around your fist.
So okay. So yeah, what's your take on the individual versus collectives?
So there's a book written by a sociologist, 20th century sociologist named Robert Nisbet. I don't know if you're familiar. He wrote a book called Quest for Community. Mm-hmm. Basically, his thesis is that individualism and collectivism, it's sort of a dogma or narrative that is very much advanced by American. He writes in the American context. Very much advanced and admired by the American powers that be, because individualism and collectivism, the narrative is that these things are opposed, these are opposites. And he posits, and I'm inclined to agree with him, that these are actually mutually reinforcing. Because basically and he sort of says that one American party, faction, the American right and the American left, one champions individualism while the other champions things that lean more towards collectivism. And really, it's in so doing, they mutually reinforce each other, because by enhancing or promoting individualism and policies and goals that heighten or augment individualism, what you do is you deprive people of any sense of belonging. You sort of atomize them in a way that then, when you combine that with people's natural desire or proclivity to want to be a part of something, any kind of community, but if you enhance their individualism, there is no such community. Increasingly, the only form of community they have is that of the state. And so what you actually start to have is a individualist society, or people who conceive of themselves as individuals who actually begin to conceive of themselves as only members of the state. You kill local forms of association. And so state-endorsed collectivism, again, this is not to the level of anything that you would say in a more collectivist state that you and I would think of in the colloquial sense, but collectivist endeavors. You have people who champion both of them while thinking that they are ardent adherents to one or the other.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like this guy's a big conservative.
Maybe so. Yeah. I mean, it's certainly part of my own formation there. So wouldn't be surprised if there was some overlap. But no, I mean, that was sort of my take and my impression throughout it. I mean, I wasn't here for the whole conversation, so I wouldn't pretend or presume to butt in. But that was immediately what came to my mind when I heard you guys talking about it.
I think what he's saying is true. I think it's definitely a possibility. Part of the difficulty is that is trying to separate the way that our government works should not necessarily be the way that like our culture or our communities work. So I think our government should err on the side of, individualism and individual freedom. But I agree that as a community, it's definitely better if people, have a stronger sense of community, whether it be their church or their neighborhood or their family or whatever. It shouldn't necessarily like people, I think, are too quick to want to map on, like there's like a one fit all lens or worldview that should apply to your family and your government, when obviously these things are structured very differently and should operate very differently.
My question is, I feel like some people have that desire that he talks about to become a part of a collective. And I think in our society, the people that do have that desire, there's plenty of collectives that they can join, plenty of groups that they can join. My question is there a substantial number of people who just don't want to be a part of a group and want to be in this atomized state, but it's not really good for them? It's like the equivalent of just being a crackhead or something. And you kind of got to force them into being a part of a collective for their own good.
Well, right. It's not, to my mind, it's not good for them, and it's not good for us. It's not good for any of us. I mean, the purely private person, it was, God, I am not the type of person, at least I don't usually like to do it in conversations, at least this quick, to just throw out names of authors or all that. But I mean, this is what Plato
This
called
is a place for that, though. Really.
Well, okay, all the better. I mean, this is what Plato called the idiot, right? The idiot was someone who was purely private. That was what the term was used to describe in the ancient Greek. It was idiot. It didn't mean you were stupid or low IQ. What it meant was you were purely concerned with private affairs, your own. I got mine, right? You go to work, you come home. You don't sort of contemplate matters of community, state, and so the purely private person, the purely atomized person, is, as Plato would call them, an idiot. And I think that's something that we could really draw from today, because I think a lot of people, I think in a certain sense, both the American left and the American right, at least, and I think this is probably true in other contexts too, but I'm familiar with the American context. It really does, in both senses, on the American right and left, emphasize, both sides emphasize this kind of political idiocy. It's just whether it's in the realm of sort of social relations or whether it's in the realm of economic activity. But in a certain sense, both are concerned with atomizing people, just whether it's on the social or the economic axis.
So you're saying that Plato said that all libertarians are idiots?
Plato says it, and I think a lot of people, myself included, perhaps, might echo him.
Oh, okay. That's hilarious.
Plato said it, and you agree with it?
Me?
I like libertarians, okay? Look, and Sitch, we have a word for this. It's called misanthrope. That's what we call it in the English language, right? Sitch, I think, is a bit of a misanthrope. I really do.
Well, okay. I'm listen. I'm being hyperbolic here. I think I'm like looking this up because I'm always interested in the origin and etymology of words and saying, according to Plato, idiot meant someone so self-centered and absorbed with private matters that they neglected the duties of citizenship to discuss, vote, and participate in matters of public interest. So I'm kind of joking when I say libertarians because obviously libertarians tend to be more interested in politics than people that are not libertarians. So.
Right. The real libertarians are perhaps the ones who say they're apolitical. You know, those people almost live the libertarian ideal better than the libertarians themselves, maybe, because they don't. They just attend to their own garden.
Well, I would imagine most libertarians, as not a libertarian, I imagine most libertarians' response is that they have to be very politically involved to protect themselves from all of us dirty collectivists.
Sure. Yeah. No. Maybe so. They're a chronically defensive. That's sort of my observation, anyway.
So, regarding the individual collectivist thing, it sounds like, I mean, I'm assuming you would agree that it's problematic, and it sounds like that guy that you're quoting agrees it's problematic to hitch socialism to collectivism, because he's really saying is that conservatism has a lot of collectivist elements to it, and a bunch of neoliberal conservatives or neoliberal Republicans are kind of using the individualist approach for their own business interests, and they're accidentally or intentionally shattering all like the social conservative elements that people like.
I think that's largely correct. I guess, I mean, I don't know if Robert Nisbet himself, in certain respects he was, in others he wasn't, a champion of social conservatism. So I don't know if he makes a prescriptive sort of judgment on that, or a value judgment as to whether it's good or bad, other than the fact that, yes, I think that the formulation is correct, that American conservatives, classical, liberal, neoliberal, anyone not conservative in the throne and altar sense, European conservative style, but American conservative sense, I think that, they, in pursuing and in championing their individualism, the rugged individualism bootstraps theory, you see it at more extreme ends, from the Ayn Rand acolytes to people who still quote Reagan. There's sort of this sometimes explicit championing of individualism that, works in concert with actually enhancing state interests, because what you do is you reduce man to an idiot in the Platonic sense, and then without any other form of association, all that's left is the state. And so, and you see that, right? This is like Robert Putnam's Bowling Alone, right? Like the same amount of people are bowling now as they were 50 years ago, but they're not bowling in bowling leagues. And like rates of local associate church attendance is obviously an easy one, but the amount of people who send their kids to scouts, or have older people who have bingo night, right? Like these things, people are still doing these things, but they don't do them as part of a group as much anymore. And you also see it, when you look to whenever there's a national tragedy, right? Like all of these things sort of occur in concert, because whenever there's national tragedy, such as a shooting or something, the first response of most people, left and right, they have different prescriptions, but is to look to Washington. And very seldom are there ever many endeavors that you hear about at the municipal level, state level, community level. People immediately look to the highest form of association. Combine that with Robert Putnam's findings in his book, and I think that the proof is right there, is that people yearn for a kind of involvement and a kind of place to gather, but they don't have it anymore. So they turn to the state as a form of association.
Well, I mean, it's an interesting idea. Like there's the fear that we'll turn to, we'll have the state become more collective. I don't know if I've seen that's what's going on in America. It seems more like the sort of online communities or the woke communities have sort of become the communities that people are kind of reaching for instead.
Oh, I think so. I think so, and I think that is a natural outgrowth of perhaps the liberal, and I mean that in the classical sense, the liberal ideal. I think that in the absence of any other communities, people will make their own, and I think that they turn to sort of these, what you would call woke, socially progressive, whatever you want to call it. They turn to these forms of association as a way of securing that, and as a way of seeking belonging. I think that's certainly true.
So I think it's I think there's two things going on, which is that I think a lot of community in America was destroyed not because of a sense of individualism, though that probably, I mean, I think that plays into it. And a lot of these changes occurred in the 60s and 70s when people kind of, the young generation basically lost faith in the older generation. But also, a lot of it started in like the 80s and 90s with the crime wave when parents became so paranoid of letting their children, go outside and play because,
Sure.
the news would like hyperfixate on kidnappings. And so everyone was so afraid that their child would be kidnapped, even though obviously like the rate of children being kidnapped or killed or attacked in America was still very low. And that completely, I think changed and atomized a lot of children and their interaction in the world. And then as soon as you kind of invent this technology that allows people to self-segregate to the most extreme levels of interest, I mean, I think people are just naturally drawn to that, and there's going to be consequences to that.
I think that's absolutely right. I think that too, this is more anecdotal, but it's pretty funny. There are some like conservative publications, things like called like Front Porch Republic and things like that. And they sort of draw from this observation that throughout the 20th century, there was a real shift in how American homes were built.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at homes that were built in the first half of the 20th century, they had much larger front porches than back patios.
Mm-hmm.
And by the later 1900s, they had larger back patios than front porches. And so that's sort of an interesting example of how this happens in real time. You can see the priorities shift, and you see now that most homes built in the 60s and on have emphasis on back patios over front porches. Again, it's sort of just like a one-off observation, but I think it illustrates the point nicely.
That is interesting. That's interesting. Adam, you have anything to say about all this?
Yeah. Look, I don't know. I'm skeptical of the meaning crisis. So.
Oh, really?
Just because I don't have a meaning crisis, and I kind of like being a loner and a rebel. So I'm not really a joiner, but I do.
Does it match up with your personal experience?
I understand people wanting to join who are joiners. I don't know the breakdown. Like, you guys make excellent points on especially the point about the technology, just making it possible for people to join groups that are just completely tailored to their interests, regardless of the local feasibility of that. Like, Sitch and I have so much in common, but we're literally a whole United States away from each other. So yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily. I mean, I think that you deal with what you have, right? So we're not going to go back to any kind of 1950s return with a V, social ideal of these forms of association. And technology is certainly not going away. So I don't. And the internet can be a great way to cultivate some of these things. I think that it won't replace. Well, I'll never say never, right? With the rate at which it's changing and developing, but to my mind, it can't and won't replace what we lost. But I think that this might be as good as we have for now, because people always go to the social progressivism, woke, left, whatever you want to call it. But there are certainly good examples of people in other. Your show is a perfect example of people finding those communities more generally. So I think that the right will sometimes doom about how the internet's being used, and sort of what do they say? All the crazies used to be in their basements, and you never knew they existed 50 years ago, and now they can talk, and that's true, perhaps. But
they
so
can play
too,
World of Warcraft.
Wow.
Right, not right. But so too is that a hobby of someone here?
It was a former hobby of someone here.
Well, mine too. I played throughout high school.
Wow, look at this. Wait, what class, what race?
Oh god, what was I? Okay, so I had a troll warlock that I leveled only to. This was in the early 2010s, so I don't even know how it works anymore. But I leveled him to the sufficient point where I could make a Worgen Death Knight, and then I max leveled him. So I sort of abandoned my troll as soon as I got the Death Knight.
So when you first started playing, it was Wrath?
It was Cataclysm.
Oh, okay, wow. So you were late in the game.
I was late, and then the panda stuff started coming out. I thought it was too goofy. College started, and I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. but I played from early Kata to mid Panda. It's like kind of, so not that long in the grand scheme.
Well, I mean, that's a couple of years probably. Like,
yeah, no, a couple of years. Yeah. Not as long as some people I know. Unreal.
Sure, you're talking to one of them, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you played a Worgen Death Knight.
Yes.
Wait, so you leveled a troll just to play an alliance character? What the fuck?
The wolf guy was cool. I don't think I had the wolf guy Worgen when I got it, and then I got the expansion. I think that's right. I don't remember. Yeah, I switched. I was playing with my buddy. I know. I was playing with my buddy. He only played alliance, and I convinced him to level with me on horde. He made an undead, and we would always play together to level me up. And then as soon as I got to, I think that's what it was. We had a deal that as soon as I got to the level, I would go back to alliance because he liked night elves, I think.
Ew, what a loser. You should not be friends with that guy anymore. God.
Yeah, I'll let him know. I'll hit him up. I'll tell him.
Worgen Death Knight. God. Listen, I like a true Chad played an Orc Death Knight. Okay. Classic Orc Death Knight.
So, depending on who you ask, that's not all that classic. I know I got a lot of hate when I still played for playing Death Knight at all. People didn't like how they started at, what was it, 55 at the time?
Yeah.
People hated that. Some people were real purists, and they're like, you should start from 1 Death Knights. It's cheap. And they weren't happy about it. So
they weren't happy. Well, that's why, for people that know what I'm talking about, you had to level up a character to 55 to play a Death Knight in the first place, which is what you did with your troll.
Right.
Warlock. But people don't like Death Knights because, and this was very true, when Death Knights first came out, they were so overpowered. It was preposterous how overpowered they were. And I loved it. Okay. I love playing my overpowered Death Knight. People try to gank you. You're like, what are you doing? I'm a Death Knight. You're crazy. Okay.
Gosh, over a decade ago now.
Yes.
Unreal.
I know, right? God, so long ago. Anyways, I forget what we were talking about.
Tell us about the Death Knight.
The Death Knight?
You don't care about the Death Knight, Adam.
No, I do.
That's the class Adam. See, I want Adam to play.
No, look.
Funny.
How do I be a Death Knight? That's what I'm thinking. I heard Death Knight insanely powerful, and I was like, huh? I perked up a little bit.
I want Adam to stream playing. They've released vanilla hardcore mode, which is vanilla WoW, and your character dies forever if you die once.
Wait,
what if I'm a Death Knight?
Yes, you can't be a Death Knight in vanilla hardcore.
What?
Because there were no Death Knights in
vanilla. Lame.
Death Knights were 3 expansions down the road. So I just wanted Adam to stream this and play it because I know he'll die like a fuck ton and it'll be hilarious.
That'd be really frustrating. Oh, I couldn't. So you're permadead. Like it's done.
You're permadead. Yes.
I wouldn't like to play. I'd have anxiety. I would never leave the city.
I know. It's terrible. And it's like, it is vanilla too. I was like, listen, permadeath, if I could be a Death Knight, like, all right, listen, I could probably swing that. Okay. But vanilla, oh God.
You gotta eat and stuff. Like, is that?
Well, you have to eat.
Well, to regain health. I mean, you don't have like a health bar, but like
you don't have like a hunger meter, right? It's not like Skyrim hardcore mode or anything. Okay.
No. It's just the only difference is it's just vanilla. And
do I have to cook my food? Do I have to like make my stuff?
There's no cooking.
Okay, good.
You just buy a little food and drink to eat.
Nice.
To get your health back. Yeah. Right.
Cool.
Or you find some mage to make it for you if you're cheap.
Is there Taco Bell?
There is no Taco Bell.
Oh, damn it.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Anyway, I don't remember what we were talking about before we got off.
We were talking about just general conservatism stuff. The meaning crisis, whether or not the meaning crisis.
Did you find meaning in World of Warcraft? You're right. Wait, I'm so mistaken. Officy is correct. Cooking is a whole profession. Wow. Yeah, but there's no way Adam's going to level cooking, guys. Okay. He's not going to participate in the cooking.
I'm not going to participate in cooking in WoW. Do you think the meaning crisis is real?
So this might completely expose my ignorance. The meaning crisis being people not having a sense of meaning in life.
People on YouTube making videos about how there's a meaning crisis. There's a bunch of people on YouTube that constantly talk about a meaning crisis that's going on, and I think the what they mean by it is that there are a lot of people that feel like they don't have meaning in their lives and they're depressed about it. I think that's what they mean by it.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, firstly, and this is probably going to be very ironic given my presence here and my personal life, but I don't watch YouTube really. If there's like sort of a term of art or a sort of phenomenon that's occurring largely in like social or political YouTube spheres, that's why I guess I could intuit what the meaning crisis means, but that's why I guess I needed you to break it down for me.
Well, there's this philosopher that was friends with Jordan Peterson called, I think he's Vivek. I don't know his
Vivek.
Vervaeke, I think is his name. I don't know his last name.
I'll have to, if you can get me the name or the spelling, I'll look him up. I was like, I don't think it's Vivek. I think that's the guy running for president.
Yeah, Vivek is the guy running for president. It's Vervaeke.
Okay.
And he did an entire series on the meaning crisis. And I watched some of them, but he basically has this idea that's kind of like the bowling alone. Who's the bowling alone guy again?
Robert Putnam.
Putnam, yeah. So he's kind of in that Putnam camp where people are becoming atomized and getting depressed and downtrodden and looking for meaning in their lives. I guess I'm just not one of those people, so it doesn't really ring as true to me. But I mean, obviously, I've had points in my life where I've been depressed and felt alone.
Right.
So,
well, who hasn't?
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and that's the other thing that I think the right, well, both, I think everyone will do this. I think it's a human tendency, but the right has this tendency to, it's just rose tinted glasses. It's nostalgia, right? To say, well, as if no one had these dreads 50 years ago, 100 years ago, 3,000 years ago. I mean, part of this is sort of the downside of leisure, right? This comes with idleness.
Yes.
So I think that part of this, it's a double-edged sword with the comforts we enjoy because you're granted more idleness, which is can be used for great things or can lead to this kind of despair. I think that now that's not to say that it hasn't gotten worse and there aren't compounding factors that have made it worse in the past, however many decades or centuries. I think reasonable minds might be able to differ on that, but I think that it's demonstrably true. I just don't know how novel it is. I think that this is sort of one of those situations or one of these phenomenons that have always been somewhat true for anyone who isn't forced to labor from waking moment to going to bed. And so part of it's just forging. I mean, this is what all the mid-century existentialism was about. I mean, this is not a novel phenomenon in a certain sense. It might be. I think that if anything, however, it's certainly exacerbated by economic crunch. I think that I think that's really what it is that there's been a lie, or it's not a lie, but it's a scam that to advance oneself, you have to undertake this sort of path that causes you to be straddled with debt. I think that you combine this with the social alienation that people like Putnam talk about. And you have people that are functionally prisoners. And so outside of a prison. And so I think that might exacerbate it for sure.
His series is called Awakening from the Meaning Crisis.
Okay.
So he's got like this, I mean, it might be like 50 parts. I see it goes all the way up to 50. So, and I mean, I think he did some talk recently that really just rubbed me the wrong way, but now I can't remember what the talk was.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I was like, it seemed like everything he was saying seemed like just complete bullshit to me.
Wow.
Well, maybe. I won't speak to it yet.
Yeah, I wish I could remember what it was, because I was like, oh, this is such garbage. He was talking about politics or something.
I think that you do have to, I mean, again, I haven't seen it, so I won't speak to it specifically, but I do think, like I said, you have to handle those conversations delicately and thoughtfully, because it's very easy to say everything got worse after. I mean, people do it at different stages, right? Some say the Magna Carta, some say John Locke, some say Henry VIII, Martin Luther, some say Woodrow Wilson.
All those are super important. I mean, you can't really, they all seem indispensable. Magna Carta and Martin Luther for sure.
Well, certainly important.
Yeah.
I think that, but I think it's very easy to just always pick a sort of moment in history, moment in time, or a certain man of history and say this is when everything's shit because of what he did, or everything's shit because of this particular event. And I think that really we have to acknowledge that this is part of what being an adult is, and the things that you think are novel aren't all that novel. because this is something that people, I mean, the most tight-knit, idyllic, Catholic village in Europe 800 years ago, whatever, the adults in that community, they had to address these issues too, to the extent that they were able. And so I just think that to suggest that it's something new as a result of America or Protestantism or whatever, my sort of circle of folks do. Maybe there's some kernels of truth here and there, but at the same time, we shouldn't pretend that it's entirely novel and that things were perfect all but a couple hundred years ago.
Yeah, I can't remember the author. It's like the Rational Optimist. I'm sure.
Rational Optimist.
Yeah. Have you heard of this book, The Rational Optimist? Everything you're saying,
might have heard of the title.
He pretty much lays out in that book how people are just Pollyanna about the past. They romanticize everything the way it was, and it's really just they've got a very wrong picture of where we are, where we're going, and where we've been. To kind of just humans by nature kind of have a dour outlook if left to their own devices for evolutionary reasons, right? Obviously, we should be more aware of the dangers around us than the good stuff. So
I'll have to look into it. I'm not familiar.
Yeah, it's a great book. Ridley's, what's his name? I don't know. Here, I'll look it up. But I found the Vervaeke thing. So it was when everyone was talking about AI, and there were a bunch of like kind of in the collective consciousness was the idea that AI was going to destroy us or take us over, or we were on the verge of being subjugated by AI. And he did this talk, AI, the coming threshold and the path we must take. Internationally acclaimed cognitive scientist John Vervaeke. And this, I mean, it felt so self-aggrandizing about how like philosophers have to be very essential to the development of AI. And I was just like going, it's just nonsense. And he did slip into like the meaning crisis stuff, and we have to like make sure that the AI is imbued with meaning, and
that sounds like a terrible idea.
I know. I was just look. We should listen to this sometime. I kind of cataloged it in my mind. Like, this is some crazy shit we should react to.
I'd have to read it. Or you said it's a book, right? It's not a.
Oh no, this is a talk by John Vervaeke. The Rational Optimist is the book that I was talking about.
Gotcha.
Sorry, I should have like separated those. I'm kind of
no, all good. I'll have to watch it. I mean, I'm inclined based on the Spark Notes you just gave. I think that there should be a greater role, actually. I don't know if to use the word philosopher always seems inappropriate. It's like how modern musicians get like knighted, and they're technically knights, but it's like inappropriate. Like, no one living should be called
like
a philosopher.
Sting is a knight,
right? Exactly. Like Elton John or something like is a knight. Like, okay, but philosophers, theorists, I don't know, whatever you want to call them. I think there actually could be a greater place for them, and we need a greater care for those considerations when it comes to developing AI or any other. Was something I saw, not to completely go on a different topic, and we don't have to stay with that.
You can't look. Just Matt Ridley is the guy who did The Rational Optimist, just for if people want to know. But go ahead, go on your tangent.
Well, it was just with respect to COVID. Actually, I remember when the lockdowns began and all that, and I saw a lot of governors abdicate a lot of their decision making to what they called experts or technocrats.
Yes.
And there was no real care and this is not even a novel point. It's just one that I saw a lot of people, myself included, making early on, that there was no real care for broader considerations of what makes a good governance. What is a good state? How ought a state to run when there is this kind of disaster, catastrophe? There was purely a narrow focus on what one narrow band of experts were saying. Whereas, of course, the good ruler, the just ruler is meant to weigh these things. And I think that's where the political theorist, the moral philosopher, has a place in society more broadly than just the ivory tower of academia, because we had these governors who ostensibly are meant to weigh what the epidemiologists and the doctors say against what the economists say, against what the political theorist would say. Well, what is a good ruler? Does he simply follow what the epidemiologist says about cases and spread, and weighs the costs and the benefits? And so I saw a real abdication of duty. And as we all did, I think, I won't speak for you guys, but that's what I saw. And so I think analogously, there is sort of a vacuum there when it comes to how we develop our technology, how we develop, how our whole society runs. And I think that there actually should be a little bit of a greater care to balance those interests, because right now we're sort of blind if we simply, because without that, we're simply guided by what we can do and not what we ought to do. And I think that that's without that sort of cabining, or without that sort of guardrails, without those guardrails, we risk more disasters like that. Abdication of duties, really.
Yeah, no, I love what you're saying, and I agree to some extent. Now we're really getting to the good stuff, the stuff that we like to talk about, obviously. But yeah, I see what you're saying, and I always have to say, philosophy. I have the utmost respect for philosophy. I feel like I have to give like the please
No,
do not hate on me.
No, you don't.
I have the look, philosophy is super, super important. I believe, like, what is the thing that people often say, that people are behaving under some dead philosopher's ideology, something to that effect, like some philosopher is animating any particular society. I believe that. I totally think these philosophy, they call it philosophy when they like it and ideology when they don't like it, but it's kind of the same thing. So we do need to structure ourselves as a society on how we think, how we do things, how we institutionalize things. So I have the utmost respect for philosophy. I sometimes feel philosophy is used in places where it's not necessary. It becomes kind of like the spelling of thinking, where I want to get to the narrative, to the story, to the meat of what we're talking about, right? I don't want to worry about the punctuation and the spelling. So,
well, that's an interesting perspective, because to my mind, the meat is the philosophy. I think that it indicates your entire approach and view of philosophy to think of it as the mere punctuation, when to my mind, it should be the guiding principle. It should be why we're even doing what we're doing. So it should be in the background at all times. So to even suggest that it is mere punctuation rather than the meat, or whatever you said, the content, the substance, or rather the form versus the substance. But I think that indicates your view of philosophy more generally. And it's one I don't agree with, respectfully. Because I think that the philosophy, the intent behind it, has to always be at the center from which everything branches out, rather than sort of window dressing or attenuated comments.
So what is the meat? What is the foundation of philosophy that's essential?
Well, I think that, for example, in the context of, I don't know, AI, we could say the development of AI, right? It's kind of how we got springboarded onto this. In the case of AI, it's more of just the broader questions of how ought it be used? Why should it even be used? Questions like that, questions that are sort of, you could sleepwalk through life without even thinking about why we're even asking those questions or why we're doing what we're doing. We're just on a treadmill of developing these things. What? To make things easier, more convenient, quicker? Why? Why should things necessarily always be more convenient? Is convenience always an inherent good? Yes. Or is it an inherent good? You think it is?
I'm lazy.
Well, look, but you can have this conversation completely outside of the realm of philosophy. Like when I'm talking about philosophy, I'm like, you're making some sort of claim or doing some sort of thought experiment, and someone will come along and say, oh, that's consequentialist, or that's functional fictionalism. Like they are definitely categorizing just patterns of thought in a way that is kind of just punctuation and spelling to me.
Oh, I agree.
That's what I'm saying.
I certainly agree that a lot of academic philosophy operates that way.
Right.
You see this a lot. I almost did a PhD in philosophy instead of going the route I did, which was law school. But you see this a lot. The academy especially doesn't create. It's not generative. It's just
classifying things.
Right. It's classifying things. It's just, I'm an Aristotle scholar. Okay.
Right.
I mean, they don't produce. No, there is no Aristotle of today. There is no one writing. There are a handful of folks who I think are compelling theorists, but everyone is engaged in the study of someone else. Academia exists now, philosophy at least, and I think political theory, theology a little less so, I think, in my observation. But they exist to just systematize and categorize. I agree with you that that's certainly happening in the academy and is very dangerous.
Okay,
and,
so maybe we have more agreement than we first suspected. Because like if we're having a conversation about epistemology, I'm like, okay, that's essential. Like we got to understand how you're coming to your truth claims.
Right.
But if we're just categorizing some sort of thought experiment that you developed, it's like, do we really need to do that in this particular case? Or
Sure.
can we just dive into the thought experiment?
No, I very much agree with you then. In that case, what you describe, it to my mind is more, what we see in the ivory tower, I think. And I think that's certainly helpful at a certain level within the ivory tower. But I think that, and you see this in people, and I think you even alluded to this, people will just throw out these terms they learned, right? It's not really helpful. It's not that, and to my mind, that's not even philosophy. That's regurgitation of stuff that you learned, you memorized. That's no different than a middle school history class where you're memorizing these schools of thought and applying them to other people's thoughts.
Hence the spelling example.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you're just memorizing these things. Like that's the way that word is spelled.
Right. And I believe that rather that's not even really interesting philosophy. I don't know how to call it philosophy at all. That's history. That's history of thought, which is valuable, but it's not applicable to what I think. And you should study it as one studies history of global affairs, but you shouldn't allow that to replace your own judgments. Philosophy is in my view, it's the act of finding your own judgments. It's making judgments. It's what is good, what is right, those things. More broad. I mean, again, I'm speaking very broadly, but that's philosophy, and sort of distilling that and applying it to current events, to problems you face on a daily basis, either interpersonally, politically. That's philosophy, not scholarly, narrow categorization.
Right. Okay. So look, I feel like we do have a lot of agreement. And so if we're dipping into the right and wrong realm, we're definitely talking about morality, right?
Mm-hmm.
So do you think of morality as like a type of philosophy?
Do I think of morality as a type of philosophy? I guess you could, I mean, moral philosophy, ethics, not ethics as it's taught at the undergraduate level where it's like corpo jargon, rather, but actual ethics, like Aristotle's Politics and Ethics, for example, right? I think that's certainly moral philosophy. I also think that to actually adhere to any of these things is to take a position on what you think is true and right. So it's okay to adhere to these things as fact rather than mere opinion. You think something ought to be run this way, you know it to be a moral fact, rather than that's just my opinion. I think that it involves real dedication to what you believe, rather than just subordinating it, or you do subordinate it by rendering it no different than your favorite ice cream flavor. And I think that we see this a lot in how people talk about moral issues more generally. We see that, well, that's just your opinion. Sure, to your mind, but maybe you're wrong. Maybe there can be such a thing as moral fact. Now, of course, I think that I don't think it requires theological undergirding, but I think that most people who believe that will have a kind of theological undergirding, or at least a philosophical one.
Yeah, I believe in moral facts. I do.
Yeah, as do I. And so, I think
moral fact.
It's wrong to kill someone.
According to what?
According to Well, there's, I mean,
it's just like, what?
of course, I mean, there's, how do you even, I'm trying to think of how to, I'm trying to think of how to articulate it in a sort of, you have to start with, there are certain prior, that's what I guess certain like Burke and Maestre called prejudices, not prejudice in the modern sense of the term, but what the term actually means is prejudgments, prior judgments, judgments you hold. You have to commit to certain judgments about how things ought to be, what makes for a better life, what helps people to achieve kind of human flourishing. Does the state assist in that, or is the state in fact counterproductive to that? And so you have to sort of adhere, you have to state your claim to how you think that ought to be. And when you do that, I think the rest flows. You say, well, okay, if you think that the state ought to, a good state, a just state, is one that allows people to achieve human flourishing, and that's actually true. That's not just subjectively true. Then what acts, good or bad, or rather, what acts are good and which acts are bad? Because there can be good or bad acts if you think of that as the goal. And so then you sort of have to work backwards from there.
Yeah, I agree with all that. You have a problem with the goal thing, right, Sitch?
Well, I don't have a problem with it. My whole point is that, you know, when we talk about like objective moral facts, it's all hinges on what the goal is. So if there is a goal, then yeah, obviously once you have a goal, your presuppositional goal, then yes, there's a moral fact, I would imagine, even if we don't know what it is, that will lead you to that goal in the best way possible. My only contention is that without a goal, there isn't really such a thing as a quote moral fact, unless you know, some truth claim about like God or the existence of the universe or something.
Does evolution have a goal?
Yes.
What is it?
To reproduce.
Yeah, sustain itself over time, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't want to create a moral system on evolution, because that's going to take you to some pretty dark places. So
maybe.
But I mean, I don't know if that's a maybe. I think that's definitive.
I mean, it could.
Okay. I mean, because like if you want to create a moral system based off of evolution, then you get into kind of the example of collectivism that made you uncomfortable about, like, the state makes determinations about who you should be having children with.
Right. Yeah.
You're going to have, like, for the greater good of your lineage and species, you know, you have to make sure you have like the best genetic offspring or something, as opposed to like who you love.
Every time somebody puts forward one of these thought experiments about this completely dystopian type situation, every time the key question that I have is, would this system be sustainable over time? Usually they're so despicable that it makes me think, okay, well, this is not sustainable over time, right? It seems like certain social systems have to fall into an equilibrium that is sustainable over time. And I don't think you can get to this dystopian shit and be sustainable over time.
I mean, I don't know. A lot of people would consider living, you know, as a feudal peasant for hundreds of years as a dystopian system, right? And that existed for a long time.
Well, by our standards, it's dystopian, but I'm not certain by their.
So,
look, slavery is dystopian by our
exactly.
standards. Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, you've seen the movie Gattaca. I could definitely conceptualize that something like that existing.
That's not dystopian. That's utopian.
It kind of
is.
What
are you talking about?
What do you mean? It kind of is.
Anyway.
Where you have like your genetic score that you walk around with, and that has a complete determination about the kind of jobs you can be in and the kind of relationships you can have.
Yeah.
It's kind of dystopian, right?
I mean, it's an open question. I don't think you can put your foot down and say, if I am correct that you can't really get to the truly dystopian stuff is not sustainable over time because people are they hate it so much that they rebel against it and form a system that's somewhat, there is some sort of equilibrium between the people involved, then I think you can say there's moral facts, because whatever it is, whatever social system is going to whatever components are going to create that kind of equilibrium again and again and again, I don't see why you wouldn't call those moral facts. Like the one, eudaimonia. Do you go by your name or just eudaimonia?
Eudaimonia, Yuda, whatever.
Okay.
One of those two.
Man.
Eudaimonia is actually kind of interesting to say, but
it's the internet that's got me started saying it that way. Because when I was learning, I studied philosophy in college, and Aristotle was really the way I chose to go with a lot of my class, obviously talking a lot about him. My professors, it was always eudaimonia, and that's how
really?
my professors called it. But everyone colloquially, like online, they say eudaimonia, and some people do pronounce it that way in the academic context, though none that I learned under. But now it's sort of just I'm done. It's like when everyone pronounces it that way, I'm just going to run with that. But it was hard. I always had to fight the urge to say, well, I've always heard it was eudaimonia, because now it's like, I mean, you know what I mean, I know what I mean. But
Right.
yeah.
Well, it's like you demand.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it's real. It's like you just make a little branch in your brain. You got eudaimon in there already, and you're like, just right next to it, you put eudaimonia.
Truly. Right. Exactly.
The other one, I'm like, there's nothing similar to that in my brain. It's like already gone. I got to build a whole new structure.
Yeah.
But so you brought up like killing people indiscriminately, right? That does appear again and again in brief periods, right? Genocide, stuff like that. But then if there's an equilibrium that's formed where all of a sudden there's a prohibition on indiscriminately killing people, right? We got rid of all the people we wanted to indiscriminately kill. And that society becomes stable over time. It feels like a natural rule that you can't kill indiscriminately, like a moral fact. And build a society that's sustainable over time.
Right. I think that you need only look to history, and you need to see that there is generally, with exceptions, although again, in this context, we can say the exceptions are incorrect, there is a general consensus. Again, we'll run with this example because it's easier to sort of break down, that indiscriminately killing people is wrong. We all, again, minus those exceptions, recognize that. Why? What makes us recognize that? What is written, not to be romantic about it, what is written on the human heart that tells us it's wrong? There's clearly something. And even if you are a pure secularist, new atheist type, you could maybe hearken to evolution, right? There's sort of an evolutionary benefit to not killing people who are members of your community. People being alive is better than people being dead, generally, as long as they're not trying to hurt you. And so even there are these sort of laws or intuitions written in the human mind, human heart, in our genes, however you want to put it, that inform our judgments. And I think that to recognize that and not require a kind of post-1700s empirical proof for it, or a kind of rational defense, it's necessary, because to do otherwise is to completely neglect a whole way of knowing.
Right. So I have a unique way of looking at morality. I look at morality like a technology. How do you define morality, or how do you conceptualize morality?
Gosh. How do I conceptualize morality?
Is that I mean, you brought the philosophy up. Come on.
Well, I think it's a very practical consideration. Morality should inform, it's what we use to inform our judgments. That's what morality is. It informs our judgments about what to do. This is on an individual level. And it even applies to little things. It might be why you choose to not smoke cigarettes, so that you have more time with children when your children are adults. It could be your decision to not eat a cheeseburger, because over the course of time, that could have an adverse effect. I mean, it's how we judge. It's how we make judgments in daily lives, and it's how we make judgments politically. And I think that to separate the two, to say that our political judgments can be separate from these questions, is in error. And I think that to have a good state is one that helps people achieve the personal morality, and reciprocally, I think that a certain sort of core of moral virtue is required for a good state. That's it's interesting. Aristotle's Politics and Ethics both end the same way. Basically, there are these long, probably lecture notes of Aristotle's about what makes a good state and what makes a good person, right? That's the politics and the ethics, respectively. And yet, at the end of both, like at the end of the politics, Aristotle says, but all of this aside, a good state can only exist if it is comprised of good people, which is really funny because in the ethics, at the very end of Aristotle's Ethics, he says, but all of this aside, the only way a man can be good is if he is a member of a good state. And so they bookend each other.
Wow.
So I think that I think morality is really intended to, it's just a way, it's a way of not just implies that it's not important. It's a way to inform judgments. And whether that, and so I guess in that sense, it's a tool, not unlike your supposition, maybe that it's like a technology. But I think that it's a tool. That's sort of how I would use, at least in the context of, daily living and politics. I think that, of course, there's theological components. There's sort of inner moral state of the soul, if you want to get into that. But really, I think for the purposes of our discussion, I think it's a tool.
Right. Yeah, no, I agree with what you're saying. Like a big divide for a lot of people is like moral realist, moral subjectivist, whether or not you believe, like moral relativist, whether or not you believe there's one universal moral system or whether or not there's competing moral systems. Do you have a take on any of that?
Well, interestingly, right, when you said moral relativist, it got me thinking to sort of tie this back to what we were talking about almost an hour ago now, is the moral relativist, in my view, is not all that different from Plato's idiot. To think that, man is the measure of all things, to think that morality is entirely subjective, is to reduce everything to individual judgment, to be private in your judgments. And I think that it naturally follows then that he who is a moral relativist will be that sort of private citizen, as Plato sort of put it. The Platonic idiot is the moral relativist. So I think that I do have an opinion on all that, and I think that it's the moral relativism in particular is very dangerous. Not even just intrinsically or that it's philosophically wrong. It's that it's politically dangerous. It's politically dangerous because it allows for a kind of the subjectivity, and I guess that is a relatively new phenomenon in the American and Western context, in the grand scheme of things, recent. And I think that it allows for this non-judgmentalism. It allows for a kind of lack of social cohesion, where because I think more people are moral relativists than we think, or than they think. Most people probably are, in fact, especially now. And so I think that also coincides with what we were talking about a while ago, too. The private life, the back patio over the front porch. I think that all of these things actually coalesce together, and there's no real coincidences. I think that the rise of moral relativism, philosophically and in just day-to-day lives of most people, coincides perfectly with the increasing private bowling alone phenomenon.
Yeah, I don't think you can. This is what I mean when I say morality is like a technology, because I think morality, I define morality as a set of rules that binds individuals into a cooperative community. So I don't think you can have a personal morality, because the whole purpose of morality is to bind people together to accomplish things in the world. So the idea that I have just a personal morality, I mean, that's not depending, like if your personal morality just so happens to be the same morality as everybody else within your vicinity, like you don't really have a personal morality, right? Your morality is what everyone else's morality is around you.
Right.
And you're just trying to basically say, well, I don't know, maybe you've got some weird sexual fetish or something that you're adding on to this that other people would be disgusted by, but usually people are pretty open in our society, and that's part of the moral system. So yeah, moral relativism I usually categorize as like the idea that you can cobble together any sort of moral system, any sort of group of behaviors, and that will form a society, a functioning society. And that's just like completely, that doesn't make any sense to me at all, because it goes against what morality actually sets out to do.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, again, this is all sort of the political context, the more practical side of it. I'm a poor theologian, so I would not attempt to even wade into those waters.
Yeah,
But,
are you religious at all?
I am. I'm Catholic. I converted, as many people apparently. I didn't. So here's the thing.
You converted.
I converted from nothing. I was non-religious, atheist. Grew up in a, I always call it like an American household. We did Christmas and Easter, but there wasn't really, there was no deep theological commitments. And by later in my childhood and early teen years, there was nothing really religious at all, other than maybe church on Christmas and Easter, etc. I converted 6 years ago, in my first year of law school, as a result of sort of my studies mostly at the undergrad level, but also in my first year of law school, sort of history of law and stuff like that. And so, yeah, I converted to Catholicism from nothing. So I don't know if you can even say convert, because it seems like multiplying by zero, right? So I don't know. I became Catholic.
You found Catholic.
Right. Or it found me, one way or the other. Yes, I am Catholic, and I hold those theological commitments. But again, to speak to them with any sort of authority as a theologian or a priest or whatever would be beyond arrogant. But no, yeah, I converted about 6 years ago.
Someone asked, Pepe Lag asked, how would Eudaimonia describe himself politically? Has he ever taken a political compass test or a morals test? And has he got Shu to convert to Catholicism yet?
Okay, two-part question. She's been Catholic her whole life.
Oh, she beat you to it.
She beat me to it by a couple decades.
She doesn't seem like she's a believer, though.
We're working on it.
He can fix her.
I can fix her. No,
nice.
We go to mass, and she certainly, if nothing else, I think sees, and I won't put words in her mouth or thoughts in her head, but I think she certainly sees the benefits at a community perspective. I think that the theological commitments. I mean, there's also the fact that it took me a lot to come to these theological commitments. So to have the arrogance that I could, in any short amount of time or single-handedly or anything, move that needle for someone else's conscience would be, again, arrogant and misguided. I think that it has to be organic, and that's why we're endowed with free will, is because we're not forced at the end of a gun or tip of a sword to come to these beliefs. So I think that time and reflection are powerful things, though. That's what I'll say. I think to the other question, politically, I have taken political compass tests. I think that they're the main one is obviously, I guess, literally two-dimensional in a sense, but I think that it's unhelpful. I do usually land. Where do I usually land on those? Really, on the left-right axis, dead center. Sometimes a little left, sometimes a little right. It depends on the mood that I'm in when I take it. And pretty high up the middle, though.
Look at you, Enlightened Centrist here.
Well, exactly. That's the problem, is that it doesn't really take into account other. It's a very much American or Western centric test, I think.
Well, who cares? That's all that matters, right?
right. Sure. I just don't think it encapsulates other elements of like how you think like the state ought to function. Going back to what we talked about at the beginning, I think that it sort of presumes that you have a sort of Lockean liberal approach, and that you exist within that spectrum.
Yeah, that's the middle point. Yes.
Right. It doesn't categorize you out. It can't, because there's not a third dimension to it. So, but to answer the actual question, yeah, it's usually within, I don't even remember how it measures it, but usually within 1 or even 0.5 of the middle, left, right. and then up pretty high on the authoritarian libertarian axis.
So you're on the authoritarian side. Uh-oh.
Yes. Oh, yes.
You're an authoritarian centrist. You're like a Nazi. You're an authoritarian centrist.
Well, I will disavow that claim, but
Okay.
but I think that, and that's also the problem. See, that's exactly my point, is that the test does not contemplate. It puts the Nazis there in the left.
It doesn't.
Right,
I'm joking. Well, people
no,
do that.
I know.
I disagree. I think Nazis are pretty far right wing, but that's a whole conversation.
I'm inclined to agree with you. I think that that's a weird cope I see online. People say, I think there is room for nuance. Again, that's sort of what I'm saying with there should be a third dimension to this axis. But I think that to suggest that they were left wing in any sense that I understand left wing or leftism, I think that that's cope.
What would the third dimension be?
It'd be the purpose of the state. So, and this is why, for example, you could have someone who is like far right in those sort of nastier identitarian movements appears so close to me, and it's why people online will sort of take the political camp that I identify with, sort of Catholic post-liberalism. I don't identify as an integralist. I think I'm adjacent to those people maybe, but I'm not quite ready to take that leap. But it's how people like that can appear so close to people of those sort of nastier movements, because there's no other there's no question of what the state actually ought to do. It's all procedural, not substantive. So you could say, well, the state ought to regulate XYZ, or people ought to behave in this way, but there's no why question, right? There's no, or to what end is another way to think of it. So it only analyzes your procedural commitments, how things ought to operate, and not deeper substantive commitments, why they ought to operate that way.
So what would the spectrum be? What's on the right and what's on the left for the purpose of the state?
I see, that's the thing. I guess if I have to operate in those confines, if I have to operate in the left-right as at the formulation that you just offer,
well,
if I have,
look, you can do it up down too. I'm just like,
well, sure, but any sort of axis that way, left, right, up, down.
I guess the constraint is that there's only two positions, and you could have there could be 5 different purposes of the state, right?
Well, right, exactly. It's what ought the state do? Why does the state exist? To my mind, the state exists to help and aid people in sort of achieving virtue, rational activity in accordance with virtue, which is literally what eudaimonia means. I think that the state ought to have a role in the moral formation of the people who live in the state. That doesn't mean necessarily that you do it at the end of a gun. Again, we are endowed with free will. But I think that the state ought not be agnostic about these questions.
Is it agnostic? I mean, I feel like, we have laws against fraud and things like that.
I mean, yeah, no state can be truly agnostic to these questions, but in America, we do try to separate, a lot of, strong moral claims from, more of like a kind of a try to let live and let live attitude about things. It sounds like you're saying you want less of that and more of a specific virtue imbued into the law.
Yeah, I guess what is the virtue?
The Lockean tradition sort of supposes its own dogma of neutrality. The idea that the state ought not or cannot have a stake in these questions, and that the state only exists to protect a certain minimum, or rather to guarantee a certain minimum of social behavior for the purpose so that everyone can then live their own lives. In a sense, the Lockean tradition empowers us all to be Platonic idiots, because it wants the state to sort of take that referee role and nothing else. But of course, that is very much a substantive position of how a state ought to be. Liberalism pretends to a kind of neutrality, right? It pretends to a kind of neutrality, but it's not. Of course, it has its own set of substantive commitments about how the state ought to function, about what it ought to guarantee, what it ought not touch, what it should regulate, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think that the disagreement comes from people who break with that Lockean tradition sort of step away from it or step beyond it, sort of what the post-liberal camp does. They that we ought to move beyond liberalism in its Lockean sense, to reconsider the goal and the purpose of the state. So I think that the political compass test should be reoriented. Not that test specifically, but if we wanted to improve a test like that, we would dedicate a portion of it. And you almost can't even do this with multiple choice questions unless you have like hundreds of them. But sort of to distill what a state ought to do. What if you think a state ought to regulate these social behaviors? Why? Just to have control over people's lives, or purely instrumental ends? That is to say, well, things just run more smoothly. Or is it because you actually care about the state of those people's souls, moral character, etc.?
Well, I mean, well, going back to the liberalism thing, I don't think liberalism pretends to be neutral. I think liberalism is kind of like, it's like, I can see why people say it's neutral, because it's more set up to basically protect the rules of the game, but to allow people to create games within that acceptable framework. So it's kind of saying like, well, we're neutral in terms of like, as long as you're not fucking with other people, you know, you have a lot of leeway to kind of do what you want and find what you want. So it's kind of perceived as neutral, but obviously as a philosophy, no philosophy or really culture can be neutral, because they all have to self-perpetuate, otherwise they don't exist, and defend themselves.
So I think that it's procedurally not neutral. And it doesn't even pretend to neutrality procedurally. That is to say, how the game is played, and what the sort of ground rules are. But I think substantively, it pretends to neutrality.
Well, to an extent compared to like past, because obviously like it's not neutral in terms of substantively, because you have to have a belief that you should let people, you know, find the way in life. Like that's a belief system. And I guess it's not neutral. It's more, quote, free versus restrictive, or more individualistic versus collective, or, you know, whatever framework we want to put on it.
That's interesting. Because I don't think of it as free. I think of it as very much the opposite. When you allow people that kind of choice to that extent, they very quickly and very easily can become slaves to their appetites.
Right.
It's sort of the classical sense of freedom, is not to merely be free from external authority, but instead to be free from that which makes you a beast. Right. That's what freedom was. That's what freedom was thought of until Locke, the Enlightenment. You know, freedom was, you of course couldn't have abusive external authority by way of a king or dictator or whatever. Right. But at the same time, you needed that mastery of your passions, your appetites, or else you were no different from a beast. This is sort of the classical Christian understanding of freedom. And now what we have under liberalism in America is this idea of freedom is being able to do whatever you want, whenever you want, and that makes you the most free. But what we see is people, when they exercise this quote unquote freedom, is they often enslave themselves to food, to drugs, to sex, pornography, whatever. And so what you have with that then is a I mean, it's the city of pigs, right? You have a culture where people are just enslaved to appetites, thinking themselves free. So it's a freedom is slavery type thing, really.
Yeah, like I agree. If all you concern yourself with when it comes to freedom is the external forces pushing upon you, that's all you care about, then it's going to lead you down that pathway of just doing nothing but possibly seeking out, you know, your baser instincts. And then I agree with you. Are you really free if you're just doing whatever your animal mind, you know, wants you to do in that moment? And I do agree that American society has fixated too much on that form of freedom. And there's truth that I believe as an enlightened centrist that, you know, true freedom is not just freedom from external forces, but freedom from the elephants in your brain, the animal instincts in your brain that kind of want to dictate you to do a lot of stupid shit. And you have to kind of, you know, learn to rise above all that stuff. My only problem with sort of and I think that culture should be pressing for that. And if I was the divine ruler of America, I would trust myself to embody that in law and in culture. I'm not sure I would trust anyone else to embody those moral attitudes in law, judging by how it seems like people do imbibe virtue in law. Like, as someone who's not Catholic, I wouldn't want, a Catholic view of the world embedded in our legal system. Like, I wouldn't trust that to make me truly free or to bring about something good necessarily.
Well, I think that then what would you, I mean, beyond yourself, I mean, so you sort of would not accept a Catholic view because you're not Catholic, which that checks out.
Yeah, right.
But then if that's true, I mean, why then, in your view, why is it better that people ought to, overcome those sort of appetites or elephant in their brain, as you put it, which I like?
Well, I think it's better. I think people will be happier, and I think society will function better if people do those things.
You think people will be happier if they sort of resist the appetites?
Yeah, well, I shouldn't use the term happiness. I think going after happiness is a mistake because you can take a bunch of heroin and be happy in the moment. I think what humans want is to be in a sense of like peace or contentment, and to have, like true happiness, it's cliche, but I think it's true. True happiness is, accomplishments to look back on and goals to look forward to. And I think the human animal is sort of wired to that effect. And I think if people are generally in a better mental state, in a healthier mental state, in a happier mental state, that's going to lead to a healthier, happier, productive society overall. And so that's why I would say it would be the benefit of just not giving into your elephant brain.
So to parse this more, and I don't mean to sound like I'm interrogating, but I'm interested, because in the sort of conclusion right there, you said it will lead to, and again, you use the word happy.
Right.
So in the sort of definition or explanation, you're again using the word happy, and I'm just trying to. I agree with you. Like everything you say, I agree with. But are you religious?
Yes. Well, no,
you are religious.
I'm not religious at all, but I am theistic.
What do you mean?
I believe in God.
Okay. Sure. Okay.
I don't believe in any organized religion, so.
And so, but you think that sort of is God is the author of that blueprint for happiness?
I guess theoretically, I guess technically, yes. But I mean, I think it comes from nature, and nature comes from God. So I guess you could say, yeah, sure.
Sure. Okay. And so you think that people are, I mean, yeah, in a certain sense, then I don't know how much we disagree, other than I guess some of the prescriptions. I mean, again, I used to be, I think when I was a more recent convert and I sort of had the fervor of, I guess there's no zealot like the convert, right? And so
right.
I think I was a little more sympathetic to the integralists, the people who want like a one Catholic government. I don't know, even if it's purely a prudential judgment, I don't think that's necessarily a good call. I used to be more in that camp. I used to have a little more of a theological dogmatism in that regard. And so, but now I think that I oscillate on that question now of how much this should actually have a role in the state's acts, or whether the state should instead just take a more productive role in facilitating these kinds of developments rather than being agnostic to them. For example, you don't need to have a Catholic state,
right,
to attend to these real concerns of human flourishing and human happiness, but you do need to have a certain kind of theistic disposition. I don't even know if you can have and I'm welcome to talk to someone or be proven wrong on this point, but I don't even know if you can have a philosophically atheist but consistent position that could lead to this, because you need that blueprint, and that blueprint has to come from somewhere, which is, again, that kind of goes back to what we were talking about moral facts in the first instance. I think that you need to have that blueprint written somewhere on the human heart to then instantiate it politically. And I think that America and the West and left, or not the, I guess the left more so, but there's sort of this aversion to doing so.
Well, I think you're correct that I think that blueprint exists. I think the aversion to do so is based on humans' inability to do it correctly. And so it's kind of like, we've had thousands of years to try to do it correctly and we keep fucking it up.
Truly, yeah.
Let's just let, the only way to kind of get along here is to let people kind of figure it out for themselves to some capacity. Like, for example, I know you're not advocating for this, but like, with the integralism, with embodying, Catholicism and law, like, I don't believe, in, original sin. I don't believe in Jesus. I don't believe in hell. I mean, there's lots of concepts of Christianity and Catholicism that I don't believe with and would actually go completely against my view of morality and the way that the universe works. So I couldn't find, I would feel like if I lived in that society, I would feel repressed. I wouldn't be able to find, the happiness or meaning that I would feel would, bring me down a successful life path. And I think that's sort of where the danger arises from, is sort of like, yeah, I mean, if we had perfect knowledge, then I would be all for, and we had people that could implement perfect knowledge, then I would all be for people to implement kind of virtue into governance to the extent that you're kind of talking about. But I don't really have faith that we have that or the ability to implement that currently.
Sure. And I guess the integralist me, the former me, the me who was sort of a little, I never identified as such, but I was more sympathetic to them. I guess the response to that would be, okay, understood, but you're just, because you're theologically incorrect, you're just you're incorrect, and the state ought to guide you.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Right. And so
right.
And so I think that, and you're sort of at a brick wall at that point.
But that's the problem, because then I say, no, you're the one that's theologically correct. And then it's like, well, how do you solve this? Well, the only option is violence. And that's why I think that's where liberalism comes in. And it says, well, no, you don't have to solve this question. You can just go do your Catholic thing over there, and Sitch could go do his wackadoodle thing over there, and you guys can just leave each other alone.
But then is the state is sort of taking an agnostic position.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's a matter of how agnostic, if at all, ought the state be.
Right.
Because and this is sort of the tension that I have as someone who's sort of on this post-liberal right, but is a little squeamish about some of the more, I guess, integralist, I don't even feel associated with aspects of the online right or the alt-right. Like I guess, strictly speaking, it's alternative right, but it's, not alt-right as the term is used. So I don't even feel a relation with them, but I do feel a kind of tension when it comes to the integralist right, the politically Catholic right, and sort of balancing those interests with the concerns like of someone like how pluralism. I mean, because you have to respect that free will, and you can't enforce belief. I guess the response to that would be, well, yeah, of course you can't actually make one believe, but if you make them go through the motions, that's good enough culturally and for society. I've seen some people in that camp, I think, have proposed a tax system based upon religious affiliation. You can be whatever religion you want, but Catholics pay the lowest tax, et cetera, et cetera. I've seen a lot of very interesting proposals,
right,
which are, I guess it also depends. It's just a practical judgment. Like, ought people be? Is it enough to have them go through the motions? Because you can't get them to actually believe. Right. And so I think that the integralist right, the real hardliners at least would say, and again, I should probably interrogate them a little more about it, but is that to get people to go through the motions is sufficient, because if more people are going through the motions, then at least that will be a good example for children, for other people, and it's fine that people like Sitch are alienated. I guess we get to a point where they just say, that's fine.
Yeah, they would say, yeah, it's for the betterment. And then I would say, right, my view would be, I don't think you're going to build a better future, like, under that framework. And I guess what I would say to sort of the question of, permissibility of views is that, there's kind of like a cultural permissibility, and then there's like the state permissibility. And obviously the state is, and in my opinion, should be far more permissive. Like, I mean, you can be, you know, a fucking Nazi, and it's not illegal to just be like super fucking racist. But culturally, it's not acceptable to, you know, put on the swastika and, you know, go out there and, you know, do the whole "you will not replace us" shit, right? The culture, society is like, you shouldn't be doing that stuff. And yet it's a continual conversation, and it's always a continual evolution of sort of society and the government figuring out where the line is or should be. And it always is going to be shifting in one direction or the other, and it's always going to go too far in one direction or the other, and we kind of just over time bring it back to try to find out like where the sweet spot exactly is. So, you know, right now we're in sort of a situation where it seems like I would agree that we've gone too far in the direction of atomization, and too far in the direction of people losing meaning in their lives. But I don't think that the response to just kind of pull it like way too far in the other direction, to me, seems like just the mistake to just go, you know, charging off in the other direction, especially when I do strongly wonder how, like, it's weird because people feel atomized, and yet people have never been more connected than they ever have in the entirety of human existence.
Right.
And it's like, so what's going on there? Is it the type of connection that's kind of making people atomized? It's the fact that maybe people are too connected, which is making them feel atomized. Maybe it has nothing to do with connectivity. Maybe it's entirely economical. Or maybe it's because the connectivity is not face-to-face and we're not wired to that. And as soon as we all have our metaverse VR goggles, everyone's going to feel way too connected because they're going to be interacting with people all the fucking time in a way that their brain can't determine is different from human, like a normal physical human interaction. Right. So I'm always a little bit more incremental, cautious. This is the conservative part of me is always more incremental, cautious about, you know, trying to, before we kind of do these like wide scale social changes.
No, and I think that there's a humility with that. There's sort of a conservative sense of humility that you cannot bring paradise to this earth. It's like what the ancient Greek utopia means good place, but it also means no place, because the whole point is that it cannot exist.
Right.
That utopos is derived, it means no place. And so I think that you can't endeavor to instantiate that kind of project or that kind of utopia and bring it to earth, because that's not where the kingdom is. That's a very Christian Catholic perspective. And I think that when you try to do that, you go down a very dark path pretty quickly. And so I think that the answer is somewhere in that incremental adjustment. I think that I'm worried, however, that the dogmatism is so strong now in an insidiously sort of, it's nefarious, right? It's like I said previously, and I think you might agree to some extent, although perhaps not, that, like I said, it pretends to neutrality. And that's why the dogma is so powerful now of this do no harm, live, let live. All sort of approaches are equally correct, because there's a sort of element where that's necessary, because you can't instantiate utopia. You have to allow these disagreements, even if ideally you would say you ought not to. So, but at the same time, I worry that culturally and politically, to even propose maybe even a modest proposal like what you might endorse would be seen as authoritarian now. It's seen as to have any kind of substantive view of the good is wrong now, because you have to only have a sort of procedural fidelity.
Well, are you talking about from a state perspective, or are you talking about from just a general moral perspective?
Both, I suppose, but particularly the state.
Yeah, I mean, I think from the state, definitely. I think from the, I mean, everyone seems like they're running rampant with their own moral perspective of the good. I mean, that's, you know, it's a lot of wokeness is like their insane version of what is morally good is just so detached from most other people's conception. I don't know. I feel like the cult. It's hard to separate culture and governance entirely, because that's not something that's possible. It's not something that's entirely possible.
Right.
You know, politics is downstream of culture. So obviously, whatever the cultural attitudes are will be reflective in governance. And we see governance is putting, a lot of moral prescriptions about like diversity and equity and woke shit into it now and passing them into legislation. So I mean, the government isn't even abiding by a sort of neutral liberal referee stance of the situation. And I mean, to be fair, it never really truly has. It's just compared to everywhere else in the world, it has been more neutral, really.
Sure.
But and part of the bias of it is because it's the system that I live in and Americans live in, and so we assume it's the best. Part of the bias is I think the American system seems to have produced, the greatest country on this earth. So obviously we're doing something right here. But that doesn't mean that we haven't gone too far in one direction or the other, and doesn't mean that we can't, pull back in one direction or the other. But it just seems to me that the direction that we've pulled away from, that we've lost our way, is sort of the referee live and let live attitude. It seems like that's kind of what's drove us down this pathway that we're currently in, with like people going for woke shit, people going for white nationalist shit, combined with it's difficult because there's a lot of different things happening at the same time. Because it's like, okay, so is the fact that people feel atomized, and is the fact that people maybe have a meaning crisis, is that because we live in a liberal society where, the culture is becoming more neutral? Well, no, the culture isn't really becoming more neutral. The culture is becoming more woke. It has its own moral prescription. I mean, maybe the meaning crisis has more to do with, people having a lot of economic problems, people not being able to, people having, there is an issue. And I say this as someone who is heavily involved in nerd shit. There definitely is an issue where, people are more childlike older and older. My father at my age would not talk about cartoons or video games or nerd shit. And now it's just socially acceptable. So there's like a lot of like weird shit that's going on where it's like, okay, people are not starting families. People are not kind of going along these traditional tracks. And some of this is cultural. Some of it is economic. There's like a million different little factors kind of going on here. And I guess I'm not willing, to me, it's not so clear that it's like, well, liberalism is the reason that this is all going down this pathway. It doesn't seem to be a clear one-to-one thing going on there.
Well, this gets at an interesting question that I now want to ask you. And maybe it's one you've contemplated before, so I'm sorry if you have and have already answered this elsewhere.
No, of course.
Do you think that what we have, that the sort of, let's say, American consensus of today, or the progressivism, American leftism, not leftism, maybe in the more Marxist sense, but American left wing, and sort of this progressivism. Do you think that something went off the rails with the liberalism of our forefathers, or rather, do you think that there was a kind of hard break, and this is something entirely different? Is that rather, or what I'm put another way? Is this the logical extension of Enlightenment era liberalism, Lockean liberalism, the philosophy of the founders, or rather did something go horribly wrong 100 years ago? I don't know how many years ago. Well, I would say, if you subscribe to this, most people I know say the Wilsonian era, but in any event, which do you believe between those two?
So,
or something else?
Right. So, I mean, we've had this debate with Carl a lot. Because he definitely subscribes. I don't know where he points the era to. He's never mentioned the Wilson era, but I disagree that liberalism, that this is the end point of liberalism automatically, because to me it seems very clearly what happened, in kind of like the seeds of what we're living in now seem to be very clearly, to me, all planted in the 60s and 70s. And specifically because of the Vietnam War.
Because, oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, because I think people that weren't alive in those days, they can't really appreciate the psychic emotional damage. Like, imagine that you're in high school, okay? I mean, we all remember, well, maybe we don't, depending on how old you are, but you remember how you were in high school. You were pretty fucking stupid, but you thought you knew everything
right
in the world, and you had very strong opinions about stuff. And you're in high school and suddenly your parents in the adult generation is telling you, hey, you have to go on a airplane and fly to the other side of the world to go in a jungle where you're gonna like fucking probably lose your limbs and you might die and your friends are gonna die and you're gonna have to go kill a bunch of innocent people and spray napalm on children and do a bunch of horrific shit. Okay. This is what like high schoolers were told, you know, or this is how they conceptualized it, obviously, in the Vietnam era. And they're like, why the fuck? I don't want to do this. And then when they complained about that, a lot of the adults who all served in the military, either in World War II or in Korea, who all viewed those as like the right side, you know, being on the like the right side of things, unlike Vietnam, where it was kind of more, you know, mixed, were like, well, you need to stop complaining and stop whining. You know, you have to serve your country the way that I served your country. And this kind of attitude about things, and then the eventual realization or shift in cultural attitudes that Vietnam actually was not a war that we should be involved in, that broke, I think, the boomer generation. I think that broke their entire worldview of belief in the American dream and belief in tradition and belief in all these sorts of things that our society was based upon. And that planted the seeds for a lot of the socialist leftist stuff to come in to say, well, they were wrong about this fundamental part about society, so they're probably wrong about everything else. And you know, one of the big slogans of that era, not just for leftists, but for a lot of kids, was don't trust anyone over 30. They literally are saying you cannot trust any person, any American that's over 30. You cannot trust their judgment. They are wrong. And to me, when we talk about like the ultra breaking down of everything in society, when we talk about tearing all of a tradition away and people like they don't have meaning anymore because all these traditional aspects of life have turned away. This all stems from sort of the Vietnam era mentality. And then obviously, you know, that had a good effect, which is I think that it led to civil rights because people were saying, oh, you know, we shouldn't be as racist as our parents or whatever. But it has the bad effect of allowing all the leftist socialist gobbledygook to basically get infiltrated in our society. It kind of gets subsumed in the 80s because of, you know, the inflation crisis. And then it kind of rears up again in the 90s and it goes back down again. And then it's come back with a vengeance. And the reason I don't blame liberalism for this is because to me, it's very clearly that this was leftism. This was socialism that is causing all the problems. That's where all the shit stirring seems to be. Well, actually, it seems to be two things. It seems to be a combination of socialism and a combination of neoliberal economic policies, which is the rights, you know, baby. And that's a recent thing. We had, you know, hundreds of years of liberalism in American society before we had neoliberal economic policies, which basically screwed over, you know, the millennials and the Generation Z generation so that they couldn't, you know, buy houses and have jobs the way that their boomer parents could. And so to me, that you can't point the finger at liberalism and say that's liberalism's fault. It's like, well, we've had liberalism as a system for hundreds of years, and you have socialism and, you know, neoliberal economic policies. That doesn't mean that you throw liberalism out. It means you throw out socialism and neoliberal economic policies.
Well, what birthed neoliberal economic policies?
A bunch of right-wing people who were
right-wing in the American context.
Right-wing in the American sense, yes.
Right.
Well, there's a couple of things. I mean, obviously, you had inflation was kind of going crazy, and so people felt like we need to stamp down inflation. And one of the ways to stamp down inflation is to get price stability. And one of the ways to do that is to basically lower labor's ability to ask for raises. So you have that kind of combined with globalization, and people want to make a fuck ton of money. And so they say, oh, well, we want to make a fuck ton of money. How do we sell this idea that we're going to make a fuck ton of money to people? I know we're going to use freedom because everyone in America likes freedom. That's the lens at which we like to promote things. Like everyone has to whatever the current. And I think when people blame liberalism, this is kind of the problem. It's kind of like when I read like CRT literature, they say liberalism is the framework that everything exists in America. So we have to intentionally hide our power level. We have to intentionally argue from that framework because that's the only way people will accept it. And it's kind of like that's what happened with a lot of the neoliberal economic policies was they're like, well, we need to justify making a shit ton of money, so we're going to argue it from this like extreme libertarian perspective. And essentially that's what they did.
So they took advantage of the average American's liberal sensibilities.
Yes.
So then how could one not blame liberalism? If liberalism doesn't have a structure to defend itself against those who would sort of wear it like a skin suit, then is it not liberalism's inability to actually defend itself or stand for any substantive positions that led to this in the first instance?
So the problem with that way of thinking, let me harken back. Let me pull out an MLK quote.
Okay.
He has MLK, super fucking smart guy that I don't think people realize, because we just kind of think of him as like the guy that fought against racism. And when you actually like read like a lot of his other works, like he's a super fucking sharp guy. And he had a point that was kind of about liberalism and socialism, where he was saying every philosophy has buried within it the seeds of its own destruction.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's true that, yes, if you live in a liberal society, you can try to put on a liberal skin suit to sneak in, to be like the wolf in the hen house, right? But it's like, okay, so what's the alternative to that? Well, the alternative to that is that you're so authoritarian that that's not allowed. It's like, well, okay, well, if you're authoritarian, number one, you can still have someone sneak into the authoritarian framework, the authoritarian philosophy. They just pretend to advocate for whatever the authoritarian thing is to gain power. Or the authoritarian regime is so restrictive that makes people rebel and tear everything down and destroy it from within. So it's like, yeah, people took advantage of some level of liberal permissiveness, but all systems have that flaw baked within them that people can take advantage of. And you just have to be eternally vigilant. And I think the reason they succeeded wasn't because of liberal permissiveness, it was because people didn't really understand what liberalism was or is.
Is that not liberalism's failing to properly rear its citizens in its tradition?
No, I think that's just the failings of the average human mind doesn't understand what any philosophy or system is.
Well, that certainly is, I think, true. But I guess I'm having a hard time understanding how you're not blaming liberalism. You're saying that this would happen in most or even all sort of philosophical traditions, but that doesn't negate the fact that this was something endemic to liberalism that was taken advantage of and sort of subsumed.
But it's not, because so if we look at the countries, and I'd actually be curious to see all the countries that did this, all the countries that became communist, I believe that the overwhelming majority of them were not liberal countries. They were not liberal democracies. They were, monarchies or some kind of authoritarian country. And there was a revolution that created the communist country.
Mm-hmm.
And that was one of Marx's main predictions that were completely wrong. He thought he was making this kind of similar argument that, countries will become liberal countries will become communist. And I was like, no, all the liberal countries were basically able to enact social welfare programs that acted as gatekeeping to kind of prevent the revolutionary energy from growing out of control, while the authoritarian countries were not able to do that.
Sure. I'm still, I don't mean to sound like I'm stuck here, but it still just sounds like you ultimately do admit of the fact that it was a failure of liberalism. Now, you just say that any society or any culture would have its weaknesses that could be exploited. That's certainly true. But that would be like if someone were to die of an overdose, and I were to say, well, he died of an overdose, but I mean, everyone will die. Okay, sure, but the overdose is what killed him, right?
Well, no. Still... Because you're saying, because what you're doing when you ask this question is so it's like, okay, if we live in a monarchy and then it gets overthrown and taken and become communist, you say, well, I guess that was a failure of the monarchy and monarchical systems because it became communist, right?
Right.
And it's like, okay, so if we don't like where our society is at this moment, this exact time space moment in time, is that the fault of our society, of our way of living? And obviously, to some extent, it has to be, right? Just by the nature of the question. But the other element to it, and the reason, like the other side of this question is, well, okay, Yeah, there is some issue in American society, obviously, whether it's the fault of liberalism or I would argue it's the fault of many different factors that created the situation that we're in that we don't like. That's fine. But what is the alternative that anyone is suggesting that would prevent what's going on now from going on now? And if you can't provide the alternative, the question is pointless.
Well, and okay, so first point, I think that the discussion of the alternative, I don't think that a discussion of the alternative negates the diagnosis, right? I mean, I think you can have a diagnosis without separate from the prescription, or the prescription comes after the diagnosis. And I think that just because there's the lack of a prescription does not render the diagnosis non-existent or without any value. I think that what you described, the Vietnam War, economic neoliberalism. I mean, what was the Vietnam War? What was that?
I don't know what you're asking me.
What I mean to say, what I mean to say is the Vietnam War, to my mind, was also an attempt by liberalism to entrench itself elsewhere, right? To defend against
the spread of communism, yes.
To stop the spread of communism.
Right.
To preserve what?
To preserve the world order of liberalism.
Right.
But wouldn't that completely goes against what you're saying liberalism is?
How do you mean?
Because that's liberalism not having a live and let live attitude. That's liberalism saying we have a specific virtue embedded within our society that is better than your virtue, and we should make sure people are living according to that virtue.
Oh, absolutely. I think that that's congruent with what I have said, or at least what I've tried to say, in that it only pretends to that neutrality. And of course it has substantive commitments.
But that action of liberalism not having a live and let live attitude, but saying we need to go across the seas and enforce our virtue on other people, if that's what leads to the problem, if that's what leads to the schism, then that's not really a point in favor of, well, the neutrality of liberalism and the permissive of liberalism is the problem, because it was when liberalism wasn't being permissive, wasn't being neutral, that created the problem in the first place.
But liberalism has never been neutral in that respect. It has always sought to strengthen itself, to spread itself, to grow, to defend against competing ideologies. That's what the American Revolution was.
No, and maybe the problem with the conversation is that we're conflating liberalism with American foreign policy. Because, like, yes, if America is living as the virtue of liberalism, we wouldn't be going across the seas and spreading our ideology. But that's not the way in which foreign policy for a country works.
Right.
Like, yeah, there's a lens of liberalism that our foreign policy operates according to, but America operates on a different level of just, well, we are a country, we want to control as much as we can, we want to influence as much as we can, so therefore we want to have a lot of allies across the world. So America is not really operating under necessarily a principle of liberalism when it goes into Vietnam or Korea or anywhere else.
I think that's fair. I think that's a fair distinction. I think it's fair to distinguish the form, because any country, regardless of its sort of internal structure or philosophy, would probably act and demonstrably act when they have the power.
Yes, right.
So I think that's fair. I think that's fair. I still am sort of I still am made to think.
Well, to go back to your question, I don't think it's the permissiveness of liberalism, whether it exists or not, or the facade of the permissiveness, isn't what allowed the breakdown of everything in the 60s, isn't what allowed neoliberal economic policies. It was that people didn't understand what the policies of the philosophy of the country are in the first place. And that can exist in any system. And that's something that no system can necessarily has an answer to.
Right. But then at that point, I think we are once again sort of coming, and we don't have to keep going in circles on it.
Well, no, but the problem is it's like, okay, we could have had this exact conversation in 1810 about slavery, right? You could say, well, wait a minute. America is not really a liberal country because we have a bunch of black people running around who have no individual rights, no free rights in the South,
right,
at the time period. Is that a fault of liberalism? And then I'd say, well, no, it means that the country is not living up to its liberal values. It's a selection of group of people who are not living up to the liberal values. And then you'd say, well, does that mean that liberalism is a failed experiment? Does that mean the permissiveness of liberalism has allowed that into being? I'm like, no, that's just, there's other constraints that affect a country that go far beyond the philosophical consideration. There's always material constraints, economic constraints that are at play here. And people, at the end of the day, will always bend and choose and break the rules and shift the philosophy or the religion to suit whatever their desires are, whatever their needs are. Because that's unfortunately the truth of human nature, is that you can never construct a philosophy or a system that people won't try to post hoc bend to do whatever they want it to do anyway.
Right.
And that's why there's a million different sects of the same religion. That's why there's a million different versions of every philosophy. And so I think when we have the conversation in this way, it sort of presumes that there is we could construct some perfect ideology, some perfect government, some perfect system that is immune to all these shocks. When in reality, I think the reason liberalism works is that liberalism is very pliable. It's very bendable. So yeah, there are people that will bend liberalism in bad directions, but it's bendable. It doesn't break. So you can bend it back. Where if you have something stricter, maybe something where you have Catholicism embedded in it, or you have something a little bit more authoritarian, it doesn't bend. It just breaks. And so when it breaks, it's broken and shattered, and you can't really put the pieces back together.
But you would posit, based on the initial prompting question, that there was a hard break in the liberal system after Vietnam.
No, I would say there was that's where the bending towards sort of a lot of the leftist shit originated from, was from that, in my opinion.
And we're still on that bend, you would say.
Well, yeah, but it's not a straight line, because it peaked and then it valleyed, and it peaked and then it valleyed again, and it peaked again.
When did it revert under Reagan?
Yeah, and Reagan kind of went in the opposite direction. It went in the complete opposite direction. You had all the the neoliberal shit kind of took over. I mean, there was a time period where people were afraid to call each other liberal because it meant it was like associated with being socialist.
Right. I guess I see Reagan as carrying that torch. In sort of especially the myth of Reagan, perhaps even more than the man himself, the sort of zombie Reaganism of what he's done for the American right. And maybe this was a sort of natural response to the Soviet Union. Maybe it was a practical prudential judgment on his part, and maybe I'm too hard on him. I don't know. But I'm made to think that Reagan carries that tradition. He just helps the economic sphere carry or catch up to the social one, and sort of helped the economic, I would say, liberalization catch up to the social one that we had seen in decades prior. And that's why the sort of the American rights economic approach, to me, mirrors the American left social one. And I think they're just two sides of the same coin.
So the thing that a lot of people on the right don't want to like, or people on the left don't like to think about either, is that kind of the golden age that people think of as like in America, that post World War II boom was
right.
a country where you had what we would consider by today's standards, the conservatives had control of the culture and the liberals had control of the economic policy. That was like the golden age that everyone points to. Whether it's really a golden age or not, people argue about that. But that's what everyone's talking about. You had very, Keynesian, left-wing kind of economics and far more conservative social policy. And then, so you have Reagan comes in and he's like, well, I want to change it to libertarian conservative economic policy.
Right.
And I'm going to use the guise because the cultural policy after the World War II with the Vietnam and all the civil rights era, the culture shifted to the left. And so he says, okay, well, I'm going to shift the economics to the right, libertarian right, and I'm going to use kind of social right-wingness as like the mask to kind of bring it in, you know, the guys to kind of like bring that into American policy. That's what he did. Now you could say it was a continuation of the break in terms of if you're against neoliberal economic policies and you think that that's, you know, led to part of the mean crisis that we have right now or some of the problems we have right now, then yeah, it has continued us down that pathway. I would agree. But in terms of like the direction that we're going, if we're going more to the left or more to the right, it is the complete opposite direction.
Opposite of
the left.
Now?
No, from the 60s and 70s.
Oh, under Reagan. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought we were fast forwarding.
No. Yeah. So yeah, and we've been stuck in the neoliberal economic policies ever since. And that's part of the problem, is that usually when there's some massive shock, America changes economic policy drastically. So we changed the economic policy drastically after Great Depression. We changed economic policy drastically under the inflation crisis with Reagan, and then we had the housing crisis, and the economic policy didn't change at all. And so I think that's kind of what's led to everyone being so unhappy. There was a big problem, there's a big shock, there's a big crisis, and then nothing ever really changed.
No, well, that I've never, I shouldn't say never, but I've seldom heard, because I guess one book. No, sorry. I've never thought of Vietnam, I guess, as the catalyst. Most, you know, I usually hear the sexual revolution, you know, free love, the birth control pill, all arising.
Well, it's never just one thing. It's a conflux of things that happen at the same time.
Of course. But to consider the Vietnam leading to a kind of disillusionment with the prior consensus, which is really funny, because now the same people are being rebelled against by folks closer to our age, who say don't trust the boomers, right? Those don't trust anyone over 30. Right. Now it's don't trust the boomers.
Yeah.
And it's almost a perpetual cycle of hating your elders, which is unfortunate.
It is a perpetual cycle of hating your. Yes, that's the human that is the human conflict that we are always stuck in forever. Is the generational conflict of the generation not liking the previous one, the older one not liking the younger one.
Right. Well, no, that's I'll have to think about that more, and Vietnam's role in it, because I think it's very easy, especially in socially conservative circles, to, although criticize the Vietnam War, to not see that as much of the catalyst, or at least to not even really think. I don't even really see it brought up as a factor all that often, compared against the social liberalization we saw after the 50s.
Right, but see, my argument to that is, like, yeah, there was social liberalization happening before Vietnam, but the way that I think society goes is that there's always forces that are always trying to pull society in some direction. And so there's always going to be people who want to pull the society more towards the left or more towards liberalization or whatever you want to call it. But there has to be some environmental shift that occurs that allows the majority of people, or enough people, to buy into that pulling to get society to actually be pulled in that direction. And so Vietnam, to me, was that big factor that really, like, set people, you know, it was kind of like there was civil rights was happening at first. And that was kind of like the real beginning part, because people were like, yeah, you know, it is kind of fucked up that we're, you know, doing this to Black people. That's a super fucked up thing. And that was kind of like, oh, you know, maybe America isn't so great if we're allowing our country to subjugate, you know, people based on their race.
Right.
And then you get that hit first, and then you get the double hit right after that of the Vietnam War. And that kind of shatters the illusion, I think, in a lot of people's mind, that then allows further, you know, degradation of, or allowing things to get pulled further in one direction or the other.
No, I think broadly I agree with you. I think as to where you place it, I tend to place it a few decades prior. I think really Wilson, the First World War. Do you know who Herbert Crowley is?
No.
He wrote a book. He was a sort of progressive of the early 1900s. He wrote a book called The Promise of American Life, I think it was. Basically came up with the idea of effective freedom rather than mere political freedom. which is sort of what we see, to my mind, as the roots of social progressivism today. That we must do more than merely ensure that one is sort of politically free. We must ensure that they are effectively free. Now, and what he means by that is freedom of self-actualization.
Yeah,
right.
I understand
exactly. And that sounds, when you put it that way and sort of deal in vagaries, that sounds attractive. I think that a lot of people would agree with that. But I think that what you see now is social progressivism, woke movement, what have you, has sort of taken that conception of effective freedom. It's necessary to have political freedom in the more classical sense, but it's not sufficient. You must have more than mere political freedom. And so I think that you sort of see the seeds of the destruction. To my mind, it's more of a destruction than a sort of a bend. I think I don't know how you close Pandora's box or put the genie back in the bottle after the proliferation of this effective freedom. I think that now what we see with the rising tides of the social progressivism, I don't know how you go back. I don't know how you go back to a sort of more classical consensus. And I think it went off the rails probably about 100 years ago. I think good things happened after that. I think that obviously, but those aren't quite in response to the effective freedom. That's more of a conception of human dignity, the civil rights movement, for example. I think that's I don't know if that's a outgrowth of Crowleyism or if that was a sort of rare win in a post-Crowley era.
Well, with Crowley, was what he was preaching, did that like really catch on in the 1930s?
He was an advisor to Wilson. Right,
but I mean, like culturally, where people are like, oh yeah, like this effective freedom stuff is like where it's at.
As to broader cultural implications outside of politics, I don't know if it was winning the hearts and minds of the American people. I think they were preoccupied with the Depression and the Second World War. But I think that I think that regardless of whether it was winning the hearts and minds of the American people, is I think that the political sort of it shifted the gears of the goal of the state much more, and I think that sort of led to. I mean, because a lot of the right blames FDR, but I mean, I think Wilson was the one who really was really to blame in that regard. So I think, but regardless, all of this aside, it's to my mind, it was a hard break, but it was never going to go off the rails. It was never not going to go off the rails. I think, to my mind, liberalism was always going to lead to where we are now. And in fact, I think that things like Crowley's effective freedom as sort of a proto woke movement were always going to come about, because that's what liberalism is. Liberalism seeks to undergird and secure the private freedoms against sort of hostile or unsympathetic environments or the public. And so I think that I don't know how you could have a liberalism in its classical sense that couldn't lead to where we are now.
Yeah, but can't you make that same argument for theocracy or anything that predates liberalism that turns into liberalism? You say, well, that was the end goal of theocracy, was to become liberalism. And then you say, well, the end goal of liberalism is to become wokeism or socialism. So therefore, vis-a-vis, ergo, the end goal of theocracy is to become socialism.
Well, I guess it depends then on sort of the initial question is whether you think that the tradition can be restored or whether it can't. And that's sort of just because if you think it's all just sort of one long arc of history, and that we were all like feudalism would always lead to today through various sort of political and theological religious developments, from liberalization of the church to liberalization of the government to liberalization of the market, then maybe not. I mean, and so then it's sort of this fatalistic determinism.
Right.
Like, it doesn't matter. We ride the tiger and we just grin and bear it. Or do we think that perhaps there was something that actually went wrong and could be restored? I'm inclined to maybe, this is very doomerish, but I mean, there are not many examples of what I would call culturally or socially conservative. It's sort of right-wing cope to say that the pendulum swings back. I think looking to history, it very seldom, if ever, does. And the few times it does, of those times, it often gets ugly, because then that pendulum swing back is appropriated by people who have much more nefarious ends. And so I think that it's possible that riding the tiger, but then you sort of sound like you're taking the Benedict option, hunkering down in your little platoons off in the woods with 15 kids. So I think that it's just a prudential judgment on what you think can be preserved or conserved against the arc of history. Maybe, I don't know. I think that's a less satisfying answer. I think that's a less satisfying possibility. But yeah, I mean, it's sort of like, well, that's the way it developed, and that's the way it is. There couldn't have been an alternative. It was always going to happen. And maybe you're right.
Well, I mean, I don't believe it's deterministic. I'm just bringing that up in terms of if we can, or if a person's arguing that we can go back to something, to tradition. I mean, they are, what's like, well, why do you have to go that far back? Why can't you just go back to classical liberalism? Why do we have to go back to pre-liberalism? Which I don't even think would work, because, I mean, my conception of things is that I think the left-right broadly does break down into tradition versus change. And I do think that tradition versus change mentality is an evolved tendency that humans evolved to have, because you need both someone who has you need both the mindset of like, okay, we need to conserve the things that work for us. When you're the hunter-gatherer caveman, you need to conserve, the hunting techniques and the gathering techniques that provide you food. But then if there's a flood or a rival tribe comes or some unexpected thing happens, then you do need to have the people, and you do need to have the mentality of like, okay, we need to change and adapt to this new situation. We can't just be stuck in our traditions, because if you're just stuck in your traditions, you die, essentially, if something changes. And so I do think that these change versus tradition is a thing that basically humans have evolved to have. And I think part of the reason that a lot of people, there's sort of the Mancha Smallbug, Cthulhu Sums Left kind of idea. It's like, well, for thousands and 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 thousands of years of human history, there wasn't really a lot of left-wing swimming, okay? People were stuck, as hunter-gatherers for most of our existence, and then we were stuck in various forms of, monarchical systems, for thousands and thousands and thousands of more years. It's only seeming that things are kind of shifting left now, and I think that's mostly because of technology. Technology and the advancement of technology makes the world change constantly, and it makes the world change at an astounding rate. And so you do sort of, for humans to continue to evolve and adapt, you do have to keep changing how society functions. I mean, look, when I grew up, okay, I don't think I would have had conceptualized the idea that I would have had a magic box in my pocket that could tell me all of human knowledge was stored there, in my pocket. And I could get any answer to any question, basically, as long as I have a fucking internet connection in my pocket. That's just not a thing that people thought about existing in like the 80s and even in the 90s. Right. But that having that technology completely changes the way, and this is what we're talking about, completely changes the way that we interact with each other, completely. And so the answer to me is, okay, well, we need to change. We need to figure out how to deal with this. And if we had a more like, well, we're going to be hard set stuck in tradition, well, what is the traditional answer to all these things? Well, some people say it's, well, we need to go back to traditional values of house and family and blah, blah, blah. And that's all good and fine and great. But the problem is, you see how those kids act when you hand them a fucking smartphone. They get sucked into it. They get obsessed with it. And so it's like, okay, well, you want to implement a traditional culture that's going against every biological will and neuron in a little kid's brain that makes it addicted to this technology. And so what's the real traditional solution? Well, the real traditional solution is to take a hammer and to smash the smartphone, and to smash all the smartphones, and to smash all the new technologies. Because I think the dark truth is that yeah, it's much easier to have the traditional things work when, you know, when you force the environment to match the times where the tradition did work. And I don't think we're going to live in a society where we can all be Luddites. If we do, we're all going to be speaking Chinese in 20 years. So I think we do have to just keep moving forward as the technology increases. Not throw away our traditions, obviously, because that leads to the road of disaster, but we have to figure out some way to move forward. I don't think moving backwards is the answer here.
And I agree with you. I think that and that's why I think that although at the end of the day, I would still say we need to move beyond liberalism.
Mm-hmm.
I think that even that entails a kind of looking forward rather than a kind of looking backwards. I think that you have to work within the confines of the system you have and continue forward and realize that you're not going to be able to smash the smartphones, or you're not going to be able to recreate what once was. There is no going back to it. I think that a lot of the right makes that kind of mistake.
Mm-hmm.
It's no different. It's like the architecture posting, right? The men used to build beautiful things.
Right, right.
They're right in a certain sense, but merely lamenting the loss of that era or the loss of those customs, and if we were to return to that, it would simply lead back to where we are. There is no such thing as returning to a prior consensus, because the conditions that led to the disruption of that consensus were already in place when that consensus was formed.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
And so I think that there is a necessity to move beyond it, and to be careful too of the fact that there were other alternatives to liberalism along the way that we should learn to avoid and learn from in that regard, particularly in the 20th century, while still acknowledging, in my mind, that liberalism has failed, that it has led to an illiberal the system that we have now. It was unable to defend itself. It was unable to protect its values and presumed a kind of permanent public virtue that could sustain it for quite some time, but couldn't any longer. That's my view. And so I think that I agree with you that we continue on. We don't look to the past beyond sort of as anyone would, to learn and to,
mm-hmm.
but nothing beyond that. I think that that's a fool's errand. I just think it's what that future looks like, whether we continue to bend or whether we break. Because I don't know how much more. Well, I guess I would say the system has already broken. But let's even say it hasn't. I don't know how much more it can bend. I think that we get to the point where the difference of degree becomes so great that it really is just a difference in kind. I don't know how much what we have now, technology aside, just politically, culturally, mirrors the sort of the founding
mm-hmm.
intent, or even the intent of the 1800s or even early 1900s.
Can I ask you a question about the breaking thing? Like, are you saying society's broken because illiberal players have like taken over the field?
Is this a question for me or for Sitch?
For you.
I think that it's broken, that liberalism has failed because it has been too effective. It's like what Patrick Deneen writes. He writes, liberalism has failed because it has succeeded. The view being that liberalism has allowed the proliferation of so many of what Mill calls experiments in living, or something like that.
Right, but these are, I mean, the things that liberals are worried about are the illiberal players that are on the field. So like wokeism is an example of illiberalism.
Right.
It's antithetical to liberalism. So I don't understand from the conservative perspective, it's like there's two ways you can look at it. You can look at it, society needs like change and tradition as Sitch laid out to function. And the problem is there are these third players that are coming into being that are illiberal actors. And there's like conservatives and liberals can team up against the illiberals, or conservatives are actually they are themselves illiberals and are just jealous that other illiberal actors have taken over the field.
Well, going back to the very formulation of the question, again, I think that the social progressive wokeism, social leftism, we call it a bunch of different things, but you know what I mean.
Illiberal leftism.
Illiberal leftism,
right.
I think, is and this is what Sitch and I think have sort of been discussing, is it is the child, it is the natural outgrowth of liberalism. I don't think they're opposed. I think it was always going to follow from an abuse of or distortion of liberal tenets. I don't think it's opposed.
But it's antithetical to liberalism. It is.
In what ways do you think it's antithetical?
Well, they want to put speech prohibitions on people. They want people to basically be put into castes according to their race or gender or ethnicity.
I mean, John Locke wanted prohibitions on people's speech. He wanted prohibitions on people's practice of religion. So did the American founders.
So that's also liberalism?
No, but that was, wait. Those were things under the idea of to live and let live, where the woke idea is the opposite. It's you must do what I say. There will be no living and let
well,
living.
And just because a liberal, was for some particular behavior doesn't mean it's a property of liberalism.
Well, no, but I think that Locke recognized that for liberalism to function, you had to disallow certain groups from participating in society. That's why
illiberal groups. Yeah.
Right.
That's the paradox of tolerance. Yeah. You can't allow the illiberal people to use liberalism to destroy it.
The argument that I can see though is like liberals are not strong enough to force the illiberals off the field, which I think there is an argument to be made there. But I don't.
Well, right. It doesn't have the internal defense. It doesn't have an immune system, in a sense. It can't defend against alternative sort of proposals. But at the same time, though, I think that illiberal leftism, wokeism, I think that it particularly is an outgrowth of because liberalism anthropologically assumes what? I mean, it assumes that the state exists to guard against, to protect certain fundamental freedoms. It conceives of man as sort of a state of nature. The state of nature is the sort of anthropological assumption of liberalism, and that's how man is, and that's his natural state. I think that from there, if you think that the state exists to sort of preserve as much freedom as is possible that man enjoyed in his natural state, while also curtailing certain impulses that allow man to actually live and not be killed by his neighbor, I think that it tracks that, going back to what we were talking about a few minutes ago with effective freedom, the idea that, okay, if liberalism seeks to secure man's freedom, then it will eventually seek to secure freedom beyond mere political persecution from a king or a tyrant. It will instead seek then to augment effective freedom, kind of daily life, daily living. What makes one effectively free? How do we allocate for certain discrepancies in people's lives that make them unfree or less free than others? That's and that was often applied economically for Wilson and Franklin Roosevelt. But what we see now is that sort of applied socially. And so I think that from there, you say, well, okay, if it's all been about sort of the securing of freedom, then to my mind, it's
individual freedom. Yeah,
sure.
Well, I just see like these third players on the field that are not liberals, and basically I see a lot of conservatives blaming liberals for their existence when I think they're antithetical to liberalism. So go ahead. Look, I don't want a 2v1 here, so go ahead, Sitch.
Well, and I mean, you can answer this question. Why do you guys think Marxism is sticky? And by sticky, I mean persuasive. Why do people keep getting stuck into this ideology that this asshole came up with, a few hundred years ago?
It appeals to people's moral intuitions.
What do you say?
Well, in a certain sense, it's because Marxism is correct. I think that it's absolutely correct in terms of how it criticizes man's relation to his labor. I think that people are completely untethered from fruits of their labor, and I think that almost leads to the kind of crisis of meaning. People have no sense of pride to their work. They're untethered from what they do. Most people who go to college now sit in front of Microsoft Excel for a Big Four accounting firm and have no connection to what they do. And so I think that there's sort of a loss of sense of craft. And I think that people intuit that kind of that alienation. It alienates you. And I think that the Marxist diagnoses, I take very little issue with a lot of the Marxist diagnoses. It's more the prescriptions that lose me.
Well, it's interesting that you're saying what you're saying, because I don't like that makes sense, I guess, to an extent if you're sitting in front of a Microsoft Excel sheet. But when Marx wrote what he wrote, he obviously wasn't talking about that. He was talking about farmers and craftsmen and people that were doing exactly the thing that they were doing. Maybe they weren't getting the capital for their labor from the fruits of their labor directly, but they were doing some physical thing and seeing the physical product created before their eyes.
I think it's entirely analogous to a modern job of Microsoft Excel. I mean, to be alienated, what's that? Consider the pencil or something like that, and all the different things that go into making the pencil. You never actually you create one small element or have one small step in that process. You never see the pencil, right? You helped with the timber. You helped create the eraser. I don't remember, but you're alienated from. And similarly, when you just are increasing shareholder value for whomever or whatever, you're alienated from the fruits of the labor. So although it's not identical, I think it's analogous.
Yeah, but so like with the pencil thing, reality has a bias towards efficiency. So it'll always be more efficient to have someone go get the labor, someone, send the labor to a place to be refined, someone to make the various, someone get the metal, someone get the rubber, to kind of do all these things in little piecemeal as opposed to one person getting all those things. It will always be more efficient to do it that way. There's no way around that. But
I think you're right. I don't disagree with that.
But that has to be accounted for. And I think, obviously my position, and I agree with Adam here, is that the stickiness of Marxism is that I think it hits on a moral intuition, which kind of relates to what you're talking about, where you have a guy, and I don't think it necessarily matters whether they're farming, whether they're creating a physical work. I think the moral intuition that makes people persuaded with Marxism is they're sitting there, they don't own the business, and they're making the pencil, they're serving the food, they're making a cabinet out of wood, they're installing a toilet. They're sitting there and they're like, why does this asshole who's not here doing this physical thing, why does my boss get more money for my labor when I don't see him physically doing this thing?
So you think it taps into resentment?
Yeah, there's a sense of unfairness that people don't understand because they've never run a business that taps into, yes, unfairness, and that creates resentment. Yes. And I think that's the stickiness of Marxism.
I take no issue with that. I think that it certainly is the politicization of resentment. I think that's leftism more generally.
Right.
And so I think that there are narrow ways in which a lot of the Marxist diagnoses, even to say I agree with, kind of still, I guess I've got a little bit of that 1960s boomer. I don't know, it sends a shiver down my spine to even say that.
Sure.
I think that it very quickly does evolve rather, into that politics of resentment. I think that's why we now see the application of Marxist lenses and theories and structures to non-economic relations.
Sure.
Power structures, etc.
I agree. Yeah. And so, okay. So if it's like this sense of resentment, which is bred from a sense of unfairness, that seems to be like why people fall into the Marxist trap. But I assume that you would agree that this sort of hierarchical structure of business and manufacturing and all this other stuff, even if we disagree upon wealth, how much the wealth should be redistributed and blah, 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 I assume that you would agree that having this hierarchical structure is the best, most efficient way to organize labor.
Best, yes, I think I would agree with that.
Okay. And so I guess where I take issue with sort of laying this at the feet of liberalism is that, to me, Marxism is really not a rebellion against liberalism or something that liberalism permits. Marxism is a rebellion against reality itself. Marxism is sort of the child who's mad at their parents that they have to exist because by existing they have to work. And that's a thing that we've all felt, or people do feel, whether it's for right or wrong, and you just kind of have to deal with it as being a human, sort of the unfairness of existence within itself. And so I don't really perceive how, if this is what Marxism is, the unfairness of reality itself and how resource acquisition works and production works, I don't really perceive how someone can create a system that's going to be immune to the Marxist pressures pushing on it, trying to always subsume it and take it over. And the second that system doesn't produce economic results that people aren't happy with, then that's where Marxism starts weaseling its way in.
Sure. I agree with all of that. I think, however, the fact that it's been able to remain sticky, like you say, and now more so even in liberal countries, rather, after the fall of the Soviet Union, and now, young, uneducated or poorly educated people find a lot of merit in Marxism, either applied to economic relations or social relations, both. To me, again, it's you put it as a rebellion against reality, right? Something like that. And I think that that's absolutely right. But I think that it's an outgrowth of a system that always was a rebellion against reality. That is liberalism. I think that both are rebellions against reality. Both are rooted in false anthropology. I think that Marxism is, although developed sort of as a philosophy, perhaps independent of liberalism or not reliant upon it, it was always going to take hold and remain sticky in a liberal society, because they are both at base analogously, similarly rebelling against the actual state of nature and presupposing a different one.
What is the element of liberalism that's rebelling against reality?
It's very fundamental notion of how man is in a state of nature, what man is or ought to be, in the absence of restraint. The idea that, that man, I mean, it's really the atomization of man is in liberalism's view, the natural state of man, and that he only enters into these covenants, these social constructs to guard sort of a certain bare minimum standard. And so it really comes down to social contract theory and the state of nature. These things are not how man actually is. They're completely, they're fictions, and they might be necessary fictions in the liberals' view, but they're fictions too. And so when you start with a springboard of the state of nature as how man is, and you say, well, okay, that's man's actual way of being, and now we work around that so that they don't all kill each other. From the start, it's a rebellion against nature, because that's not how man is.
Well, I mean, we had a very long debate with Carl about this a while ago.
I imagine you did.
Yeah. And I unfortunately subjected myself to reading Locke to have the conversation. Second Treatise, which is one of the most boring fucking things you can read in human history. But to me, the kind of like, yes, Locke kind of throws down the whole state of nature, and he's completely wrong. And all the liberal thinkers, or most liberal thinkers, were completely wrong about the state of nature and how they conceptualize that. But a lot of that state of nature stuff existed, really, to my understanding, only existed and was only conceptualized because the liberal thinkers had to argue against the monarchical theologians who were making a state of nature argument in order to basically protect the divine right of the king. And so you had a bunch of liberal thinkers come along, and they have to argue within whatever the framework of the time is. And they say, oh, well, actually, according to your argument, according to the theological argument, if we look at the state of nature through like a biblical lens, Adam in the garden and all that nonsense, it actually promotes like liberal values, blah, 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 blah. Where if we were to remove the incorrect parts of the state of nature and say, okay, let's look at liberalism as a philosophy and say, okay, we're throwing out the wrong thoughts about natural humans, and we implement in it, we substitute it with something that's correct, that humans existed as hunter-gatherers for most of their existence, and there's always evolutionary pressures about, community and existing as a community, but also existing as individual, and kind of this like convoluted balance of balancing these two things together. And this is how humans existed, blah, 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 blah. If we put that into the liberal framework, I don't really see what part of liberalism as a philosophy actually changes.
That's the sort of connection that I'm. So I want to make sure I understand your position. I mean, fundamentally, are you just saying, not just, are you saying that liberalism's assumptions about man's actual state of being are irrelevant?
Yeah, I'm saying if we were to take out the incorrect assumptions about the state of nature that the classical liberals made, and we were to put in what's actually more likely to be true, I don't see what part of liberalism suddenly doesn't work or changes.
Well, I think that if liberalism had a proper or more correct or more proper anthropology as to man's state of nature, as to the way man actually is, not sort of this fictitious state of nature, then it would completely change the way that it would conceptualize the state ought to function, ought to preserve. If you think of man as a comparatively communitarian animal, think of man as not one who isolates and atomizes and is sort of in the nasty, brutish, and short formulation of Hobbes. I know that it's a different proposal there, but if you think of man as sort of a more communitarian animal, then I think that everything would be downstream from that. It would radically change all of the prescriptions of liberalism, because what liberalism seeks to do is it seeks to guard or protect, as much as is politically practicable, that state of nature. Let man be as he wants to be, except for XYZ. You can't let him do these few things, but otherwise let him exist as he ought or wants to exist. And that is sort of attempting to replicate the state of nature within a society. And that leads to a kind of moral relativism all its own. And that's what the state of nature purportedly under liberalism is. Is just moral relativism or Platonic idiots. And so, Oh, go on. Sorry.
Well, I was going to say, I don't think, like, if you went back and looked at like the founding fathers' writing, I don't believe that they viewed humans or Americans through this lens of extreme atomization. I believe they looked at it through, we would consider, a very highly social conservative lens of communities, and that you have to have, strong communities and all these different, wherever you live, in local communities that people kind of find meaning from and bind themselves to. And yet these were our classical liberal fathers, and they didn't believe that.
They just thought that those communities shouldn't be overseen by the state. That's the only difference. They thought political life, they separated political life from religious life.
It seems to me that the real critique that the sort of post-liberal right has for liberalism, it's not so much that the liberals get the state of nature wrong. It's that what they're saying the liberals got wrong was that I think the founding fathers, as you said, Adam, believed that you could draw a distinction between how the government runs itself and how local communities and local families run itself.
Right.
And that they were saying that these things didn't have to mirror each other. They should operate differently, different rules accordingly. And
the political realm should operate under some universal principles.
Yeah, a universal
principle. The personal
realm
can be as communitarian as you want.
Exactly. And that you have to have a government neutral universality to allow the people to run their communities under this more conservative community lens. And it seems like the sort of post-liberal conception is, no, you can't do that. The government has to reflect the community and reflect the family unit.
Well, I think that the issue is, it takes issue with that very distinction Adam made just now, is that there's sort of the public and the private, and that you can even have such a distinction, because to make that distinction is to reject the idea that a good state needs good citizens and good citizens need a good state, or at the very least, it doesn't do anything to preserve that construction. You have nothing to, if the state will not do anything to preserve and undergird and support those kind of local associations, community associations, then liberalism sows the seeds of its own demise, which is the point that I've been trying to make. And that it doesn't have an immune system. It will do nothing to uphold those sort of public, by public I don't mean governmental, I just mean as opposed to purely private, in the home or as applied to the individual. It will do nothing to uphold those sort of public pillars. And in so doing, eventually the private pillars, so too, will collapse. And that's why we have the atomization and relativism we have now.
Well, okay. Do you think, when was society more illiberal? Do you think it was right now, or when we were legally allowed to enslave other humans?
When was it more liberal?
Illiberal.
Illiberal. As applied to individual sort of freedoms, it was more illiberal then.
Mm-hmm.
Because people were, a good chunk of the population were treated as chattel.
Right.
So in that sense, sorry, go on.
Well, no, so what I was going to say is, when I hear, kind of the argument that you brought forward, it just strikes me as unusual, because I feel like when we had slaves, we were at a significantly more illiberal position. We were at a significantly more position where our, quote, liberalism was, bent, twisted, broken in a direction that completely does not conform with our liberal values. And you can even make the same argument and say, well, it was the permissiveness of liberalism that allowed slavery, this horribly illiberal institution, to even exist in the first place. And yet we managed to come back from that. We managed to fix that. We managed to come back from that. And so if we can come back from that, I think we come back from, woke shit.
Well, I hope you're right. I mean, I hope you're correct. I just am not as optimistic.
Okay.
And maybe that's what it really boils down to. I don't see how you put the genie back in the bottle. I think that because unlike some of the sort of atrocities of America's own past and how it's treated groups of people, those have sort of been they came from somewhere, obviously. I mean, because Europeans hadn't found or explored much of the African continent, and so it came from somewhere. But it was ingrained in a part of culture for so long. Whereas this social progressivism is in a certain sense new. Of course, it's not as new as I think many would say. Like, it's come about in the past 10 years. No, it hasn't. The seeds were sown, in my mind, 100 years ago. But in any event, it came from somewhere that, to my mind, seems more of an outgrowth rather than sort of a vestigial tumor, right? And I think that so whereas I think the abolition of slavery was liberalism attempting to be true to itself, which is a good thing in that regard, so too is this almost. This is liberalism becoming truer to itself. It's becoming more itself, but now sort of missing the golden mean. And I think it was always going to miss the golden mean. It was always going to progress to a certain point where there were good developments for equality, human rights, human dignity. But then it sort of overstays its welcome.
Okay. Well, we're not going to agree on that, but
no, I suspect not.
What's the point where it overstays its welcome?
When it stops being true to its founding principles. When it no longer
so it lets a liberalism thrive. I mean, we're talking to Local Distance about this. It's just the exact same thing. But obviously, at some point, you've got to step up and say, we're not going to take these illiberal players. I feel like that's happening. But like, people are constantly talking about whether or not we've achieved peak wokeness. Like, people are sick of these speech prohibitions. People are sick of all of these different social taboos people are creating on the fly that everyone is just doesn't even know if they're doing the right thing now. People are tired of that stuff. So I feel like there is a social system in place that will step in inevitably and say, shut the fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I think
exercise itself.
I hope so. And if that can happen,
all right,
then I will have much more faith in liberalism's immunoresponse, so to speak.
Well, look, I don't understand why conservatives aren't joining hands with us. What it feels like often is conservatives want to implement their own brand of illiberalism, and they're just mad that all the wokies grabbed the illiberal stick and took over all the institutions.
Well, because, I mean, I won't speak for, I mean, I don't know who you've spoken to or who espouses that particularly, and I wouldn't aim to speak for them, but
well,
I
look,
think
if we're both in favor of individual freedoms, which a lot of people, I mean, I don't even understand how the libertarians classify themselves as on the right, because I think of the right as being, you know, not as in favor of individual freedoms as libertarians are. But if you are on the right and in favor of individual freedom, then there is some liberalism in your philosophy.
Well, that's an interesting formulation. It's not, I don't really think of myself as having any of that liberalism. I think it's more of it's a deferment.
How are you defining liberalism? I just think of liberalism as like individual rights, maximizing individual rights to the point that you're not infringing on other people's individual rights. Like, obviously, if we give everyone the right to murder and kill indiscriminately, that's going to infringe on other people's freedoms.
Right. And I guess my response is, I think that there are a good many acts that most people think of as purely private, purely self-pertaining, that are not in fact purely self-pertaining. I don't think there is such a thing as an act that truly only affects oneself. So I think we need to, what I think is we need to have considerably more care for every act and how it relates. You're never going to have an act that is purely self-referential. So in light of that, I think we need to reconsider a lot of the things that we currently do think are entirely self-referential, things that entirely affect yourself, because nothing really does. And I think that in light of that, we need to, and that's what I think it makes me, I don't, using the word illiberal in the context of how we've been talking about it, I certainly wouldn't use, but I don't share in the liberal sensibility, because I think that kind of act, the self-pertaining act, is a fiction.
Right.
I don't think that there is such a thing. Even if you go live in the woods and do nothing and don't talk to anybody, that itself is an act. You are withdrawing, and that affects people. So
my intuition is correct. You want to limit people's individual freedoms, but this is what doesn't really add up. It's like, if conservatives want to limit people's individual freedoms in certain ways, the same way that I guess you're basically saying that liberalism permits things that you don't approve of, and that's where liberalism has gone too far. So we're complaining about two completely different things. We're complaining about where liberalism becomes illiberalism, and you're just complaining about liberalism in general.
And that right there, I think I would say that those aren't two different things, because liberalism the complaint that liberalism becomes illiberalism is, in my view, endemic to what liberalism is anyway. So in my view, we are all just complaining about what liberalism is.
Well,
because
look, if it's maximizing individual freedoms, and then there's at some point that maximization of individual freedoms reaches a tipping point where, society's going to allow hardcore pornography on billboards downtown, like we were theorizing earlier.
Yeah, I was listening to that. That was when I started tuning in.
Right. Okay. So look, if that's the situation, if we've gone that far towards individual freedom, like this conversation might be very different, but I'm not sure that we have.
But we are there. Everyone can access pornography whenever they want.
Yeah, but it's not on a billboard in the middle of downtown.
No, certainly not. Thank God for now. But
look,
if everyone,
and I think people perceive what you're talking about as a problem. I don't think people want children to have access to hardcore pornography. They just haven't found a way to deal with it.
Sure. But what about adults?
Mm-hmm. So, okay, so there we go. So if you're talking about, you think society should prevent adults from seeing hardcore pornography, then we are like, then you are dipping into the illiberal realm in the same way that woke people are dipping into the illiberal realm. They don't want to show cleavage in superhero movies.
I think there's a line. It's sort of there's a Supreme Court case in pornography, right? Like, I know it when I see it. It's you can't necessarily quantify it, but you know what's pornographic and what doesn't rise to the level of pornographic. I think pornography is a really good example. I think smoking is also a good example. I think these are examples of things that if people engage in these actions, then society generally worsens.
But when people are talking about post-liberalism, this is kind of my intuition about it. They're talking about developing a system where adults don't have access to pornography in the same way that the woke people want to develop a system where straight white men don't benefit from seeing cleavage in superhero movies. Like, it's just like an aesthetic thing.
But those aren't the same thing. There's a completely different substantive commitments. They might mirror each other procedurally or in form, but in substance, they're undergirded by radically different views.
Well, yeah, okay. So they could, the ideas motivating them could be different, but the outcome is very similar, obviously, because it's kind of like just a prudish nature about human sexuality, right?
Well, how is it similar just because both, not, or rather not both, how is it similar? How are they similar just because neither are what you would call liberal? That doesn't mean they're similar.
It's similar in that it's preventing. Go ahead, Sitch.
Well, no, I was going to ask: Are you trying to say that they're similar, that because they're both illiberal and thus they both violate liberalism?
Well,
or are you saying that they have a similar nature to them beyond that?
Obviously that, but I think he's saying that the motivations behind why
they're different
there's this prudish nature. Look, you could make an argument whether or not they're really different motivations or they're the same motivation, but I just, the fundamental thing that I want to get to is, I think the intuitions that people have about this kind of stuff is they think if this behavior is allowed to persist, it's going to degrade society in some substantial way.
Mm-hmm.
Is that your take? I think both. That's where the similarity is.
I think that, well, first of all, I think that's everyone's take, right? I think you think that too. You think that too about the post-liberals and the wokes, right?
Well, my claim I have factual evidence for. Their claim they don't. Your claim you don't. The claim that if adults have access to pornography, society's going to fall apart, I don't think that claim has been met yet. The fact that taking pornography away from adults is going to tangibly limit people's freedoms, that claim is substantiated, obviously. I mean, it's obvious.
Well, I think that to have that perspective is to reject the evidence of what mass consumption of and access to pornography has done.
Look, and we can have that argument, but that's a completely different argument. My only point is the similarity between the two is both. Everyone says this because it's the thing to say to get the thing that you want, and whether or not it's true is an open question. Like, obviously, the people who wanted prohibition thought it was going to make society better. If we didn't have access to alcohol, it ended up making society worse. Like, you don't really know until you implement the thing.
Sure, that's true.
I mean, do they have access to hardcore pornography in these Middle Eastern countries, these Islamic countries? I mean, are they tangibly better for it? I'm not sure that they are.
No, well, in my view, they're not. But that's not the one factor that
there's
makes
other
or breaks.
Yeah,
sure. But again, my issue here is the conflation of sort of the post-liberal right, let's say, and and the illiberal left, the conflation of those as similar just because they don't share in sort of liberal suppositions. I mean, because from my perspective, I would say
their motivation is the same, though, exactly the same.
What and what motivation do you think that is?
Society will suffer if these policies are implemented.
Well, then
society will be
everyone
tangibly worse.
You think that too about your own system?
I mean, not really. I mean, I'm an empiricist, so I would have to see the policy play out to know. I mean, I was willing to say, look, if we put the hardcore pornographic billboard up, I don't know that society's actually going to fall apart.
Well, so and this is what's interesting.
I don't know.
I mean, I think it will, but then we get into the definition.
It will. Look, you just put your foot down. It totally will.
It will. It will, because it degrades the human character.
Look,
it doesn't matter if we still have roads and still have internet. If people are miserable and they are consuming porn and unable to form relationships, the government might still exist, but society doesn't.
They thought,
well, wait, let me.
If they were going to make alcohol illegal, it was going to make society better. It made it worse. They were wrong. You could always be wrong. But anyway, go ahead, Sitch.
Well, no, I was going to say, see, this is proof that the political compass tests don't work. Because you're obviously right wing. You can feel the conservative. When Adam dares to say maybe porn on billboards is good, you could feel the conservatism just like flaring up.
I guess I don't see any difference between me, you, and an illiberal lefty. We all believe that if certain other factions, groups, policies, whatever, are allowed to flourish and grow, or certain behaviors or certain modes of thought that could be damaging to the system we desire. Everyone has preferences.
Right.
So I don't see in that respect.
Those aren't preferences, though. Like if you're talking about murder.
I think the issue is this, that I think me and Adam kind of look at it like, well, how can it be liberalism's fault if both the illiberal left and the illiberal right are both advocating for something outside the bounds of liberalism? But
that's it right there.
Yeah, but the counter argument that you're making and that other people have made is like, well, they're saying that the illiberal left is not outside the bounds of liberalism. They're saying the illiberal left is the endpoint of liberalism, while whatever system we're arguing for, the illiberal right is saying that their thing is not the endpoint of liberalism, it's something different. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that the illiberal left is the fulfillment of liberalism's promises.
Right. And so the fundamental disagreement, I guess, and I mean, we're not going to solve this disagreement, obviously, is, we do not view illiberal left as the endpoint of liberalism. We just view it as the same thing as we view the illiberal right, as just a rejection of liberalism.
But to that, I would say, although I agree with you, even if that weren't the case, even if I didn't think that the illiberal left was the fulfillment of liberalism's promise, even if I didn't believe that, it still doesn't negate, to my mind, it doesn't negate the view that we are all, if we each have a delegate, right? If I'm a delegate of the illiberal right, we have a delegate of the illiberal left, and Adam or you is a delegate of liberalism.
Right.
We all just have various commitments of the good, and we just disagree on the good. I don't view myself as any closer to the illiberal left than I do to Adam, let's say.
Look, I completely disagree, though, because I'm basing mine on trial and error, on some, implementing the policy and seeing what happens. You're basically saying, I believe in my heart of hearts, if we implement this policy, that society will fall apart. I'm not going to do that.
I don't think you need to believe it in your heart of hearts. I think that the whole crisis of meaning of the past 50 years demonstrates that the that either whether it is the illiberal left or liberalism or some combination of the two or relation between the two leads to a similar crisis of meaning.
Look, we began this conversation with me saying, I'm not sure the meaning crisis is real.
Right. No,
So,
and I agree. Well, don't agree. To the extent I say it's just a fact of nature, right? I think that there's always been somewhat of a crisis.
sure, yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
And I think it's
people are depressed in
exacerbated.
their 20s. So
Right, exactly. That's just being a person.
yes,
But I think
the state of nature.
right. But I think it's exacerbated by this very prolific liberalization of what you would call freedom. I would not, because it would seem that we could not have a culture or a society or a government that lets people enslave themselves to passions, to pornography or cheeseburgers or to cigarettes or to anything else. And so in my mind, I would say that both you and the illiberal leftist want to enslave people. Now that's not fair, because that takes one narrow band of my perspective and says, because neither of you agree with it, you are the same. Well, that's not true. But to my mind, that's what you're doing when you say that I am like the illiberal left, just because we don't share certain prescriptions with you.
Right.
Well, they're just three different perspectives that are, it's like three sides of a triangle. Like none of us agree with each other.
Yeah. No, and I think that's fair. And I don't think, Adam, that the like trial and error idea actually matters in the conversation, because like when you talk about like trial and error in science and like, facts, that only matters if everyone has the same goal or presupposition of what the goal should be. Where if you have a fundamental difference about like what freedom is or what we should be shooting for, then it doesn't really matter what the, you don't really have to argue about what the quote facts are.
Yeah, but look, there's all sorts of metrics that people use to measure these things. Even everyone talks about, yeah, look, individually we can come up with our own goals for society, but when it comes right down to it, we're measuring things like happiness, gross domestic product,
No, but I mean,
like all these different metrics that
like
we're
the
using
happiness thing is very
to
interesting
measure the
to me.
health of a society.
Right. The
Hours
happiness thing,
worked, inflation. There's like a million metrics.
the happiness and crisis of meaning thing is very interesting to me, because we all assume right now that people are more unhappy than they've been in a while, that people have more of a crisis of meaning than they ever have in a while. And it's like, okay, maybe that's true because people report it on a survey or something. Or maybe it's not true, because what we have to remember is that our parents and our grandparents grew up in a time where they were actively told that you should not express your feelings about these things.
Oh yeah.
And so that's why that's why I don't want to get bogged down in like what are the facts? Because like I don't know if we actually know what the facts are, regarding that sort of thing. And I don't think someone has a monopoly on those sorts of fact claims.
Well, we do know if the society's being sustained over time, obviously, at the most fundamental level. We know.
Sure, yeah, we know our society continues to exist.
Look,
yes,
that's one of the questions when you guys were talking, I was going to ask. Like, we're kind of trending towards there.
How would you define in that formulation society? Because I would posit that again, the government could still exist. People could still go to work. Like it would look on the surface like things are, but is society really healthy?
Look, I know. Look, let me ask my question.
Sure.
Do you think we are on the verge of some kind of societal upheaval?
Oh God.
I'm going to guess you're going to answer yes, but I'm interested in the details.
I guess it depends on how far in the future. Like, I guess the answer would be yes, but what we mean by the near term, like by soon, I might mean in the next 100 years, 200 years. I don't think it's imminent.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to happen. If it happens in my lifetime, it won't be until I'm very old.
So what is this societal upheaval then that you're perceiving in 100 years or so?
I think a kind of, well, I guess it could go a few ways. And this is without sort of external force, like any kind of war or subjugation externally. But I think things can get very ugly if we continue down the path of what is comparatively for the current time, kind of progressivism and libertinism, because historically, I mean, I don't want to see a duplication or replication of other cultures that have gone down that road, where there's a sudden break. Like, I don't want to see an Iranian revolution, something analogous to that. I don't want to see that here. I think that's one potential outcome. I think that there's that's how the sort of the pendulum does swing when it swings to the right, or swings to a sort of culturally or conservative, if you can use the term. I don't want that. I worry about that happening with increased, I don't know, alienation, which leads to increased what we call personal freedoms, which leads to a frustration or winding up that will suddenly break. So I think it could come in that form, and that is unnerving.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, well, it's a really interesting conversation. We've been talking about it for a long time. Want to do some super chats and some questions. I'm sure this conversation has generated some questions.
Yeah, we didn't ask you about time. How are you on time-wise? Do you want to...
Oh, I'm fine.
Okay.
I can stay for the chats. I can do whatever you guys want me to do.
Sure.
Awesome. How do you feel about time zones and daylight savings time? Should we get rid of daylight savings time? What do you feel about?
I mean, I like longer days. So I like daylight savings time.
Yeah,
if any,
me too.
I would get rid of standard time.
There you
Yeah,
go.
there we go. Look, this guy's... I knew you were based.
Yeah, see, I'm redeeming myself in your eyes now,
There
I
you
hope.
go.
Well, look, the thing is it increases individual freedom, though, to have longer days, doesn't it?
You're right. I like standard time.
Also,
No,
can you say clip it, CT?
You want me to say that?
Yeah.
Clip it, CT?
That's our editor, but say it like really excited.
Clip it, CT.
No,
Perfect.
like really excited.
Perfect.
No,
That's the upper bounds of my excitement.
Okay. You're very stoic. You're rooted in stoicism.
That's me.
You're a virtue ethicist, right? Would you classify yourself as a virtue ethicist?
Gosh, I haven't thought of it in those terms since I was like studying it, but yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I think that we should foster certain virtues in society. I'm in no way against that. So
yeah, I want to have faith in the system that we have inherited to do that. I do not want to throw it out of some kind of love for, pining for, or secret intent to bring about something that can very quickly and easily get nasty. That's not what I want. I can't speak for others on the right. I think that there might be a desire for that in some folks on the right. I want this to work. I've just lost faith in it.
Right.
And if that faith can be restored, then all the better. But right now it's just, I don't have it.
What would it take to restore your faith? What could happen?
A semblance of care for the state of people's, I'll say souls, but I don't mean it. I mean, of course, I personally mean theologically, but I understand that that's not what is practicable in the American context.
I sold my soul to look young forever. So
did you?
I'm out of luck.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe see under my integralist regime, we can try and get it back. But no, I
he doesn't want it back.
He doesn't want it back. He's fine.
He'll
He's fine.
age. What do you mean?
I'd be fucked if I got it back.
Listen, when I went to Adam's house, I saw the painting. It's hidden in the back there somewhere. The painting with the aging Adam painting.
Right. God, I remember reading that. That's been forever since I've read that book.
Dorian Gray?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never read it. The Real Fulcinator for $20 says, I think it's best to say that individualism versus collectivism is on a spectrum, but certain policies have such a profound effect when collectivized, such as life and death, that they should be weighed more heavily on the spectrum. I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with that as well.
There you go. 7 for $20. Thank you. Says, here's an interesting personal question for the guest. What's it like being married to Jew on Head? Also, do you want to have kids someday?
I'm stunned. I mean, I guess based on how we do, how you guys do the order of the chats and all that, it's not as surprising, but it's still stunning to me we got this far without that coming up.
No, that was one of the first ones. I just didn't read it until now.
That makes sense. That was one of the first ones.
Yeah.
Well, it's married life. It's good, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Happy for it. You know, we people ask, and I think I might have seen some other people ask in the chat throughout tonight as well, but whether there is shared ground there, and how much. First of all, like, normal people don't talk about this every hour of the day, right? So, like, it's not like I get home and we start just talking about post-liberalism and Marxism. You know, people talk about other things. So it's always funny to me when people say, "How do you get along?" Or like, it's like, because we're just people, and you can share a lot of similarities with someone before you delve into Herbert Crowley and Karl Marx and socialism and what have you. So that's the first way I answer that.
Mm-hmm.
But then secondly, I think that she and I won't speak for her. She certainly has a platform to speak for herself. But I think that we share a lot of similar diagnoses. We split on some of the prescriptions, of course. But I think that we have a sort of, we look around and have a sort of similar, like, that's kind of shitty. And so I think we have a lot of similar frustrations. And I think when you have those similar diagnoses and frustrations, it indicates a kind of similarity in disposition. And so I think that is more important, actually, than anything, is sharing in that disposition. So married life is good. You know, for the whole, how long has it been? Month and a half. It's been very good. And hopefully kids one day. That's absolutely the goal.
Well, what I take from what you just said is that together you and Shu form the Nazbol Alliance.
It's not the first time I've heard that. I had to ask her what that was. I didn't know what a Nazbol was
there you go.
For the longest time. But yeah, that's one I've heard quite a bit from various detractors.
There it is.
Marriage is great. Look, I'm married as well. I don't think enough people who are married talk about how great it is. So there's too many people out there on the internet talking about who are divorced, who are talking about terrible marriages. So
right. Or like
I'm still on my, yeah, exactly. I'm still on my first marriage. You're still on your first marriage. Look, marriage is great. It's good to have a partner in crime.
Absolutely. That's what it's all about, really, is and to my mind, it's the formation of something beautiful there. So that's
partner in justice, Adam, not crime. But
look,
terrible
justice.
The Yeti for $5 says, Yuda, what do you think of the pornography billboard question, and what do you think of corn in general?
So I know we kind of talked about this already in the course of our discussion. And this is one where I will be pretty blunt. I think that obviously no billboard and no private consumption.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty that shouldn't be too surprising, I hope, after our discussion.
No private consumption of porn. Terrible. I'm not voting for you for president. Jesus.
That's not the first time I've heard that. I imagine it wouldn't be very popular in the American context.
Oh, what do you think of corn?
Corn itself, I mean, I like corn. I like corn on the cob, especially in the summer. I always have to get the little things you poke into the two sides of it, because I can't stand getting anything on my fingers. I can't do like finger food or anything, unless it's like, not particularly runny or whatever.
This is how we know that you're really conservative. You have a very high disgust mechanism.
No, look, we never talked about your Destiny video. I think I saw that Destiny had blocked you.
He did, and I don't think it was strictly the video itself. I don't even know if he saw the video. It was because he and I had a back and forth about well, it was something to do with the fires in Hawaii, right, and Ukraine, and I was making fun of his inability to understand. Like, basically, I was making an analogous argument, and he was treating it like I was trying to make an argument that two things were identical, when I was simply saying they were analogous. And in response to that, I asked the breakfast question.
Right.
And not because the breakfast question asks about analogies, it asks about hypotheticals, but because then in sort of, and I hate to use the prefix meta, but in a meta sense, it was an analogy about the analogy. So I was asking, like if you can't entertain an analogy, can you even entertain a hypothetical? To which he got even more mad. And so then it got to the point where I was whenever he had a good take, whenever it didn't even become about the hypothetical. I would just say, like, whenever he said something I agreed with, I'd say, I can tell you had breakfast this morning. Like, I would just respond with that, like, just completely, like, just sort of running it into the ground. And eventually he got tired of it.
Right.
Which is too bad.
Listen, I'm not feeling super charitable to Destiny after our conversation a while ago.
Oh, yeah?
Sitch, you're a grudger, man. Let it go. Come on.
But I would block you too if you were doing that to me.
Oh, well.
I would not. I'd be like, what the fuck?
I don't.
Get out of here.
Look, I watched the video too, and I don't think the video was very fair as far as. I mean, you can't base Destiny's thing off of just one tweet. So.
Oh well, no. I mean,
It seemed like you were joking, though. Obviously.
Yes, it was. Yeah. It was. With that video and with the video I did on Barbie, I get so in the weeds as I'm making it that I forget if I even believe it.
Yeah.
I sort of start to just buy into the myth that I believe what I'm saying.
It is a very funny video. I will give you that. So
well, and that's what I that's what I wanted, and that's what I sort of that and the Barbie video too. I wanted people to comment, be like, well, that just wasted 10 minutes of my life, or or see it as a successful shit post, because that's really what it was. Especially the Destiny one. The Barbie one I actually might have convinced myself of as I was making it.
Wow.
But the Destiny one in particular, it was just a shit post. So every person I see who replies to that effect, I take it as high praise.
What's up? Because there's a clip in there that makes me think you're not a conservative.
Oh, really?
There's this clip that's like this big fat guy that's so disgusting. Like, I can't even
the bowl.
Yeah, I can't even look at that picture without wanting to throw up.
That's the point.
Yeah, but why? Like, you're a conservative. Why would you put that in your video?
How do you mean?
Look, you had to look at that clip over. Look, I was just like, get this out of here. Like, you had to look at that clip over and over and over again just to, like, do the video.
Well, we do what we must for art.
There you go.
No, I mean, it's the point was that it's meant to be repulsive, not because of what he looks like necessarily, although that could indicate a certain kind of mode of behavior, but also the slurping. That's actually too. I'm talking about slurping milk from a cereal bowl.
Yes,
that clip is actually a guy slurping gravy, like biscuits and gravy.
It's even worse.
But I know it makes it much worse, but you actually can't tell from the clip, so it works. But yeah, that was actually sausage gravy.
Jesus.
Makes it even worse.
I think you need to have a conversation with J-Reg. He'll get you sorted out about whether you really believe what you're saying or not.
J-Reg?
Yeah, you don't know about J-Reg? You don't know about J-Reg.
I'm not.
He doesn't watch YouTube.
You got to teach your man here about J-Reg, okay?
I will do my due diligence.
Yeah. Mark Twain's Revenge for $50. Thank you so much. It says Catholicism for the win. There you go.
Nice.
Indeed.
Dotems for $5 says, does man truly find Catholicism, or does God send the cute Catholic girls to find man, and man is simply capable of deluding himself otherwise? There you go. Who knows? Let's see. WTF1A1A for $20 says, how do I have free will if God knows everything I did or am doing and will do down the road? Praise be to Foamy, the true God of gods. Joke. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about free will and predestination and God and omniscience and all that stuff?
Well, I don't believe in predestination. I think that the free will, I mean, again, when it comes to matters that are more theological, and I know that this was, I mean, not entirely a joke. I think that criticism is one that I've seen often, but I don't want to, get too in the weeds with it. But I think that it might be more analogous to the child you supervise, right? Like the child in his mind, or rather the fish in a bowl, perhaps. The fish doesn't know it's in a bowl. The fish has no conception of whether it's in the wild or in a bowl. It doesn't even know what those things are. The fish just is. But you know the fish is in captivity. And so I think that we exercise free will to the extent that our faculties allow us, but that doesn't mean that there isn't sort of a higher being that is able to observe and know what will come of it. So
okay. So do you, okay, I understand. I was going to add on that, but I changed my mind. Mark Twain's Revenge, thanks so much for the $50. Says, as a Catholic, I don't think the church should have the power of the state. We have been there and done that. And it's not a coincidence that the periods of great corruption of the church coincided with periods where it had great stately power.
Well, I think that that's a criticism I hear a lot. I think that it's any man-made institution, right? I mean, there are a lot of man-made institutions that are fallible. They're composed of man. They should always be questioned healthily. Although I have sort of deference, of course, to Rome and to the Pope, I also acknowledge that the Pope is a man, that the church is composed of men. And so I think that to deny wrongdoing by the church is to deny reality. I mean, you look at the sex abuse crisis, obscene, horrific, inexcusable. And I think that I don't see it a lot. I do see some really trad types. I won't even say excuse it, but push it aside. But I think that the church needs to do a lot more to address these things and right these wrongs. But they very much protect themselves in this structure. You know, they have to, in a certain sense, in their mind, to preserve the structure of the church. But I think it really, there is a rot that does need excised. Not by virtue of it being the Catholic Church, but by virtue of it being a human institution. And so I think that I don't think it's an indictment on the Catholic Church. I think it's an indictment on humans, on man who comprise it. I think that it's right to be skeptical, and I don't fault people for losing faith in the church, frankly. I think that the church has done a bad job of addressing the wrongs that it's committed.
There you go.
True.
Pepe Lag for $20 says, Yuda, what do you think of people calling Shu a conservative, and why do you think they call her that? Do you think she's a socialist conservative?
What do I think? I tell her jokingly she's a conservative sometimes. I mean, half jokingly, like when we talk. I think that in substance, she's not really. In form, I think she sometimes is. Here's what I mean. Like when we were listening to you guys earlier tonight, we were talking about porn consumption because it was being discussed here. It was being discussed with the billboard and all that. And she was like, yeah, and we both agree, this is her speaking. We both agree that it can be damaging or what have you, but I still think we should let people do it. And I to which I respond, well, if you think it's bad or can be damaging, why should we let people do it? If you think it's wrong, and you think not just wrong out of sort of some private aesthetic preference, but because it actually has corrosive results, then how can you just be fine with people doing it? Well, and so she and I share similar intuitions, but then don't sort of take she does not take the leap that I do. So I will sometimes tell her when we have these discussions, you're a conservative, doesn't know it yet, which as I understand it is what many of her, both fans and detractors say about her. And I think that we'll see what the future holds.
Do you accept that those moral intuitions could be wrong though? Like what if we did do a full ban of pornography and sexual assaults like doubled? And they could find a correlation between pornography lowering the level of sexual assaults in the society.
If they could find that correlation, then that would mean that pornography was obviously doing something or providing something, as sick as that feels saying, providing something that prevented sexual assaults. I think then you say, well, what was that thing? What was that thing? We would need to look into that. What was that thing that was being provided by pornography that is no longer being provided that that is leading to these higher rates of sexual assault. And then what we do is we try to find a way to meet that need without legitimizing and legalizing the porn industry.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that
what if the way that you meet that need is child marriage?
Well, I don't support that at all. And
Well, see, look, these are the trade-offs. That's why I'm like, you have to look at the facts on the ground. Like, I understand the pornography offends your sensibilities, but like, if pornography is cutting sexual assaults in half, I would rather people perving out on pornography than women being sexually assaulted.
If those were the only two options, then of course I would agree. I don't think that it's a realistic scenario, but in sort of the thought experiment you offer, if it was, so are you saying that in this experiment, child marriage would be the only solution?
Well, look, I threw it out there because it obviously would be worse than, I think child marriage would be worse than the pornography.
I agree with you.
Or the sexual assault. But look, I know child marriages exist in some societies, so I don't think we should go to child marriage myself, but
I agree.
I think there has been some studies on pornography lowering the level of sexual assault in society. I don't know if they were done well. I haven't really done much looking into it.
I can believe that. I can absolutely believe that there are studies that say that, and they might even be true. But I don't think that the only solution then is to liberalize porn. I think there are other things we can do to reduce sexual assault.
Look, the thing really, the only reason that I brought it up was I think people should have some humility. Like, I think like you should accept that your moral intuitions could be incorrect. Like, I should accept that my moral intuitions could be incorrect. And we have to use something like science to basically figure out if these policies are really going to be better for society. Like, I don't think we should construct a society just so it's aesthetically pleasing to some people.
You're right.
It should be functional.
I agree with that. It should be functional.
Yeah.
I don't think that a society is functional when there is such widespread consumption of pornography.
Right.
I think
it's not even purely aesthetic preference. It's not purely sort of a theological preference as to my view of what is right under church doctrine or an Aristotelian sense of human flourishing. There are also actual empirical studies of the negative adverse effects of pornography. I mean how it affects what gray matter, I think, or the sort of the brain development, porn addiction, even that can develop in people even in adulthood. Erectile dysfunction in men, the inability to sort of unrealistic beauty standards. As far as the porn industry, trafficking of women and girls.
Look, that stuff is horrible as well. Yeah.
So I think that all that is to say is like there are, but I don't think it's a zero-sum game where it's porn or sexual assaults. I think that it's what can we do if we want to eliminate these problems that porn brings, but we realize that eliminating porn will potentially increase sexual assault rates.
Yeah, okay. It's a Chesterton's fence thing.
But then what can we do that can thread that needle? Is it possible to thread the needle? Or is it like Scylla and Charybdis, and you have to sail closer to one because the other one will destroy you?
I have a suggestion, and maybe this will meet your aesthetic criteria. What if we permit people to marry sex robots?
Well, you can't marry a sex robot.
Well, why not? Look, it would be the closest thing to a traditional relationship. So instead of watching porn, they'd be banging the sex robot.
Well, it's not traditional, and the robot can't consent as a human can. It's not, if you think of what marriage is, there's no actual marriage being entered into. It'd be like looking at my toaster and saying, I marry you. Right. You can't do that.
I guess a toaster can't consent either, but.
Right. It can't be done. It's like a category error. It'd be like saying a circle with straight lines. It's you couldn't.
Would you take the trade-off of sex robots? We can do away with the marriage thing. I thought that would actually be closer to your aesthetic, but just sex robots instead of pornography. Like society makes a deal, no more pornography, only sex robots.
Is that better or worse? I guess that's the question you're asking.
It still is a perversion of the human nature. It misapplies the sexual impulse toward a thing.
So
what if the sex robots have artificial wombs?
Well,
no, go ahead, Sitch.
Well, no, to say it's. I mean, this is why does it matter? Something's a perversion of human nature.
Well, because we ought to, and this goes back to the theological. I mean, this is where we will. This theological commitments.
Gotcha.
And this is why I say integralist adjacent.
Right.
Because I do share in these theological commitments that I think should be reflected.
Okay.
So I think that, you can't distort it like that. I think that, but then again, I also acknowledge, I mean, again, if in this hypothetical where it's between the sex robots and the pornography,
mm-hmm.
and we're in a vacuum and there's nothing else. There's no other alternative.
So
there's no sort
alternatives.
of, that's it.
Right.
Both are going to have ruinous effects. Well, I mean, I would say pornography already has. I think pornography presents more dangers in terms of the trafficked.
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
I think sex robots could, especially, are the sex robots stationary? Do they have personalities? Are they like, do they have AI personalities that can talk to you? Or are they just machines that sit there and can be used?
Does it make a difference in terms of whether one's better or worse than pornography?
Yes.
Because you don't want you can
both.
You can put clothes on the robot and take it out to dinner.
Do both. You have one scenario where the sex robot is just a thing that exists in your room for you to fuck, and you have another where it's like a literal robot that people think is a human being and walks around, talks to you, does all that stuff.
I think that's even worse.
Okay. That's worse than porn, but the one in your room that's just stationary is better than porn.
I mean, we functionally have that now. We have devices that we just put a human body around a device. I mean, that we already have.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's
put ChatGPT in a hot body,
Right. That's to the extent that it can replicate human behavior, it's more dangerous.
Okay. I think yeah. I was gonna say, in terms of the put a bow on the porn question, I think both the people that are pro porn and anti porn, to me, the question is, what is driving the pro or anti porn feeling? Is it based on an intuition from the beginning that it's good or bad, or is it based on you don't really like a person doesn't have an intuition one way or the other, but then they just look at the effects that they think it is having or not having on society, and then you're kind of working out from that direction. So that'd be my question generally in this conversation, not to either of you specifically. Mark Man's Revenge for $50 says he was the one that asked you the question about the Catholic Church being affected by power. Yeah. That's not what my argument was about. When the church was at its most powerful, it attracted the kind of people who wanted power, not people concerned at all with faith. And the organizational structure was not adept at deflecting that infiltration. Oh, that's interesting. So he's kind of making the argument for liberalism that you're making, but towards Catholicism.
No, I think the institution needs to be able to defend itself, and to the extent that it can't, whether it's liberalism, whether it's the Catholic Church, that's a defect. The system needs an immune system. I think the Catholic Church, for a long time, as most human systems do, if it amasses such power, it will attract Machiavellian actors, and they will take advantage of people and doctrine to enhance their own power. I have no disagreement or dispute with that claim. I think that, and again, I don't think that the church is immune from this. If anything, I think that the church historically has been particularly vulnerable to this, because up until relatively recently, it's been a source of tremendous political power. And so I think that there's real concern there, and that's something that I would be very worried about if the church were to regain a kind of political power that it enjoyed 500 years ago, there would need to be serious changes, to my mind, about how church leadership is organized and advanced, because it would attract, and I think it already probably does to a certain extent attract, but it certainly would more so attract people that are not in it for the right reasons, but so too for any organization or structured corporate.
Well, that would be a difficult hurdle to figure out if there was some level of integrationism of the church into the state, because you would have that problem that Mark Twain's talking about, where people would just get into it because they're attracted to power. And it'd be very difficult to sort of separate those things.
The attraction to power inherently, if someone only has an attraction to power, I don't think that's enough to disqualify them. I think that sometimes an attraction to power can be a good thing. I think sometimes we need an attraction to power and people who are attracted to power. But what is sort of commingled with their attraction to power? Is it just personal conquest, personal glory, wealth, glory? Yeah, or is it the power in an instrumental sense to instantiate the good? And if that's true, then what is their view of the good?
Right.
So
I think when he says attraction to power, he means if your primary purpose is an attraction to power, that usually means it's the type of person who is they're willing to do whatever it takes to get that power. And so they're not going to be operating under what's the best thing for the most kind of people attitude. So
right.
Shoes in the chat. She says, "Tell you the dinner is almost ready."
Oh man. Okay. I had been smelling it for a while, so I suppose that it's coming soon. Are there any other any other chats or questions?
Let me see if there are some ones.
This has been a great conversation, man. Thanks for coming on.
I really appreciate you guys taking the time, talking to me, and putting me to the coals a little bit. I think it's good. I think that my sphere on Twitter can be very, insular, and I don't.
Hopefully, Sitch wasn't too hard on you. I mean, he's like a ball buster.
Okay. Listen, he's good. I'm an angel. Okay.
I enjoyed it.
Lurker 9000 says, "Do you know who Carl Sargon is?" That would be an interesting conversation.
I do know who he is, although I didn't until recently, in the grand scheme of things recently. Right. But everyone told me, "Oh, you would like this guy," and they would call him Sargon. And I was like, "Who?" Again, I'm more online than the person you see on the street, but infinitely less than anyone here or in your chat, probably.
Compared to Shu, you're like, "Oh, baby."
Exactly. Or normal. And so everyone's like, "Oh, you'd really like him." And then he and we've exchanged messages now, and we had plans very tentatively to talk at some point. Never really came to fruition. Life, and again, this isn't what I do for a living, so it just never came to pass. But maybe one day, because I listened to him when he spoke with you guys. And I remember I was sitting there as
was it
as
the
you guys
liberalism conversation.
I think that's the one. Yeah. Maybe there was more than one. But everything he said, I would listen to one of you guys say something, and I would then respond, and then he would say it like 2 seconds later, and I was with Shu, and we were both like laughing so hard because I would say something and then he would say it. We were like on the exact same wavelength.
And now you got to live that conversation.
Right.
The cycle has been completed.
Truly, but yeah, no, I generally like him from what I see online of him. Yeah.
There you go. John Masters says, by Yuda's standard, Christianity failed to retain social dominance is evidence of its failure. As a Christian, I'm not willing to cede that. It's an interesting question.
No,
Christianity is going to win in the end. So,
I mean, let's hope. I think.
Why are you laughing? Sorry, go ahead.
No, all good. I think there are multiple forces that are hostile to Christianity right now, obviously. And I think that Christianity has failed to protect itself and to guard against these hostile forces. But I think that if there's anything that's worth preserving, like the person said, whoever it was, they said they're not willing to cede that. I'm not either. And I think that if there's anything worth fighting for, it's that. So despite the fact that it has failed to protect itself sufficiently, I think that if there's anything worth fighting for, it's that.
You're not going to be a post-Catholic?
Certainly not. A lot of people have predicted. They've said I'll eventually become Orthodox or Muslim even.
Wow.
I don't know. I don't know enough. I don't know how they could think that, but I think it's those people who think that I became Catholic solely for political preferences. That I sort of said I want to be based, and what religion is based, and I did it that way. But that wasn't what happened, right?
Right.
I was actually convinced in the classroom, and so I then developed it was downstream. All the political commitments were downstream of the religious ones, and so if I hold the religious commitments in the highest regard, then no amount of it's based or the red pill sphere is really doing this lately with Islam. But if I think Islam is wrong theologically, then I could never become Muslim. It doesn't matter how red pilled or based or politically conservative it is. It doesn't matter because it's incorrect.
I think Christianity is incorrect theologically and correct psychologically. So that's why I think Christianity will win.
I would like to. I can't now. I got to eat soon, apparently. But I would like to probe that at some point, because that's exactly where I was. When I was in my still non-religious phase, but becoming sympathetic to Christianity. I thought the exact thing, and I then reverse engineered believing it to be theologically and philosophically true because I believed it was, as you would put it, psychologically true.
Yes. Christianity you can build the best societies with.
Well, that could be an interesting conversation in the future. Bob Burgers for $10 says, how old is Yuta? He sounds like he's 40 or so. Also,
40. Oh my gosh.
Congratulations on the 300th episode.
Well, I'm not 4. I'm 29.
Oh, wow. You're a wee lad. Okay.
I'm a baby.
There you go. Let's see.
What was the thing about the 300th episode?
You just said late congrats on 300.
Oh, yeah.
Lurker 900 for $10 says, Yuta is based but dry as hell. How does him and Shu get along? She's not based but hyper inspiring.
She was pretty based. What are you talking about?
Listen, opposites attract. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's also, it's also the demeanor that I try to remain when I'm in these conversations or online, recognizing the fact that, there's a difference between the public and the private. I guess this makes me very much a liberal, that there's different personas and different ways you act. And it's not like we said, I'm not sitting around here quoting Locke and, all the time as soon as the computers are off. So, it's get along better than people would think.
I think my wife and I have talked about politics for maybe an hour in our entire relationship.
Are you serious?
Yeah, we don't talk about
Christ.
We have talked about politics, but it's like in 5-minute chunks.
I can't imagine marrying someone that I can't talk about politics too.
Really?
We talk about politics.
That's essential
daily.
for you?
Talking about politics, psychology,
okay,
societal issues. I don't know. Why do you think I talk about it on this stream? Because it interests me. What the fuck do you talk to your wife about?
Well, she's not really interested in politics, so.
God, terrible. The Real Holtonator for $25 says, there's a song by a band called Hulk Off called Blood and Iron, which I think really captures the heart and spirit of right-wing psychology, particularly the last few lines. If you would listen to it off stream, I would greatly appreciate it. If not, though, I understand it's a good song if you like metal, if you ask me. So check it out. The song Blood and Iron by Hulk Off. We'll listen to it. I'm curious.
Sounds cool. Are there any more for Yuta?
That's what I'm looking at here.
Okay. Look, I don't want to get Yuta in trouble. I know what it's like to be married. Come on.
I kind of want to get you in trouble. But...
Well, we'll see. I'm sure dinner's.
Hopefully
ready.
we've got you in a little trouble already. So
maybe I don't know the progress. I smell it, but I don't know how far along.
Well, she said in the chat. She says ready.
Wait, it's ready or almost ready? I thought she said almost ready.
Oh, it did say it said almost ready.
Oh, almost ready. Oh, you're right. You're right.
But that sometimes almost is a test.
That's true. Listen, has been married for a long time. He knows all the tricks. He knows
I do. Look, I know all the tests.
She hasn't barged in yet, so
there you go.
Oh, once they barge in, it's too late. It's too late.
Mark Twain's Revenge for $2 says, get Yuta's opinion on my Catholic hot take. What's your Catholic hot take?
Yeah, what's the Catholic hot take?
Oh, here it is. I missed it. Mark Twain's Revenge for 10 months says, my hottest Catholic take, we should return to openly treating Islam as heresy and calling Muslims Muhammadans because they follow the false prophet Muhammad. The church should be the bulwark against Islamism. Wow.
Huh.
How do you feel about that?
I think that it's not. I think that the religion should not be reduced to favorite color or ice cream flavor. I think that it's okay to say that you take it to be true. And so in that sense, of course, I think Islam is wrong. I mean, you either believe that Christ is the Son of God and died for your sins, or you don't. It doesn't mean that you think that, anything else sort of about Muslim people. And they would say the same to me. Like, that's the thing, is we've gotten so accustomed to treating religion as mere preference or opinion that we forget that they do entail beliefs. And so if I believe this about the Messiah and you do not, then I think you're wrong. And that should be okay to say. That's what religion is.
I mean, that's your liberalism speaking. I think it should be okay to just have this difference of opinions.
It should be okay for me to say they're wrong.
Yeah, but you have to listen. You have to get rid of them, right?
I don't think that's prudent.
Oh, okay. Okay. You passed the test. I tried to trick you. Okay. Mark Twain for Revenge for $2 says heresy, never recite the Shahada. There you go. Lurker 9000 for $10 says, wait, so she was older than Yuda? Does that mean she was a groomer? Uh-oh.
It was projection the whole time.
There you go. Well, anyway, that was the last question. Thank you so much for coming.
All right.
It was a very interesting conversation.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for having me. It was a good talk. It was, wow, 2.5 hours. So, yeah, I really appreciate the time. It was a good conversation. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, we'll have to talk again.
Awesome.
Absolutely. Would love to.
Take care, man.
Take care.
Take care. Good night.
Okay. Let me read the rest of the super chats.
The rest of the super chats.
Yeah. Well, there was some that were not questions to you, does it?
Well, hold on.
I wasn't going to do this, but I'm going to do it. And then here's my only request. You tell me whether I should do stuff like that.
Did you mute the thing?
Did I mute what thing?
The watch together.
I didn't do anything.
Oh. Refresh your watch together.
Oh.
Would you leave the watch together?
No. We should save this for a clip or a video or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Watch so.
No, we're not watching this now.
Okay. Well, we'll do this. Maybe we'll do this tomorrow.
Yeah. What are you talking about? You're crazy.
But I'm curious. I want to know.
Listen, right as the stream ends, we're gonna watch this and record a clip. Okay.
End the stream.
Yeah, we're gonna end the stream and then we're gonna watch this clip and then we'll record it and we'll upload it. Okay. Immediately. Well, not immediately, but like, because I don't know if I'm gonna be. Listen, I'm gonna be. Wednesday's
gonna be horrible.
Wednesday's gonna be kind of crazy for me, so I don't know if we're gonna have time to record.
Okay, that's
Wednesday,
fine.
so.
This video is called "Oh No, Vosh Attacks Me as a Genocidal Psychopath." It's by David Pacman.
Yes, this was where is it? Someone super chatted about this.
Finally, two people that we don't really like fighting with one another.
Fat Brown Buffalo for $5 says, drama alert, Vosh and Pacman are at war over the Israel-Hamas situation. So there you go. So we'll put a video about that. We'll watch it, put a video up about it. At some point.
Look. I mean, is this what Schadenfreude feels like?
It is. It is. It's exactly what it feels like, yeah.
Okay, we'll bust out. We got to get to the super chats here.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I tried.
Let's see.
Sitch is in one of those dinner's almost ready modes, so.
I'm hungry. Listen. No, listen, I'm just like cock teasing everyone, okay? And them all riled up and like, oh, you're gonna have to watch it tomorrow or on Thursday or whenever
how
we put the clip out.
How dare you breadcrumb us?
I'm just saying, listen, because it'd be difficult for me to be around on Wednesday to do a clip. So
dumb versus dumber.
Okay.
What's okay. Wednesday you got the con or something?
No, I'm just gonna be out all day. So.
Oh, okay.
Normally I spend the day trying to find stuff to cover. I'm not gonna be home for most of Wednesday, so it'd be difficult. Right. Critically Chibi for 5 months says, Sitch, I owe you an apology. I missed everything you said in the last 5 minutes because Adam's filters are so funny. S-Class is the best class. And Mongos unite. There you go.
Yeah,
I saw you. We were having a serious conversation about liberalism. Adam's got all sorts of wacky filters going on in the background.
We figured out how to get the big handlebar mustache on Wormy.
He's putting blunts everywhere. I saw what was going on there.
Look, I got to keep these kids entertained. Will you talk about philosophy and stuff?
I mean, listen.
Actually, the conversation was fascinating. Look, I was paying attention.
Yeah, right. Our part of the conversation was better than your part of the conversation. That's all I'm going to say. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
Quickly, Chibi, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Joe Sullivan for 14 months says, PSA McCain and George W. friended on a dynamic duo of war hawkishness. Been holding that in for 400 miles. A-Team reigns supreme.
Supreme.
I don't like that.
No, it's the best. Come on.
Good. What about sus? Like, it's very suspect.
It
reminds me too much of like Taco Bell.
No.
Taco
it's
Supreme.
Amazing.
A-Team reigns Taco Supreme. Okay.
It's like the nuclear warhead coming in at you.
That's like the metal detector sound.
Oh, it is.
Beep, 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 beep.
I should have done this one with the Lego.
Rose Redux for $10 says, I cannot for the life of me imagine a conversation between this guy and Shu. They are such different people, but they are married, not just dating. That is funny to me. I mean, they have a lot of overlap in terms of that they both think society's fucked at the moment. So they'd probably just have a disagreement on the solution to that. So.
Look, opposites attract.
Yeah, opposites attract. That's true. Buckethead for 5 months says, A-Team reigns supreme. S-Class is worst class. Wow. Awful. I can't wait for more anti-communist streams. My friend keeps using communist terminology. I hate it. Well, there you go. Gohi Mag for 15 months says, I'm a bit behind, but Indiana used to not do daylight saving times when other states did. So we would go from central to east depending on the time of the year. Oh, that's interesting.
Wow. That's interesting. Yeah. So you just tell people. You tell people your Eastern time.
Iguishadox for $2 says, good conversation. Y'all killing it with the guests lately. Well, good job, Adam.
We're always killing it with the guests.
That's true.
Who do we have lined up next week?
I don't know. Who do we have lined up next week?
Let me see here. Oh, I think Kathy Young is penciled in. I have to check with her and make sure that's for real. And the Vanguard boys are going to come on. They made fun of one of Sitch's tweets or something.
Oh my God. How dare.
I know. So we got to bring them on and fucking spank their asses. Yeah.
Jeez. Brian Bishop for $10.
Look, I love it when two people come on because then we can like full debate mode.
Right.
2v2.
Full double date. I mean double team. I mean 2v2.
Come on, don't be gross.
Brian Bishop for $10 says, Adam and Sitch, I need you to resolve an argument between me and my wife.
Oh no.
Okay, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
If you use the bathroom and then immediately take a shower, do you wash your hands in between?
I mean, you can just wash your hands in the shower.
With what?
With the soap and...
With the body soap?
Water, yeah. Well, you use different soap?
From like what I use to wash my hands and what I use in the shower?
Well, yeah.
You just have like a bar of soap? You just get like the Dove bar of soap or something? What do you mean?
Well, I have a bar of soap that is for my body and I do have like a hand pump thing for my hands. So
right,
I mean, I guess it technically is different. But
it is different, yeah.
Yeah.
So I wash my hands if I go to the bathroom and I'm going to shower. I wash my hands first.
Right.
Because I mean, you're still touching things before you're touching the bottle that's got your body wash in. You're touching the door. You're touching your clothes that you're taking off. right?
Yeah.
You're touching the faucets in the shower
Right.
and everything.
Touching your teeth.
I mean, I'm not touching my teeth.
You're very touchy, man. You're touching everything.
Oh, I'm just okay. What do you? So, okay, this is what happens. Adam goes into to take a shower. He opens.
I go
the door.
like this. I turn the shower on with my elbow.
Yeah, no. Adam opens the door of the shower. He turns the shower on. Okay, then he goes. He takes all his clothes off, so he's naked. Sits on the toilet, and then pisses or takes a shit, and then flushes it. And then he jumps into the shower without touching anything. And he immediately, somehow you already have soap on your hands. Okay.
I've done that before. I've done that maneuver before.
What's the point of doing that maneuver? That's so much more work than just fucking washing your hands.
Well, look, sometimes the water takes a while to heat up anyway.
Oh, okay. I don't have that problem usually, but okay.
Our
Gross.
water heater's all the way on the other side of the house, so sometimes it takes a while to heat our shower up.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, no, I wash my hands first. I wash my hands. And you should wash your hands. Don't be an Adam. Be a Sitch.
I incessantly wash my hands. I wash my hands a lot more than most people do. I'm like a habitual hand washer.
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'd
say wash your
I don't like
hands.
to have dirty hands.
Not a huge deal if you don't wash your hands. Unless, listen, if you're just peeing, it's not a huge deal if you don't wash your hands before you go in the shower. As long as you use the soap in the shower before you start rubbing all over your body. If you take a shit, you should 100% wash your hands before you take a shower. Okay. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Every time I turn my camera off, I wash my hands.
Wow. Okay.
I've washed my hands like 7 times.
It's true. You guys don't know this. In Adam's room, there's a little sink, a shower, like right off camera. Okay. Like,
I wash my hands in the sea monkey aquarium.
Yeah, he's got little sea monkeys. You should show everyone your little sea monkeys.
They've seen them.
Oh, okay.
They know about the monkeys.
They know about the monkeys. All right. Brian Bishop for no $2 also says Adam is handsome as fuck. Look at that.
Thank you. Yeah.
Look at that. You're married, Brian. Okay, relax. Calm down.
Yeah, chill out. Jeez, your husband's going to be very jealous.
Brian's married to a woman.
Oh, really? Okay.
He said he was the argument between him and his wife about washing their hands in the before the shower. So
nice.
Stug for $2 says you should retitle the stream to quote applying the righteous mind. Yeah, that would make sense.
That works.
Okay. Let me start. Where did
are we almost done?
Off?
Nice.
I don't remember where I left off. I went to the bathroom and Yude came on. Let's see. Blah.
Oh, that's where you went. What is the WoW character that I need to get?
What do you mean?
I was doing a little WoW research while you guys were talking.
Really?
Yeah.
What do you mean? What's the WoW
there's
character?
like a Dementor or
a Dementor?
I don't know.
Like from Harry Potter?
Yeah, see, I thought that was a Harry Potter character.
That's the little ghost guy from Harry Potter.
I couldn't remember the invincible character in WoW.
I don't know. You tell me.
I can't remember. I gotta back the
keep
stream
coming
up
up with names. I want to hear you keep trying to guess.
Look, I'm gonna use the transcript once this video's done.
Wow. Death Knight.
Death Knight. That's it. I'm writing it down. It's
you can't
over.
play Death Knight though.
Watch me.
Because they don't exist on hardcore vanilla, which is the whole point of getting you to play.
Lame. Death Knight or Death Knight?
I don't know. Which one do you think? If you had to guess.
Let me think here.
If you had to guess, which one do you think it is?
Is the character into loud heavy metal music?
I mean, maybe.
Okay. Then it's got to be Death Knight.
There you go. Death.
Like Death Clock, right?
Death, yes. Exactly. Like Death Clock. It's a Death Knight. A knight who brings death. Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Nolan Games for 1 month says the gradation of Sitch's societies are based on rights and policies that are either collectivist or individualist, binary, A-team.
Yes.
There you go.
Exactly.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
Means I win. That's all you
okay.
need to know.
I think they're saying that you can have a gradation, but each part of the gradation could be a binary, which is theoretically true, but I don't know if I agree exactly with that concept. Steel Rat, thanks so much for the 1 gift of memberships.
Oh, look at this. J-Max giving me a tip here.
He's giving you a bad tip, though.
Oh, he is? Damn,
I mean,
J-Max.
no, J-Max giving you a great tip. What are you
doing?
J-Max giving you a fantastic tip. That's J-Mac for $20 says, Adam, make a gnome warlock.
Look, I better look this up. I feel like J-Mac might be gaslighting me here.
You think he might be tricking you here?
Let's see what this looks like.
Want to bring up a gnome warlock? Huh?
I mean, this looks like it dies instantly.
That's the picture. You want to be a gnome warlock?
I don't know that this guy's gonna live very long.
You don't want to be a gnome warlock, Adam?
He looks very fragile.
You don't want the demons you summon to be like way bigger than you?
Well, this one has pink hair.
Oh, he could be a chick one. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for the $20. I'm gonna pass on the tip.
I sent you a picture. That's a gnome warlock. Look how cool that guy looks.
I brought one up.
Oh, okay. Nice.
But look, I'll look at your picture too. Maybe it's even more ridiculous than the one I found.
Back in the day, gnome warlocks used to be
they were
awful
good
to deal. Well, gnomes. So
Here's
a lot
Sitch's.
of Warcraft PvP is all about crowd control. So
what? Like the mob comes and gets you?
No, it's PvP. So when you're playing, it's like another player.
Okay.
So there's characters can stun you, we can't move. Characters can slow you, so you're really fucking slow. Characters can like fear you, so your character runs around, you can't control it. And gnomes have a racial ability that used to be super fucking overpowered. I don't know if they still have it, where like it was on like a 1 or 2 minute cooldown, which automatically removed any movement impairing slow or snare. And so it was like gnome used to be like the best alliance class for PvP because they had that, and undead were the best horde class for PvP because they could go immune to fear. So for like 4 seconds or whatever it was.
Now J-Max speaking my language here.
J-Max for $20
sexy succubus.
There you go. Well, no, you said that you were going to be a warlock when we talked about it. You were going to be an undead warlock.
Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to be.
Yeah. J-Mac for $20 says, no, Sitch, they changed the dot amount so affliction is actually viable in classic on hardcore mode. Also, warlocks get a sexy succubus, Adam. Well, there you go. Yeah, no, I would recommend Adam to be a warlock. Warlocks are great. I mained a warlock in Burning Crusade.
But not a gnome one.
But yeah, he just doesn't want to be a gnome.
Sexy succubus.
He's gonna be an undead probably. So
let's see how. Oh, that is a sexy succubus.
Did you just Google sexy succubus, or did you Google like Warcraft succubus?
I just Googled sexy succubus.
Okay, you understand that's not going to show you what they look like.
Why?
You have to look for Warcraft succubus.
Nothing has made me want to play World of Warcraft more than this Google search.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, but I mean, they look pretty good in Warcraft, just so you know what they look like. Though actually, you might be turned off. There's some. They do have elf ears. You're not gonna like that.
Oh, awful.
And they do have another feature that you're not gonna like.
Awful.
They do have another feature that you're not gonna be super happy about. Here, I'll show you a picture. I'll show you a picture here.
I can't do the elf ears.
How you feel about that? How you feel about that lady?
Not good.
You don't like that?
Not good.
You don't like that? What's the problem?
It reminds me of the donkey movie.
You can bring the picture up so people know.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
We're going to get in trouble for this picture? Maybe.
I don't think so.
Sitch watched a donkey movie more than one time, you can tell, because he likes
I didn't.
Because he...
I didn't even think you were going to go in the donkey direction. I thought you were going to make a joke where you say that lady is in dire need to shave her legs.
Those are hairy. I mean, she needs to shave those hooves. What's going on with her feet?
Near the ankle, she's got like, I guess it's hair. I don't know. Something weird going on there too. You see there's like shit sticking out.
Yeah.
Listen, the top half of her is hot, Adam. Okay. Let's say that like the top 3/4 of her. Okay. The eyes are fine, right? It's just when you get below the knee that you're like,
Something about 100% human women. Just, I mean, that's the right amount.
Okay. Okay. What do you guys think? Let's do a poll.
What are you, gay?
Do. Wow.
What do they call a person who's into bestiality, Sitch?
It's bestiality. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, they have.
You know
what a
like
necrophiliac
is,
or
something?
Right? Oh, okay, zoophile. You're a zoophile. Take that.
Okay, here's the question. Boom, there's your poll, everybody. We'll see how everyone feels.
Oh no, would not. Wow, succubus.
Yeah.
Is this the succubus? Is the like donkey lower half?
That's the succubus. That's what it looks like in WoW.
Really?
Got the little cloven hooves, yeah. Because like a demon. You know, like a little devil, cloven hooves.
I mean, I've dated a lot of demon women and they never look like this.
Really? I didn't know that. JMac for $20 says, I just want Adam to play Alliance so I can play with him. I thought you were... Oh, that's right. You went to Night Elf. Listen, Jay, if you're playing, whenever we eventually get Adam to play, we'll play whatever faction you play, okay? You're our father.
Yeah, of course.
Be happy to play with you.
That's not the hardcore version, right?
No, he's playing the hardcore version.
Oh, it is the hard. It's still. I thought I was getting out of the hardcore detail.
No.
Oh, okay.
You would play if we played Alliance. Adam would be a human warlock because you definitely don't want to be a gnome, and I don't think any of the other human Alliance races can be warlocks except for human. So it would be a human. You'd be a boring old human warlock.
Humans are great. What are you talking about?
Humans are boring.
Why? What do you look? Humans invented WoW. How is that boring?
Listen.
Human.
So far in the poll, 72%, 70% would.
I didn't even answer. I didn't even answer the poll.
So huge majority.
I'm putting I'm putting not interested. I'm reporting the poll.
Okay. Okay.
Would not. There we go. Oh
okay.
My God. Can you imagine?
Where was I?
She's like, suck on my toes, Sitch.
Ew. Well, look, listen. I'm like, whoa, bitch. Hold on.
I think I have some manure stuck there between my toes. Will you get it for me?
Well, listen, she's a demon you've enslaved, okay? Tell her what to do.
Oh, really?
As a warlock, yes.
She looks like she has serrated teeth.
She probably does. She's a fucking demon. So I don't know. How can you tell? The picture. I don't think you ever see her teeth. No, she has fangs. She doesn't have straight teeth, but she has fangs. Okay. Oh, fuck. We forgot to ask you about the dog take.
Yeah, what was that all about?
I totally forgot about that. Majin for 16 months says, howdy, pumpkin. So then no risque yet tasteful Sitch and Adam billboards on 95. I read the one. And the answer was yes. Your poor uncle for 2 months says, can't see Adam, Sitch or Adam. Good. Wow. Hurtful.
What do you mean?
I don't know.
Did I turn my camera off, I think?
Maybe. Danny Grover for £2 says, now we know your stance on daylight saving times. True. Ethan Rogers for $5 says, his take was that no dogs should be allowed in public spaces, that they have no benefit to society. He said this on Twitter. It should be there. Wow. Yuta. We're going to have a conversation about that next time. That is crazy.
I think everyone should have one of those little purse dogs.
A little pupper?
Yeah,
a little pupper, a little purse pupper?
Exactly.
Yeah. Wow. How does he not like dogs? What a psycho. Are you listening, Yuta? Are you listening, Shu? What the fuck? What's going on there? That's a red flag. Danny Grover for £2 says, what's your thoughts on the 13-month calendar? The 13-month calendar is an interesting idea. My understanding is that the point of it is that it eliminates daylight saving times. I'm sorry, it eliminates leap years. And it makes every month the same. I forget, it's like every month is 28 days or something. There is a huge problem with it, which is that 13 is not an even number. So you cannot divide it into sections that are easily divisible.
You can't divide it into quarters.
Yes. So if you wanted to do quarters for the 13-month calendar, you would have to do it in the middle of months. It wouldn't line up neatly with month. So in that, like the midpoint of the year would not line neatly with month. And we as humans structure too many things around the quarter and half month cycle.
Yeah, the whole stock market functions around the quarter.
Right. So I don't think a 13-month calendar would be viable just to have uniformity for days in the month and uniformity to not have a leap year, which that's not really as important or really important at all compared to just being able to section society into quarters and things of that nature.
Plus, I hate paying bills and having to pay bills a whole extra month. How about this? How about the 4-month calendar? How about that? How do you like them, Apple?
The 4-month calendar?
Yeah.
There's one long month. Like, so
you pay your rent at the beginning of the month.
I see. Interesting.
Yeah. That's
another thing. If you had a 13-month calendar, you'd have to pay your rent a lot more.
Well, 1 month more. I mean, it's not a lot, but still, I don't like doing it 12 months a year. I'm more for the 4-month calendar.
Okay. I like that. So it's like 1 month per season.
Yeah.
You just have winter, spring, summer, February, fall month.
January, February, and March is.
Yeah.
I mean.
Well, no. It should be it'd be by season. So December, January, February would be 1 month, March, April, May, June, July, August.
Oh, you want to do it that
October,
way?
November. So.
You want to call it summer, spring, fall?
Yeah, it'd be summer, spring, and winter, and fall.
Fall and winter. Okay.
I
mean, shouldn't you change it to like? Oh, I guess they all end in ER anyway. So Springer. The 13th of Springer.
Okay. That sounds stupid.
When you go, it'd be like it would be like Springer 65.
Yeah, you would get in the 60s. Yeah. Well, you get in the 90s.
Springer 65th.
Yeah, you'd be like, it's the 81st of winter,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, seems wrong, doesn't it?
Look, I can get used to anything if I only have to pay bills 4 times a year.
There you go. Yeah, but your bills would be 4 times as expensive.
Oh yeah, it'd be so painful, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Damn it. My rent is like $10,000.
Exactly. Your poor uncle for 100 Kazark says, I farted in a train full of people. Good. There you go. There's your objective morality. I like it.
Wow. I think society's going to make it from that.
There you
How
go.
bad was it?
Dodoms for 10. Aussie Buck says, "Hey Adam, I have got a question about the MMT video, but I couldn't fit it in chat. I sent it in a DM if you can get to it. Keep up the good work. I vote for the economics talks. Screw the collective will."
Oh, okay.
What did he send you?
Well, Dodoms, I did look, and I'm just boiling it down to the essence. He basically says, if you and I exchange money, how is it different? Let me just jump to the last sentence. He says, why would we apply a different conception to tax payments than like you and I, than me paying you for something?
I don't understand the question.
Well,
He said, why is it
look,
conceptualized like when you pay the government, why is that different than you paying me?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. What's the answer?
Well, it's different because the government is the issuer of the money.
Right.
Taxes serve the purpose of creating demand for the currency. Me paying you whatever I owe you doesn't create demand for the currency.
Right. I already have a demand for a currency. You already have demand for the currency. You're paying me to meet that demand, where you paying the government tax money is to create demand for the currency.
Yes.
Sure.
The reason you're accepting my currency is because you can use that currency to pay your taxes.
Yes. And also the government can create money, and I don't have that ability to create money. So therefore it changes the calculation, right?
Sure. It'd be a lot easier to pay me if you could just create money.
Sure.
Did you know that the original banks were metalsmiths? Because everyone would take their gold to the metalsmith because they had safes that they could put the metal in.
Mm-hmm.
And the metalsmith would write a little receipt.
Mm-hmm.
Here's how much gold you've got in the safe. So you could use that receipt. That receipt became like the currency, right? But then the metalsmiths figured out, they were like, wait a second here. I could just write a bunch of these receipts. I could go all over town. I could buy whatever the fuck I want.
Uh-huh.
And that was the original first inflation of the currency.
That's hilarious. Did you see the JFK thing that I sent you?
No, what was that?
There's some conspiracy theory that I didn't really understand. JFK wanted to do some weird thing with silver certificates, and some conspiracies like, this is why he was killed.
Oh, really?
This is silver certificates.
He was going to put us on the silver standard?
No, it wasn't that. Executive Order 11110. Delegating the Secretary of the Treasury, the President, authority to issue silver certificates as amended by the Gold Reserve Act. The order allowed the Secretary to issue silver certificates if any were needed during the transition period under President Kennedy's plan to eliminate silver certificates and use Federal Reserve notes.
Did you ever watch the rest of that MMT thing? Because Mosler talks about the gold standard in that thing.
No, I have it open and I never finished it. I should listen to it.
That's a really good one.
I'll do that. Whatever. I'll look at the silver thing later. Thank you so much. It says someone, it's weird. It says someone's been a free seeker for 13 months, but they have no avatar and no name. So I don't know. It's a glitch, but thank you, whoever that was.
Wow.
Lurker 9000 for $5 says, talk to Yuta about Game of Thrones, Sitch. Oh, I'll have to save that for next time. J Macker Circuit follow for $20. Thanks so much. Says Adam, I leveled up cooking. I'll send you all the crocolisk steaks you can eat. Look at that. What a nice guy.
Nice. I'll take them.
You should make Adam level up cooking himself. Okay.
That's WoW cooking?
Yeah.
Wow.
What professions in WoW do you want to do, Adam?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm thinking ninja.
Okay, that would be like a class, and you already said warlock. If you want to be a ninja, you could be a rogue. That's the closest thing to a ninja.
There is a ninja? Oh, wow.
Well, there's a class that can go invisible and stab people in the back, right? That's a rogue.
Okay. That could be fun.
Do you want that? You want to have the sexy donkey succubus?
No, look, the Who's really threw me off. I'm not down with the succubus anymore.
That's hilarious.
I'm not down with the donkey.
Well, I'm glad we learned about it now. You invest in the character, get to level 30, and you're like,
All the way here, and I get
Yeah.
this.
You get this, yeah. You get to ride a flaming horse. That's pretty cool, right?
Look, I like anything that's on fire.
Well, you should be a warlock then. You literally get to put yourself on fire if you want.
Okay, human warlock it is.
Okay. No, here are your choices.
Can I be a weapons expert?
Not if you're a warlock.
You asked me about my vocation.
Yeah, yes.
I would like to be an accountant.
Okay, here are your options. Okay. You could be a miner.
A miner. Okay.
You can choose two of these. You can be a miner. You can
Does
be...
that mean I can't drink or?
No, it means you literally mine. Okay.
Oh, okay.
You can be a flower picker.
Oh,
You could be
flower picker, huh?
A skinner.
Is this opium poppies? What am I picking?
You're picking little flowers. What do you
Okay.
mean? You can be a skinner.
A skinner.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can be an alchemist.
Oh, alchemist. That sounds high status.
Okay. You could be an enchanter. See if I can if I can remember these all from memory too. Enchanter. You could be a blacksmith. You could be an engineer. Am I missing one, guys? I feel like I'm missing something.
I think alchemist sounds pretty cool.
Okay. Alchemist is a great choice. Alchemist, if you're an alchemist, you'd be an alchemist herbalist. So you'd be an alchemist flower picker because all the alchemist stuff requires like flowers to make. Jewel Crafter was in Burning Crusade. That was not in Classic WoW. So there you go. Am's going to be a leather worker.
Human warlock alchemist flower picker.
Flower picker.
Right.
Tailor. Thank you. Leather worker and tailor. I forgot those two.
Oh, leather worker.
Yeah.
That's like from Silence of the Lambs?
Yes.
Okay.
You don't want to be an engineer. Engineer is fucking, and Classic WoW was fucking a beast to level.
Really? They full on give you like SAT test to take.
Oh my god. That and enchanting and vanilla WoW, leveling enchanting and engineering was like fucking the worst.
What do you got to memorize stuff?
No,
I'm playing a game. I want to run around and shoot things. I don't want to.
So the way the jobs work is in order to level up your job, you have to make shit.
Mm-hmm.
So like if you're an alchemist, you make potions, and then when you make a potion, it like procs, and you get 1 skill point. And so same thing with like engineering, you have to make a little engineering shit to upgrade it, or to do enchanting, you have to make an enchantment or whatever. It's just that the materials required are a lot worse and more extensive and more obnoxious to get. Or with
there
alchemy,
better not be any sandwich making in this game, man.
Well, what do you define sandwich making by?
Look, this is
if you have
Subnautica
to go
all over again.
Listen, if you have to go pick flowers in a field, okay, and then you take those flowers and you crunch them up into a potion and make it, is that considered sandwich making to you?
It's definitely in the same ballpark. Okay,
so Adam's not going to do any professions. He's just going to be a warlock with no professions, which is fine. You don't have to have professions, but.
Look, I'm a professional killer, okay? I run around and shoot things.
You know what is true? Your character's gonna die early, so there's no point in leveling a profession anyway.
What the hell?
You're right. You know
I'm
what?
not going to school. I'm gonna live fast and die young.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get in there and kill things.
Mm-hmm. JMac for $10 says, in hardcore, you 100% need to go engineering because the target dummy have saved my ass countless times. And only engineers can use them. Oh, that's a fantastic point. I didn't even think about that.
Oh, no.
So the engineers have a little thing called a target dummy they can throw out that like makes the enemies, like they'll lose aggro off you for a second and they'll attack the little target dummy instead.
Oh, okay.
And so since you want to not die because it's permanent, yeah, that's a great point. You'd want to be an engineer just for that one purpose.
Why do people play this game?
You'll play it and find out.
Okay, it better be fun.
I mean, it'll be fun for the people watching you get upset.
I'm so chill though. I'm not. There's no way I'm gonna get upset.
The first time that Adam draws a conga line of mobs and I'm standing there watching him die, Adam's gonna be very upset.
I'm just gonna be chill.
Sad. And I'll be like, chat, here's a poll. Should I let Adam die or should I save his life? I forget what class I'm going to play. If you're going to be a warlock. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. Read that one. Read that one.
I should bring up CT's
Read that one.
picture in its entirety here.
Yeah, it's a cool picture. That one. That one. That. Adam unfriended for $20. Says, I disagree that bots and sex bots will extend the issue we have seen since the 60s. Instead, bots will help incels and femcels. It's a better therapy solution and allows us to return to tradition. S-class is the best class.
Whoa, that was my idea. Why is
that was your
giving
idea?
That to S-class?
Well, he's not. He's just saying S-class is also best class. Okay. Irrelevant of that idea.
Gotcha.
Which is true. It's just Abby for $5. Aussie says, Night Elves are the best. Played them all the time in Warcraft 3. The Panda Brewmaster was such a fun hero unit. Wow, I never liked the Night Elves in Warcraft 3. I was more of an undead or orc guy, honestly. I never could get into the Night Elves, even though I really liked Illidan as a character.
Jake was supposed to be on the Breakfast Club today.
Wow. Okay.
We can't watch that though because
they always hit us.
I know.
Those bastards.
I wonder if they'll give him the Vivek treatment.
Probably not.
You don't think so?
He's progressive. Stuck for $5 says, not related to anything today, but a guy named Chris Freeman calls himself a neoliberal and I think is in favor of UBI. He's a professor of economics. Cough, potential guest, cough, cough. There you go. If you want to bring him on, Adam. He's a half Freeman on Twitter.
What is he?
Chris Freeman.
Uh-huh.
He's a neoliberal who's in favor of UBI.
Okay.
Kind of an interesting combination of things.
That could be fun.
Dr. Lou for 2 hours says, I think the problem is that you're looking for solutions in the realm of the logical progression of wokeism. I think it's going to die just like the political correctness in the 90s died as a mass movement. Yeah, I agree with that. I do wonder how much of it only existed and took off because of rampant TDS. Or so many people on the left could only conceptualize that Donald Trump won because America is racist and sexist. So, we'll see.
They fell for the cover story.
Yeah. Dr. Liv for $2 says, people get tired of it one day and that will be it. There won't be some logical retort or winning strategy. I think the other shoe will just drop and it'll become culturally celebrated to shit on progressivism. I mean, it's very, very possible. But I feel like that kind of happened in the late 90s, early 2000s. Though it was just more like, like the cynicism of it was like kind of like shitting on that like political correctness. So I mean that did happen. I think it will happen again. The most dope for $2 says, given his response, you should totally have asked him what he thinks about gay marriage. Oh, listen, that's a whole nother conversation. Okay. Dr. Liv for $2 says, I only played WoW very briefly from like 2015 to 2016 2017 at the latest. I picked a Blood Elf Death Knight named 𝐄𝐮𝐻𝐸𝐽. Then I realized I don't like the gameplay loop and went back to Warframe. There you go. Why did you name your Death Knight 𝐄𝐮𝐻𝐸𝐽? That's the worst fucking name ever, Diddler.
Right.
That sounds like the automatic name that the game would assign your little ghoul pet. Would be Chalk Muncher.
Yeah, if you're eating chalk, you know.
Yeah, it's a weird name. If you're a Death Knight, you can get a little ghoul pet at him. And they give it a little cutesy name randomly.
Sure. I'm good at naming things.
Okay.
I'm
Because
very
that
good.
name strikes fear into the heart of my enemies. I mean, you must have played it a while if you're a Death Knight. You got at least the level 55 or 58, whatever the fuck the level cap was for Death Knights. Boba Peck for 16 months says, "Oh, LMAO trying to be like, quote, our time zone." The people's time zone. There you go. Also, S class is the best class.
Nice. I mean, soy.
What do you name your character, Adam?
My character?
Yeah.
Character number 1.
You can't do that.
Why?
That's probably either taken or not allowed.
Why?
It's probably either taken or not allowed. I don't know what to tell you. What do you mean, why?
Character number
You're just gonna
one.
put character and then you're gonna keep hitting different numbers till you get one that lets you do it.
I'm assuming it'll probably just pick one for me after I put in
I think you can
character number
randomize
one,
a
right?
name. I believe you can, but it's not gonna be character number. It's gonna be like some, fake fantasy name or something.
Oh, okay. Look, this character is supposed to die. I don't want to get attached to it.
You're like, it's like we can't name the child till he's 3 in case it dies.
Of course. Look,
Okay.
I'll worry about names once I'm at level 20.
Yeah, but you can't change your name. You're stuck with whatever. So you could get the max level and you'll have character 375129,
That's fine.
Okay.
I'll name my character 01.
That would be cool though.
But I'm gonna spell it out.
Right.
01. Look, you got it.
I'm gonna name my character the babysitter.
Look, I can't. Someone's gonna steal my name if I say anymore. I'm coming up with all these cool names, and I'm just giving them away. So
the names you've all come up with have all been taken already. So
it's like, where's the WoW name checker?
I don't know, but I can any name that you can think of that's like a relatively normal thing. Someone has already taken that name.
Is there a way to see what server and name is not taken?
There probably is. Yeah.
Check name availability.
Well, you have to do it for hardcore mode. So, because it's going to be different on the server and mode you're playing.
Is it Blizzard forums? Is that where I look?
I don't know.
Wow.
It'd probably be you have to search the armory or something. I would name it the babysitter because I got to babysit Adam. Obviously, when we're playing WoW.
You're going to be the babysitter.
That's
what
I'm saying. I name my character the babysitter because I got to babysit you when we're playing.
Look, I'll just be baby 175602.
That would actually be really funny.
Actually, I'm going to be the baby.
Yeah, if I was like babysitter and Adam was the baby 001, and then when he dies, it's like the baby 002. It just not
That's perfect.
And I'm like, whoops, I just keep losing the baby, guys. I don't know what to tell you.
It's perfect.
That's pretty funny. There you go. Figured it out. We can make a WoW guild. That's right. We'll be the free will seekers, baby. We'll be the free willies or the free willies. The free willies. How about that? That'll be our WoW guild name, the free willies.
The free willies. We just run around naked.
Yeah, I mean, people do that. Wow, you run around in your underwear. So
okay,
free
cool.
willies. Whenever you're in town, you have to run around naked. That's the rule, the guild rule.
Well, okay. I can't believe you can't. There's so much interesting shit going on right now, and I can't believe you can't do a video tomorrow. What a little.
I'll try. It's going to be difficult. Bitch.
We have people to. We have stuff to talk about.
Adam Unfriended for $5 says the engineer scout in TF2 is more Adam's speed. WoW was too slow for him and too much big brain energy for his smooth brain energy. LOL.
Wrong. Wrong.
There you go. I mean, that is true.
Is it really? I mean, is it really that hard?
It's not hard. It's slow.
Right.
I haven't played TF2 in forever. Matthew Newman for $5 New Zealand dollars says MMT could sell it as the debt is now so high, the increase in government interest paid out is greater than lowering of the market due to private debt. A-team reigns supreme.
That's right.
Did you do that?
Thank you, Matthew. MMT could sell it as the debt is now so high. The increase in government interest payout is greater than lowering the market due to private debt. Yeah, no, that's true. That's exactly right.
Okay. Kyle Petty for $10 says, my elephant is 18, but my rider is S-Class. Great shaman, guys. I'd love it if you could get Ethan Klein on. I really do think it's possible. I would love to talk to Ethan Klein.
Look, I sent him an email, but he never responded. So I don't know how possible it is. I don't really have a contact, an Ethan Klein contact.
Right.
I do have a Hassan Piker contact.
Huh? He responded to like an email or something?
No, I have a contact.
Oh, you're saying, yes, Jank.
I mean, Jank's been on our show twice already.
I know. Hassan's not going to talk to him. That'd be hilarious, but he's not going to. Anyways.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wait, before we end. The final poll results. Wow, only 130 of you people were brave enough to answer the poll. 63% would do the WoW succubus, and 37% would not.
You
there you go.
Dirty, dirty degenerates.
I mean, 63% of people know what's up. Okay.
Okay. This is the audience you're cultivating, Sitch.
Listen, you just put some, put some.
You can't put a bag on that head. Look at those horns.
The head is fine. Okay, you just need socks. Get some like long thigh-high socks for the.
Get some of those ballerina slippers.
You just need some thigh-high socks, all right, and then we're golden, right?
Oh yeah.
Thigh-high socks are hot anyway. So
get some of those leggings and some roller skates.
There you go. Yeah, get some roller skates. I love it.
Do her right up.
Yeah, like a little roller girl. I love it. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you for the amazing fan art, everybody. And thank you, Yuda Mani, for coming on. It was a very interesting conversation. And thank you who have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true woods of WoW succubuses. And we'll see you all next time.
Woo-hoo!